The Power of Intention. Wayne Dyer. He was an American psychologist and writer of spiritual growth books. The Power of Intention. First part. The essential points of intention. Next to the river stands the sacred tree of life. There my Father dwells, and in him is my home. Heavenly Father and I are one. Gospel Scene of Peace. 1. The intention from a new perspective. There is an immeasurable, indescribable force in the universe, which shamans call purpose, and absolutely everything that exists in the cosmos is linked to purpose by a connecting link. Carlos Castañeda. Over the past few years I have been so drawn to the study of intention that I have read hundreds of books by psychologists, sociologists, and spiritual writers, by ancient and present scholars, by researchers. In my research I develop a fairly common definition of intention, in the sense of a firm purpose or objective linked to the decision to achieve the desired result. People who are driven by intention are characterized by a willpower that does not allow anything to get in the way of achieving their intimate desire. I imagine an unshakable decision or determination. If you are one of those people with the attitude of I will never give up and also with an internal vision that pushes you to make your dreams come true, you fit the description of a person with intention. Chances are that you are a super achiever, and also that you take pride in your ability to recognize and take advantage of the opportunities that come your way. I have held a similar belief about intention for many years. Even more, I have written many things and spoken many times about the force of intention, as I have said before. However, during the last 25 years I have noticed a change in my thinking, which has gone from the purely psychological or personal development to a spiritual orientation, in which there are real possibilities for healing, working miracles, manifesting and establishing contact with divine intelligence. This is not a deliberate effort to rid myself of my academic and professional past, but a natural evolution that has developed as I began to make conscious contact with spirit. My writings emphasize the conviction that we can find spiritual solutions to problems by living at higher levels and drawing on faster energies. Mentally, intention is a much broader concept than the decision of the ego or individual will. It is almost the opposite. Perhaps it is because I have shed many levels of ego in my own life, but I also notice the strong influence of two sentences that I read in a book by Carlos Castañeda. In my life as a writer, I often come across something in a book that sparks a thought that ultimately prompts me to write another book. The fact is that I read those two sentences in Castañeda's latest book, The Active Side of Infinity, while waiting for a surgical intervention to open a clogged artery that had caused me a not too serious heart attack. Castañeda's words were the following: "Purpose is a force that exists in the universe. When sorcerers, those who live from the source, call for purpose, he comes and points the way to realization, which means that sorcerers always achieve what they set out to do." As I read these sentences, I was stunned by the clarity they gave me about the force of intention. The intention is not something that the person does, but a force that exists in the universe as an invisible energy field. He had never thought of intention in those terms until reading Castañeda's words. I wrote down those phrases, and then they printed them on a laminated card for me. I took the card to the room where I was going to undergo the small surgery, and as soon as I could I began to talk about the strength of the intention to whoever was willing to listen to me. The intention became part of all my conversations. I immersed myself in this idea, not just for my own healing, but to help others use the force of intention to get them where they were fully equipped to go. He had experienced satori, or instantaneous awakening, and was determined to pass that idea on to others. He saw clearly that having access to the energy of intention alleviated much of the seemingly impossible task of striving to fulfill wishes with sheer force of will. From that decisive moment, I think about the force of intention practically all the time I stay awake, and the books, the articles, the conversations, the phone calls, what reaches my mailbox and any work that I look for in a bookstore. They seem to help keep me on that path. And this is the result, the power of intention. I hope this book helps you think about intention in a different way and use it in such a way that you come to define yourself as Patanjali proposed more than 20 centuries ago, that you are a much better person than you have ever considered yourself. Those two words from Patanjali, sleeping forces, gave me the impetus to write about intention. Patanjali was referring to forces that seem non-existent or dead, and he was also referring to the powerful energy a person feels when inspired. If you have ever been inspired by a goal or a call, you will know the feeling of the spirit acting on you. Inspired equals internally animated. I have thought a lot about the idea of being able to tap into seemingly dormant forces in order to help me at key moments in my life to fulfill a burning intimate desire. What do these forces consist of? Where are they located? Who can use them? Who is denied access to them? And because these questions have prompted me to research and write this book, after which I have come to a whole new perspective on intention. In these moments, as I write about my enthusiasm at understanding a long obscured truth, I know that intention is a force that we all carry within us. Intention is an energy field that flows in an invisible way, out of reach of our normal, everyday habits. It is there even before we are conceived. We have the means to attract that energy and experience life in a fascinating, new way. Where is this field called intention? Some leading researchers believe that our intelligence, creativity, and imagination interact with the energy field of intention, not that they are thoughts or elements of our brain. The brilliant scientist David Bohm points out in Wholeness and the Implicate Order that all ordering force and information are present in an invisible terrain or higher reality and that they can be called upon in times of need. I have found thousands of examples of this kind of conclusion in my research and reading. If the reader is attracted to scientific evidence, I recommend reading The Field, The Quest for the Secret Force of the Universe, by Lynn McTaggart. His book presents numerous studies that corroborate the existence of a higher and faster energy dimension or field of intention that anyone can connect to. The answer to where that field is the following: there is no place where it is not, because in the universe everything carries an intrinsic intention. This applies to all forms of life, be it a wildebeest, a rose bush or a mountain. A mosquito has an intrinsic purpose in its own creation and life experience. An acorn, apparently incapable of thinking or planning for the future, contains the intention of the invisible field. If you open the acorn, you will not see a huge cork oak, but you will know that is there. An apple blossom in spring looks just like a beautiful little flower, but it has an intrinsic purpose, and in summer it will manifest as an apple. The intention is not wrong. The acorn will not transform into a pumpkin, nor the apple blossom into an orange. Every aspect of nature, without exception, has an intrinsic intention and, as far as we know, nothing in nature questions the path that must be followed to make it come true. Nature is limited to developing harmoniously from the field of intention. The energy of this field also set that intention in us. There is what some call the future pull of DNA, present in the conception of every human being. At the moment of conception, when an infinitesimal drop of human protoplasm combines with an ovum, life begins in its physical form, and intention directs the growth process. Body structure, physical features, development, including aging, are already in place at the moment of conception. Sagging skin, wrinkles, even death, it's all included there. But what exactly happens at the moment of conception? Where does that life begin, born of intention? In examining the dance of the seed and the ovule to try to discover its origin, going back to creation, we first find molecules, then atoms, electrons, atomic particles, and subatomic particles. Ultimately, if we put these tiny quantum subatomic particles in a particle accelerator and collide them to try to find the key to the origin of life, we would discover what Einstein and his colleagues had already discovered, that there is no particle in the world. Source: particles do not create more particles. The source, which is intention, is pure, unlimited energy, with vibrations so rapid that they defy all measurement and observation. It is invisible, without form or limits. So in our source we are amorphous energy, and in that formless and vibrant spiritual field of energy resides intention. In a more casual tone, I know it is there, since somehow it managed to enter a drop of sperm and an egg and determine that the hair on my head will not continue to grow after I am 25 years old, and that at 50 it will grow in the nose and ears, and the only thing I, the observer, can do is see it and take it off. The field of intention cannot be described in words, because words emanate from that field, just like questions. That place that does not occupy a place is the intention, which is what decides everything for us. It's what makes my nails grow, makes my heart beat, digest food, write my books, and does the same for everything and everyone in the universe. And that reminds me of an old Chinese story by Chuang-Tzu, which I love. Once upon a time there was a lame dragon named Hui. "How the hell do you control so many legs?" he asked a centipede. "I can hardly control one." "Well, the truth is that I don't control mine. There is a field, invisible and amorphous, that controls everything. The intention of this universe manifests itself in a zillion thousand forms in the physical world, and every part of all of us, including the soul, thoughts, emotions, and of course the physical body we occupy, are part of that intention. So if intention determines everything in the universe and is omnipresent, meaning that there is no place where it is not, why do so many of us feel disconnected from it, and so often? More importantly, if intention determines everything, why are so many of us missing so much of what we would like to have? The meaning of omnipresent intention. Imagine a force that is everywhere. There is no place where it is not. It cannot be divided and is present in everything you see and touch. Extend your awareness of this infinite field of energy beyond the world of form and limits. This infinite invisible force is everywhere, both physical and non-physical. Your physical body is part of the totality that emanates from that energy. At the moment of conception, the intention sets in motion the physical form that you will adopt and the development of the growth and aging process. It also activates the non-physical aspects, such as emotions, thoughts, and the way of being. In this case, the intention is the infinite potential that activates your physical and non-physical appearance on Earth. From the omnipresent you have become present, in time and space. Because it is omnipresent, you can access this field of intention energy upon your physical arrival on Earth. The only way to deactivate that sleeping force is to convince yourself that you are separate from it. Activating intention means reintegrating into your source and becoming a modern sorcerer. To be a sorcerer means to reach the level of consciousness where previously inconceivable things can be achieved. As Carlos Castañeda explains, the task of the sorcerers consisted of facing infinity, intention, and they immersed themselves in it daily, as the fisherman submerges in the sea. Energy field, it is not limited to physical development. It is also the origin of non-physical development. That field of intention exists here and now, and you can access it. When you activate it, you will begin to notice that your life has a purpose and you will let yourself be guided by your infinite being. This is how a poet and spiritual teacher describes what I call intention. O Lord, you who are on the sandbanks and in the middle of the stream too, before you I bow. You who are on the pebbles and the calm expanse of the sea, I bow down to you. O omnipresent Lord, that you are in the barren land and among the crowds, I bow to you. Sukla Yajur, Veda 16. As you symbolically bow to that force, acknowledge that you are bowing to yourself. The ever-present energy of intention pulses within you toward your potential for a meaningful life. How did you come to experience the disconnection with intention? If there is an omnipresent force of intention that is not only within me but in everything and everyone, we are connected by that omnipresent source to everything and everyone, as well as to what we would like to be, what we would like to have, what we want to achieve, and everything that will help us in the universe. All we need is to readjust and activate intention. But how do we disconnect to begin with? How did we lose our natural ability to connect? Lions, fish, and birds don't tune out. The animal, vegetable, and mineral worlds are always connected to their source. They do not question your intention. Human beings, despite our supposedly higher capacity for brain functions, have something we call the ego, an idea about who and what we are that we elaborate ourselves. The ego is made up of 6 primary elements that explain how we experience ourselves when disconnected. By allowing the ego to decide the path of your life, you deactivate the force of intention. Below I summarize the 6 convictions of the ego. In other works of mine, especially in Your Sacred Self, I have written more things on this subject. 1. I am what I have. What I own defines me. 2. I am what I do. What I get defines me. 3. I am what others think of me. My reputation defines me. 4. I am separate from everyone else. My body defines me as being unique. 5. I am separated from everything that I lack in life, my vital space is disconnected from my desires. 6. I am separated from God. My life depends on God's evaluation of my merits. Since, no matter how hard you try, the intention cannot be accessed through the ego, take time to recognize and readjust any one or all 6 of these convictions. When ego supremacy is weakened in your life, you can seek intention and maximize your potential. Hold on to the trolley strap. It is a practice that is extremely useful to me when I want to activate intention. Maybe it works for you too. See Chapter 3 for various ways to access intention. One of my earliest memories is a day my mother took her 3 children on the trolley from East Detroit to Waterworks Park. I was 2 or 3 years old, and I remember looking up from the seat. I saw straps hanging down. Adults could hold onto them, but all I could do was imagine the feeling of being tall enough to hold onto those straps so far above my head. I thought it was light enough to float and reach the hanging straps. Later I imagined safe while the trolley bus took me where I had to go, at the speed I wanted, and was picking up other passengers who shared that wonderful adventure of going on a trolley bus. In adult life, I envision the trolley strap to remind myself to return to intention. I imagine a strap hanging more than a meter above my head, at a height that I cannot reach with my hand. The strap is attached to the trolley, but now it symbolizes the flow of the force of intention. I let go of it or it is temporarily out of reach. In moments of tension, anguish, worry or even physical discomfort, I close my eyes and imagine that I raise my arm and see myself floating towards the strap. Holding onto it I have a tremendous sense of relief and tranquility. What I have done is remove ego thoughts and drift to intention, trusting that force will lead me to my destination, stopping when necessary and picking up fellow travelers. In some of my works I call this process the path to mastery. The 4 paths can be useful as steps to activate intention. 4 steps to intention. Activating the force of intention is a process that consists of connecting with your natural self and getting rid of the ego identification. The process takes place in 4 stages. 1. Discipline is the first stage. Learning a new task requires training the body to act as your thoughts desire. Therefore, eliminating ego identification does not mean disconnecting from the relationship with your body, but training it to activate those desires. It is achieved with practice, exercise, healthy habits, healthy food, and so on. 2. Wisdom is the second stage. Wisdom combined with discipline fosters your ability to focus and be patient as you harmonize your thoughts, your intellect, and your feelings with the work of your body. When we send the children to school we tell them, be disciplined, think with your head, and we call that education, but that does not lead to mastery. 3. Love is the third stage. After disciplining the body with wisdom and intellectually studying a task, this mastery process involves loving what you do and doing what you love. In the world of commerce, I call it falling in love with what you offer and selling your love or enthusiasm to potential customers. When learning to play tennis, you have to practice all your strokes while studying the strategies of the game. It also means enjoying the sensation of hitting the ball, being on the court, and everything else related to the game. 4. Surrender is the fourth stage. That is the place of intention. This is where your body and mind do not take the lead and you get closer to the intention. In the universe there is an immeasurable, indescribable force, which shamans call purpose, and absolutely everything that exists in the cosmos is linked to purpose by a connecting link. This is how Carlos Castañeda describes it. You relax, you grab onto the trolley strap and let yourself be carried away by the same force that transforms acorns into trees, flowers into fruits, and microscopic dots into human beings. Hang on to that trolley strap and create your own connecting link. That absolutely everything in the cosmos includes you and your disciplined, wise and loving self and all your thoughts and feelings. When you surrender, you become enlightened and you can consult your infinite soul. Then you can access the force of intention, which will take you where you think you are destined to go. All these reflections on intention and surrender may lead you to wonder where free will has a place. You may come to the conclusion that there is no free will or that you transform yourself into whatever your program gives. So let's examine the will and see how it fits into this new perspective on intention. And I beg you to keep an open mind as you read the next two sections, even if what you read is at odds with what you have believed all your life. Intention and your free will are paradoxical. A paradox is a seemingly absurd or contradictory statement, even if it is well founded. There is no doubt that intention and free will fall into the category of paradoxes. They are at odds with many preconceptions about what is reasonable or possible. How can you have free will while intention shapes your body and your potential? You can merge this dichotomy if you choose to believe in the infinity of intention and in your ability to exercise free will. You know how to think rationally about the rules of cause and effect, put your intellect to work on it. Obviously, it is impossible to have two infinities, because neither of them would be infinite, each would be limited by the other. Infinity cannot be divided in two. In essence, infinity is unity, continuity, uniqueness, like the air you breathe in your home. Where does the air in your kitchen end and the air in the living room begin? Where does the air in your house end and the air outside begin? And the air that you breathe in and breathe out? Perhaps the air is what most helps us to understand the infinite, universal, omnipresent spirit. You must travel with thought the path from the idea of individual existence to the idea of a unity of universal being, and then come to the idea of a universal energy. When you think of one appearance of a whole being in one place and another part in another place, you lose the notion of unity. And, keeping an open attitude, as I begged you before, you must understand the following: at any moment, all the spirit is focused on the point where you fix your attention. Therefore, you can consolidate all the creative energy at any given time. That is your free will in full swing. Your mind and your thoughts are also the thoughts of the divine mind. The universal spirit is in your thoughts and in your free will. When you transfer your thoughts from spirit to the ego, it seems as if you lose touch with the force of intention. Your free will can advance with the universal spirit and its unfolding or away from it, towards the domain of the ego. As you walk away from the spirit, life seems like a struggle. Slower energies flow through you, and you may feel helpless, dejected, lost. You can go to your free will to unite again with the higher, faster energies. The truth is that we don't create anything alone, we are all creatures with God. Our free will combines and redistributes what has already been created. You choose. Free will means that you can choose to connect with spirit or not connect. So the answer to the following questions: do I have free will? And does intention act in me as an omnipresent universal force? Is if. Can you live with this paradox? If you stop to think, you live with the paradox every moment of your existence. From the moment you are a body with a beginning and an end, with limits and a definition in time and space, you are also an invisible, amorphous, unlimited being that thinks and feels. A machine with a life of its own, so to speak. What are you? Matter or essence? Are you a physicist or a metaphysician? Form or spirit? The answer is both, even if they seem opposite. Do you have free will and are you part of the destiny of intention? Yes. Merge the dichotomy. Mix the opposites, and live with both beliefs. Begin the process of letting the Spirit work in you and link yourself to the field of intention. In intention, Spirit will work for you. When with free will you consciously decide to reconnect to the force of intention, you change its direction. You will begin to recognize and worship the unity of Spirit and you as an individual concentration of that force. I silently repeat the word intention or purpose to help me get rid of the ego and stay focused on myself. I often think of these phrases from Castañeda's The Force of Silence. Having lost hope of returning to the source of everything, the average man seeks consolation in his selfishness. Personally, I try to go back to the source of everything day after day, and I refuse to be the middleman that Castañeda talks about. Many years ago I decided to stop drinking alcohol. I wanted to be sober to improve my ability to perform the task that seemed to burn me inside. I felt called to teach self-confidence with my writing and my speeches. Several teachers had told me that the prerequisite for the task I was called to perform was absolute sobriety. In the early stages of this drastic change in my life, I found a strength to help me when I was tempted to revert to the old habit of having a few beers every night. On one occasion, still undecided, I went out to buy a case of 6 bottles but I forgot the money, something that I never forget. During the few minutes it took me to return home to collect the money, I reassessed the free will that would allow me to buy beer and decided to stick with my intention. After the first few weeks, I discovered that these kinds of events began to occur frequently. I let myself be guided by the circumstances that took me away from the situations in which I might be tempted to drink. A phone call could distract me from one of those tempting situations, or a small family crisis would break out that deterred me from a potential slip. Today, after 2 decades, I see clearly that holding on firmly to that trolley strap I described above allows me to quickly travel the path to the destinations invoked millions of years ago by intention. And I also see that my free will is a paradoxical companion to the force of intention. Being aware of intention as a force to reconnect to, rather than something for my ego to achieve, has been a huge change in my life's work. The simple fact of being aware that my writings and my speeches are manifested from the field of intention has brought me immeasurable benefits. I have nothing but respect for creative energy when I free myself from self-conceit and ego identification. Before taking the microphone, I send the ego to the lobby or tell him to take a seat in the audience. I repeat the word purpose to myself and it seems to me to be floating into that field of intention energy. I surrender and let myself be carried away, and I feel completely at ease. I remember small details in the middle of the speech, I never lose the thread and I experience a special contact with the public. Tiredness fades, hunger disappears, and even the urge to pee. Everything needed to get the message across seems accessible, almost effortless. Combine free will with intention. In geometry, 2 coinciding angles fit together perfectly. The word coincidence does not refer to luck or mistakes, but to what fits perfectly. By combining free will with intention, you harmonize with the universal mind. Instead of working in your own mind outside of that force called intention, it may well be that as you read this book, you try to make that goal begin to harmonize with intention every time. When life seems to be going against you, when you hit a streak of bad luck, when characters who shouldn't appear or when you screw up and revert to old ways of self-rejection, recognize the signs that you are not in harmony with intention. You can reconnect, and you will do so in a way that aligns you with your purpose. For example, when I write I open myself to the collaboration possibilities of the universal spirit, my individual thoughts and destiny to produce a useful book, full of ideas. But in re-examining how I quit drinking, I wanted to give another example in this chapter to explain how intention works with life's circumstances to produce what we need. My 19-year-old daughter Summer told me that she had quit her temporary job at a restaurant and was not sure what she wanted to do before resuming her studies. I asked her what made her feel more determined and happy, and she told me to teach young children how to ride horses, but that she did not want to go back to the stables where she had worked a year before because she thought they did not value her, that she worked too hard. And they paid him little. I was in Maui writing this first chapter on a new perspective on intention when we had this conversation on the phone. I released my role of intention as the force of the universe and told him that he should restructure his thoughts and such and such. Open yourself to the possibility of receiving the help you want, I told him. Trust the intention. It exists for you. Be alert and ready to accept any guidance that comes your way. Vibrate in harmony with the all-encompassing source. The next day, just as I was looking for the other example of the intention to include in this chapter, the phone rang, and it was Summer, overflowing with enthusiasm. You're not going to believe it, Dad. Or on second thought, yes, you are going to believe it. Do you remember that yesterday you told me to be open to intention? I was skeptical. I even thought, Dad is done with his weird things, but I decided to give it a try. Then I saw an ad on a telephone pole that said, "Writing lessons with a phone number." I wrote it down and called. The lady who answered told me that she wanted to hire someone I trust to train young children. He pays me just double what he made at the restaurant. I'm going to see her tomorrow. What's cool? Cool. Of course it's cool. There I was writing a book, looking for a good example, and it comes in the form of help that I was trying to offer my daughter the day before. I killed two birds with one stone. Merging your individual thoughts with the universal mind. Our individual thoughts create a prototype in the universal mind of intention. You and your force of intention are not separate. Thus, when you form a thought within yourself in accordance with the spirit, you form a spiritual prototype that connects you with the intention and sets in motion the manifestation of your desires. The desires you want to fulfill are existing facts, already present in the spirit. Remove from your mind all thoughts of conditions, limitations, or the possibility that they do not manifest. If you leave it alone in your mind and in the mind of intention at the same time, it will germinate into the reality of the physical world. In simpler words, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you will receive it and it will come. Mark 11:24. This biblical quote tells us that we believe that our wishes have already been fulfilled and will be fulfilled. Know that your thought or prayer is already here. Dispel all doubt so that you can create a harmonious thought with the universal mind or intention. When you know it without any doubt, it will come true in the future. This is the force of intention at work. I am going to conclude this section with a few words from Aldous Huxley, one of my favorite writers. The spiritual journey is not about reaching a new destination where a person gets what he did not have, or becomes what he is not. It consists in the dissipation of one's own ignorance about the being and life of each one, and in the gradual increase of that understanding that initiates the spiritual awakening. Finding God is reaching one's own being. In this first chapter I have asked you to stop doubting the existence of a universal and omnipresent force that I call intention, and I have told you that you can link to it and be transported to your destination with the energy of intention. Here are my suggestions for you to put all of this to work in your life. 5 tips for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. 1. Whenever you feel bad, lost, or even in a doggy mood, visualize the trolley strap hanging from the field of intention more than a meter above your head. Imagine that you float, ascend, and let the trolley take you to your intrinsic intention. It is a tool to put surrender into practice in your life. 2. Repeat the word intention or purpose when you feel distressed or when it gives you the impression that everything around you has agreed to prevent you from fulfilling your mission. It is a reminder that you must be calm. The intention is spirit, and the spirit is quietly joyful. 3. Say to yourself that you have a mission to fulfill in life and a silent companion accessible anytime you want. When the ego defines you by what you do, or when it compares you to others, apply your ability free will to eliminate those thoughts. You must say to yourself, I am here on purpose, I can achieve anything I want, and I do it in harmony with the omnipresent creative force of the universe. It will become your automatic response to life. Synchronous results will begin to occur. 4. Act as if anything you want is already here. Convince yourself that everything you seek you have already received, that it exists in spirit, and be sure that your wishes will be fulfilled. One of my 10 secrets to achieving success and inner peace is to treat yourself as if you were already the person you would like to be. 5. Copy this ancient saying of Hasidism and take it everywhere for a year. It is a reminder of the strength of intention and how it can help you every day in every way. When you walk through the field with a pure and holy mind, from all the stones, from all the growing beings and from all the animals the sparks of your soul jump and adhere to you, and then they are purified and become sacred fire in you. In the next chapter I describe how the field of intention might present itself to you if you were able to see it and see the 7 faces of intention. I will end the chapter with another quote from Carlos Castañeda's teacher, Don Juan: "The spirit reveals itself to everyone with the same intensity and the same coherence, but only warriors are consistently adapted to such revelations." Readers and warriors, advance in the spirit of free will to access the force of intention. 2. The 7 faces of intention. Not 4,000 books of metaphysics could teach us what the soul is. Voltaire: "From thinking about intention to knowing intention yesterday, while writing this book here on Maui, I experienced a knowing that I am going to try to explain." A Japanese woman washed ashore in the surf, her body swollen from the sea water she had swallowed. I knelt before her, with other people, to try to get her heart rate back with cardiopulmonary resuscitation, while her Japanese friends screamed in anguish when they saw the vainness of our efforts. Suddenly I noticed the calm awareness of that woman's spirit floating over our attempts to save her. As I watched that scene on the beach, I noticed the presence of a calm energy, and, without knowing why, I understood that it was not going to revive itself and that it was no longer connected to the body that so many well-intentioned people, including myself, were trying to bring back to life. This calm knowing made me get up, put my hands together, and silently say a prayer for her. We were from different parts of the world and we didn't even speak the same language, and yet I felt connected to it. I felt at peace, with the certainty that his spirit and mine were somehow connected in the mystery of the fleeting and ephemeral nature of our physical life. As I walked away from there, my thoughts were not dominated by the pain of the death. On the contrary, he knew and felt that the departure of that woman's spirit, from that lifeless, bloated body, was inexplicably part of a perfect divine order. He couldn't prove it. He had no scientific proof. I didn't think about it, I knew it. This is an example of what I mean by silent knowing. I still notice that woman's presence as I write this, 24 hours later. In The Force of Silence, Carlos Castañeda describes silent knowledge as something that we all have, something that possesses absolute control, absolute knowledge of everything, but cannot think, and therefore cannot speak about what he knows. Man, he has renounced silent knowledge in favor of the world of reason. The more he clings to the world of reason, the more ephemeral is the purpose. Since intention is presented in this book as an invisible energy field inherent in all physical form, it therefore belongs to the inexplicable, immaterial world of spirit. Spirit escapes our efforts to explain and define it, because it is a dimension alien to principles and ends, alien to limits, alien to symbols and alien to form itself. Therefore, the spoken and written words, the symbols for communicating our experiences in this world, cannot really explain spirit as they explain the physical world. I agree with Voltaire's phrase at the beginning of this chapter and am willing to admit that I cannot authoritatively teach anyone what spirit is or draw an accurate picture of what it is like in words. What I can do is describe my way of conceptualizing intention. If it were possible to lift the veil that hides the field of intention from sensory perception and the rational mind, I will present my concept of what I call the 7 faces of intention. These dots represent how I envision the force of intention aspect. I believe that intention is something that we can feel and know, that we can connect with and trust. It is an inner awareness that we explicitly notice, but at the same time we cannot describe in words. I use this concept to orient myself on the path to the force of intention that is the source of creation and to activate it in my everyday life. I hope that you too begin to recognize what you personally need to start activating intention in your life. The following descriptions are drawn from my experience with teachers, my professional work with other people over the past 30 years, an entire library of metaphysics that I have read and studied, and my personal evolution. I am going to try to convey my personal knowledge about the extraordinary benefits of linking to intention. I trust that you will be inspired by the silent knowledge of the force of intention and that you will continue to create an experience that is more magical every day, for you and for all the people in your life. Silent knowing begins when you invite the force of intention to play an active role in your life. It is a private and very personal choice that must not be explained or defended. When you make this intimate decision, knowing will gradually become part of your normal, everyday consciousness. By opening yourself to the force of intention you begin to know that conception, birth, and death are natural aspects of the energy field of creation. It is useless to try to think or reason a way to arrive at the intention. If you banish your doubts and trust your intuitions, you will leave room for the force of intention to flow. It may seem like gibberish, but I prefer to consider it differently: empty the mind and penetrate the mystery. In this sense, I put aside rational thoughts and open myself to the magic and excitement of a new, enlightening consciousness. J. Krishnamurti, one of the great teachers who have influenced me, once commented, "Being empty, completely empty, is nothing to fear. It is absolutely essential that the mind is unoccupied, that nothing is imposed on it, that it is empty, because only then can it move to unknown depths." Put this book down for a few moments and begin to trust and calmly experience the awareness of your non-physical self. Let yourself go. First of all, close your eyes and empty your mind of rational thoughts. Put away that gibberish that haunts you. Then press the delete key every time you have a doubt. Finally, open yourself to the void. Then you will begin to discover how to silently know the force of intention. In the next chapter I will delve into other methods of accessing and reconnecting to intention. But below I am going to describe what I think we could see if we were to step outside of ourselves, if we floated above our body, like the spirit of the Japanese lady of the beach. From that perspective I imagine looking at the faces of intention with eyes capable of seeing higher vibrations. The 7 faces of intention. 1. The face of creativity. The first of the 7 faces of intention is the creative expression of the force of intention that projected us, brought us here, and created an environment compatible with our needs. The force of intention has to be creative, because otherwise nothing would be born. It seems to me an irrefutable truth about the spirit/intention, because its purpose is to give life in a suitable environment. Why have I reached the conclusion that the force of intention, which gives life, disposes that we have life and that we have it in increasing abundance? Because, if it were the other way around, life as we know it could not take shape. The very fact that we can breathe and experience life is proof enough to me that the nature of the life-giving spirit is creative at its very core. It can seem obvious, or conversely, confusing or even irrelevant. But one thing is clear, that you are here in your physical body, and that at the time you were an embryo, and before that a seed, and before that, amorphous energy. That amorphous energy contained the intention, which brought you from nowhere to the here and now. At the highest levels of consciousness, intention started you on the path to your destination. The face of creativity disposes you towards continuous creativity so that you believe and contribute to creating whatever you direct your force of intention on. Creative energy is part of you, it originates from the life-giving spirit that you have available to you. 2. The face of goodness. Any force whose nature is inherent in the need to create and convert energy into physical form must be kind. Also on this occasion I deduce otherwise. If at the very heart of the all-giving force of intention were to harbor the desire not to be kind, to be malevolent or harmful, creation would be impossible. The moment an unkind energy took shape, the life-giving spirit would be destroyed. But the force of intention has a kind face. It is carrying energy with the intention that what you are creating will flourish and grow, and be happy and fulfilling. Deciding to be kind is deciding to activate the force of intention in your life. Various researches have shown the positive effect of goodness on the immune system and the increase of serotonin production in the brain. Serotonin is a substance that occurs naturally in the body and that makes us feel calmer, more comfortable, and even happy. Actually, the job of most antidepressants is to stimulate the chemical production of serotonin to help relieve depression. Research has shown that a simple act of kindness to another person improves the functioning of the immune system and stimulates the production of serotonin in the recipient and in the person who performs that act of kindness. Even more surprising is that people who witness this act reap similar benefits. Imagine what it means, that lavishing, receiving, or witnessing goodness beneficially influences the health and feelings of those who participate in that act, with the smiling face of goodness and creativity. When you are not kind, you cover the face of goodness and withdraw from the force of intention. Whether you call it God, Spirit, Source, or intention, keep in mind that unkind thoughts weaken your connection and kind thoughts strengthen it. Creativity and goodness are two of the 7 faces of intention. 3. The face of love. The third of the 7 faces of intention is that of love. We have to reach the irrefutable conclusion that there is a nature that gives life inherent in the force of intention. What to call this quality that fosters, expands, and supports all of life if not love? It is the primordial driving force of the universal spirit of intention. As Ralph Waldo Emerson put it, love is the highest word and synonymous with God. The energy field of intention is pure love that flows into an invigorating and cooperative environment. Censorship, hatred, anger, fear, and prejudice do not develop in it. So if we were able to really see that field, we would see creativity and goodness in an infinite field of love. We enter the physical world of limits and beginnings through the universal force field of pure love. This face of intention that is an expression of love only wants us to grow and prosper, to become all that we are capable of becoming. When we are not in harmony with the energy of love, we move away from intention and our ability to activate it through the expression of love is weakened. For example, if you don't do what you love or love what you do, your force of intention weakens and you attract more dissatisfaction into your life, something that is not part of the face of love. Consequently, more elements that you don't love will appear in your life. Thoughts and emotions are pure energy, some higher and faster than others. When the higher energies occupy the same field as the lower ones, the latter are transformed into higher energies. A simple example would be a dark room that has lower energy than a room flooded with light. Since light moves faster than non-light, when a candle is lit in a dark room, not only does the darkness disappear and dissolve, but it seems to be transformed into light as if by magic. The same can be said of love, which is a higher and faster energy than hate. In his well-known prayer, Saint Francis implores God, "Where there is hatred, let love sow." What you are looking for is the strength to dissolve hate and turn it into the energy of love. Hate becomes love when the energy of love is in your presence. The same can be said of all of us. Hatred, directed towards yourself or others, can become the force of intention that grants and guarantees life. This is how Pierre Teilhard de Chardin put it: the conclusion is always the same, love is the most powerful energy in the world, and also the most unknown. 4. The face of beauty. The fourth face of the intention that I propose is beauty. What else could a creative, kind, and loving expression be but beautiful? Why should the organizing intelligence of the intention decide to manifest itself in a way that disgusted it? Of course, it does not. So we can conclude that the nature of intention has an eternal interplay of love and beauty, and add the expression of beauty to the face of the force of creative, kind, and loving intention. The great romantic poet John Keats concludes his Ode to a Greek urn thus: "Beauty is truth, truth beauty. It is how much you know on earth, and how much you need to know." Evidently, the truth exists in the creation of everything. It is the truth that is shown here in a certain form. It is here in a form that is an expression of the invisible creative power. That is why I agree with Keats that we have to silently know that truth and beauty are one and the same. From the truth of the creative spirit in an expression of the force of intention, truth arises as beauty. This knowledge leads to valuable ideas for exercising individual will, imagination, and intuition. To understand the importance of beauty as one of the faces of intention, one must remember the following: beautiful thoughts build a beautiful soul. By becoming receptive to seeing and feeling the beauty around you, you tune into the creative force of intention that exists within the entire natural world, in which you are included. By deciding to see beauty in everything, even a person born into poverty and ignorance will be able to experience the force of intention. By seeking beauty in the worst possible circumstances with an individual purpose, we connect with the force of intention. And works. It has to work. The face of beauty is always present, even where others do not see beauty. I was very honored to participate in a debate with Viktor Frankl in 1978, in Vienna. I clearly remember that he shared with me and with the public his idea that it is the ability to see beauty in all circumstances that gives meaning to life. In his book Man's Search for Meaning *, Trad. Cast, Herder, Barcelona, 2001, he describes the bowl of dirty water with a floating fish head that his Nazi jailers gave him in a concentration camp during World War II. He got used to seeing beauty in that food, instead of focusing on the horror it produced. He considered his ability to see beauty everywhere a vital factor in surviving in those lurid fields. It comes to remind us that if we focus on the ugly, we attract more ugliness to our thoughts, our emotions, and ultimately our lives. By choosing to hold on to our little patch of freedom even in the worst situations, we can process our world with the energy of recognition and beauty, and create the opportunity to transcend our circumstances. I love the response of Mother Teresa of Calcutta when asked about this quality: "What do you do every day on the streets of Calcutta to fulfill your mission?" She replied, "Every day I see Jesus Christ in all his harrowing disguises." 5. The face of expansion. The elemental nature of life is to continually find more expression. If we could really look at the faces of the intention, we would be stunned. I suppose one of the faces we would see would be the ever-expanding expression of the force of intention. The nature of this creative spirit works continuously in order to expand. Spirit is a formative force. It has the principle of increase, that is, life continues to expand to originate more life. Life as we know it has its origin in amorphous intention. Therefore, one of the faces of intention is that of something in eternal evolution. It may look like a tiny particle in a state of continual repetition and after enlargement, which then proceeds, always expanding and showing itself. That is precisely what happens in our physical world. This fifth face of intention takes the form of what expresses it. It cannot be otherwise, because if its force, which does not stop expanding, did not like itself or felt disconnected, it could only self-destruct. But it doesn't work like that. The force of intention manifests as an expression of expanding creativity, goodness, beauty, and love. By establishing your personal relationship with this face of intention, you expand your life through the force of intention, which was, is, and always will be an element of this creative intention. The force of intention is what allows you to expand and increase all aspects of your life, without exceptions. It is in the very nature of intention the state of continual and increased expression, and the same can apply to all of us. The only condition for this forward movement is to collaborate with Him everywhere and let that spirit express itself through you, and by all the people you meet. Then you will stop feeling anguish and worry. Trust the face of expansion and do what you do because you love what you do and do what you love. Know that these expansive and beneficial results are the only possibilities. 6. The face of unlimited abundance. The sixth face of intention is the expression of something that knows no limits, that is everywhere at the same time and is infinitely abundant. It is not just that it is huge, but that it never stops. You were created with this wonderful gift. That is why you also share it in the expression of your life. You are fulfilling the law of abundance. These gifts are freely given to you and hands full, as air, sun, water and atmosphere are provided to you in unlimited abundance. You were probably taught in childhood to think with limitations. Mine starts here/yours is there. Thus we build barriers to mark our borders. But ancient explorers made us aware that the world is potentially infinite. Even the oldest astronomers changed the idea of a huge vaulted ceiling that covered the Earth. We know the existence of galaxies whose distance is measured in light years. Scientific books published just 2 years ago are now out of date. The marks of the athletes who supposedly demonstrated the limits of our physical prowess are exceeded every 2 by 3. What this means is that there are no limits to our potential as persons, as collective entities, and as individuals. To a large extent this is because we emanate from the limitless abundance of intention. If the face of the force of intention is unlimited abundance, we know that the same is true of our potential to manifest and attract anything into our lives. The face of abundance has no limits. Imagine the immensity of the resources from which all objects are created. Then reflect on the resource that stands out above all others, your mind and the collective mind of humanity. Where does your mind begin and where does it end? What are its limits? Where is it located? And more importantly, where is it not located? Is it born with you or does it exist before you are conceived? Die with you? What color is it? Which shape has? All the answers are contained in 2 words. Unlimited abundance. You were created by that limitless abundance. The force of intention is everywhere, and it is what allows everything to manifest, increase and provide infinitely. You have to know that you are connected with that vital force and that you share it with everyone and with everything that, as you perceive, you lack. Open yourself to the expression of the face of limitless abundance and thus you will contribute to creating your life as you would like it to be. As so often happens, poets are able to express in a few words what is so difficult for us to understand. Here's what Walt Whitman tells us in I Sing to Myself. As you read this poem, substitute the face of infinite abundance for God to get an idea of what the force of intention is. I hear and contemplate God in every object, but I do not understand God. I see something of God every hour of the 24 and every moment, in short, in the faces of men and women I see God, and in my face before the mirror. I find letters from God in the street. All with the signature of God. And I leave them where they are lying. Well, I know that wherever I go, others will arrive punctually and eternally. You don't have to understand it intellectually. It is enough to know silently and continue to live with the awareness of this face of endless abundance. 7. The face of receptivity. So I imagine the 7th face, the receptive face of intention. It is simply receptive to everything. He does not reject anyone or anything. It welcomes everyone and every living being, without judging anything, without granting the force of intention to some while denying it to others. To me, the receptive face of intention means that the whole of nature is waiting for action. You just need to be willing to acknowledge and receive. The intention cannot respond to you if you cannot recognize it. If you see that chance and coincidence rule your life, the universal mind of intention will seem to you nothing but an amalgam of forces devoid of order and power. In simpler terms, being unreceptive means denying yourself access to the force of intention. To utilize the global receptivity of intention, you must produce within yourself an intelligence that is equal in affinity to the universal mind. You must not only be receptive to the guidance that is offered to you to manifest your human intentions, but be receptive to returning that energy to the world. As I have said so many times in my speeches and in my previous books, your task is not to say how but to say yes, yes, I am willing. Yes, I know that the force of intention is universal. No one is denied. The face of receptivity smiles at me, as what I need flows from the source to me, and the source is receptive to me connecting to it to help create books, speeches, videos, Adios and all the other things that I have had. Lucky to add to my resume. By being receptive, I am in harmony with the force of intention, of the universal creative force, something that works in many different ways. You will see that the right people appear as if by magic in your life, that your body heals, and, if it is something you want, you will even discover that you dance better, that you play better cards, or that you are better at sports. The field of intention allows everything to take shape, and its limitless potential is incorporated into what has been manifested even before the first pains of labor were expressed. In this chapter I have discussed my concept of the 7 faces of intention. They are creativity, goodness, love, beauty, expansion, infinite abundance, and receptivity to everything, and we can all connect with this seductive field of intention. Here are 5 tips for putting the essential messages in this chapter into practice. 5 tips for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. 1. Visualize the strength of intention. Invite your visualization of the energy field, which is the force of intention, to appear in your mind. Be receptive to what appears as you visualize your concept of this energy field. Even knowing that it is invisible, close your eyes and see the images you receive. Recite the 7 words that represent the 7 faces of intention: creativity, goodness, love, beauty, expansion, abundance, and receptivity. Memorize those 7 words and use them to harmonize with the force of intention as you visualize it. Remember that when you feel or behave in contradiction to the 7 faces of intention, you disconnect from the force of intention. Let the 7 words decorate your visualization of the force of intention, and you will notice a change in perspective as you regain connection with it. 2. Reflect. A mirror reflects without distortion or judgment. Imagine yourself as a mirror and reflect what comes into your life without value judgments or opinions. Stay independent of everyone who comes into your life, not demanding that they stay, leave, or appear at will. Give up judging yourself and others for being too fat, too tall, too rich, too much whatever. If the force of intention accepts you and reflects you without judgment or compromise, try to be the same with what appears in your life. Be like a mirror. 3. Expect the beauty. This suggestion assumes that you await the coming into your life of goodness and love along with beauty by loving deeply yourself and your surroundings, and showing reverence for the whole of life. There is always something beautiful that you can experience, wherever you are. Look around you right now and choose beauty as the center, something that is completely different from the attention you normally pay to so many ways of feeling hurt, angry, or offended. Waiting for beauty helps you perceive the force of intention in your life. 4. Meditate on valuation. Appreciate the energy you share with all living things now and in the future, and even those that have existed before you. Feel the surge of that life force that allows you to think, sleep, move, digest, and even meditate. The force of intention responds to the esteem you show it. The life force that exists in your body is key to what you want. When estimating your life force as a representation of the force of intention, a wave of decision and knowing runs through you. The wisdom of your soul as it responds to your meditation on esteem takes over and knows what steps to take. 5. Dispel the doubt. When doubt is dispelled, abundance blooms and anything is possible. We all tend to use our thoughts to create the world we choose. If you doubt your ability to create the life you propose, you reject the force of intention. Even when nothing seems to indicate that you are achieving what you want in your life, refuse to harbor doubts. Remember that the trolley strap of intention is waiting for you to float and let yourself go. In Shakespeare's words, doubts are treacherous and make us lose the good that we could obtain for fear of trying. And Ramana Maharshi observes the following: doubts arise due to lack of surrender. It could very well happen that you decide to doubt what others are telling you or what you experience with your senses, but you must dispel doubts when it comes to knowing that there is a universal force of intention that projected you and brought you here. Do not doubt that you were created from an energy field that you always have access to. In the next chapter I will discuss some methods, which may seem a bit unusual, to perfect the connecting link between the person and that fascinating field of energy that we call intention. 3. Connect to intention. The law of floating was not discovered by contemplating the sinking of things, but the floating of things that do it naturally and intelligently, investigating why it happens this way. Thomas Troward. Let's examine this observation by Thomas Troward, a famous psychiatrist of the early 20th century. In the early days of shipbuilding, ships were made of wood, on the grounds that wood floats on water and iron sinks. Today, all the ships in the world are made of iron. As the law of flotation was studied, it was discovered that anything can float as long as it is lighter than the mass of liquid it displaces. And today we can make iron float by the same law that makes it sink. Keep this example in mind as you read and apply the content of this chapter on connecting to how much you were willing to go. The key word is contemplation, that is, where you place your thoughts when you begin to use the enormous potential and force of intention. You have to be able to connect to the intention, and you cannot access the intention and work with it if what you envision is the impossibility of having a purpose and manifesting yourself. You cannot discover the law of contribution to creation if you contemplate what is not present. You cannot discover the force of awakening if you are contemplating what is still asleep. The secret of manifesting anything you want is your willingness and ability to realign yourself so that your inner world harmonizes with the force of intention. Every advance of this modern world that you see, which seems ordinary to you, was created, and it is precisely what we do in this book, create, by someone who was contemplating what they intended to manifest. The way to establish a relationship with spirit and to access this creative principle is to contemplate that you are surrounded by the conditions that you wish to produce. I advise you to enhance this idea by underlining the previous sentence in the book that you have in your hands and in your mind. Reflect on the idea of an infinite, supreme force that produces the results you desire. This force is the creative force of the universe, responsible for everything beginning to define itself. By trusting it to provide the form and conditions for its manifestation, you establish a relationship with intention that allows you to stay connected for as long as you practice this kind of personal purpose. The Wright brothers did not look at things still on the ground. Alexander Graham Bell did not contemplate the non-communication of things, as Thomas Edison did not contemplate the darkness of things. For an idea to emerge in your reality, you have to be willing to somersault to reach the inconceivable and land on your feet, contemplating what you want rather than what you don't have. Then your desires will start to float, not sink. The law of manifestation is like the law of floating, and you should see it as working for you rather than not working. This is achieved by establishing a strong connecting link between the field of energy, invisible and formless, the force of intention, and you. Get into the spirit of intention. Whatever you set out to create in your life is to generate the same life-giving quality thanks to which everything exists. If the spirit that is in everything, the quality that allows you to reach the world of form, is applicable as a general principle, why not activate it within yourself? The force of intention is simply waiting for you to be able to make the connection. We have already said that intention is not a material substance with physical qualities that can be quantified. Let's take an example, that of painters. Their creations are not simply a function of the quality of the paint, brushes, canvases, or any other combinations of materials they use. To understand the creation of a masterpiece, one must take into account the thoughts and feelings of the painter. We have to know the movement of the creative mind of the painter, enter it, to understand the creative process. The painter creates something out of nothing. Without the thoughts and feelings of the painter, art would not exist. It is your creative mind in contemplation that is linked with the intention to give rise to what we call artistic creation. This is how the force of intention acted to create you, someone new, unique, someone out of nowhere. Reproducing this in yourself means meeting the creative impulse and knowing that the force of intention is coming in contact to make what you feel come true, and that it is expressing itself as you. What you feel is a function of how you think, what you contemplate, and how your inner speech is formulated. If you could get into the feeling of the force of intention, you would notice that it continually increases and that it trusts itself because it is such an infallible formative force that it never fails. The forward movement of the spirit is a given. The force of intention craves fuller expressions of life, just as the painter's feelings are revealed in a fuller expression of his ideas and thoughts. Feelings are the keys to your destiny and your potential, seeking the full expression of life through you. How to enter into the spirit of intention, of the feelings that express life. You can feed it with the continual expectation of the infallible spiritual law that increase is part of your life. We have seen it in the imaginary capacity to see higher vibrations, and we have heard it with the voice that spiritual teachers have lent it over the centuries. It is everywhere, and it wants to express life. It is pure love in action. He's confident, and you know what? Well, you are that spirit, but you have forgotten. You simply have to rely on your ability to quietly trust the spirit to express itself through and for you. Your task is to contemplate the energies of life, love, beauty, and kindness. Every action that is in harmony with this creative principle of intention gives expression to your own force of intention, your will and your imagination. There is no doubt about the existence of free will. You are a being with a mind capable of choosing, of making decisions. Throughout your life you are in a state where you continually have to choose. It is not a question of opposing free will to predetermined destiny, but of observing very carefully how you have decided to base yourself on your ability to dispose of yourself in order to achieve what you want. Intent is not discussed in this book in the sense of feeling strong desire and supporting it with unwavering resolve. Having great willpower and being willing to do anything to achieve personal goals means asking the ego to be the guiding force in your life. I will do this, I will never do foolish things, I will not give up. They are admirable personality traits, but they will not reconnect you with intention. Your willpower is much less effective than your imagination, which is the link with the force of intention. Imagination is the movement of the universal mind within you. Your imagination creates the inner picture that allows you to participate in the act of creation. It is the invisible link that connects you with the manifestation of your destiny. Try to imagine that you insist on doing something that your imagination does not want you to do. Your will is that part of the ego that believes that you are separate from others, separate from what you would like to achieve or have, or separate from God. Also believe that you are your acquisitions, your achievements, and your honors. That ego will wants you to continually obtain proof of your importance. He does not stop pushing you to show your superiority and to acquire things that you are willing to achieve based on excessive dedication and determination. On the other hand, your imagination is the concept of the spirit that exists within you, it is your inner God. Let's read William Blake's description of imagination. Blake believed that with imagination we have the power to be whatever we want to be. I do not rest from my great task. Open the eternal worlds. Open the immortal eyes of man towards the worlds of thought, to eternity, the expansion that does not cease in the bosom of God, the human imagination. Jerusalem. I'm going to go back to the idea that you insist on doing something when your imagination tells you not to do it. An example occurs to me, that of walking on burning coals. You can look at those coals and insist on stepping over them, and if you just depend on your willpower you will end up with severe burns and blisters. But if you imagine that you have divine protection, or in Blake's words, that you are in the bosom of God, and with your imagination you can see yourself capable of being something beyond your body, you can walk on coals without being harmed. Imagining that the heat of the red coals does not affect you, you begin to feel like something beyond your body. You visualize yourself stronger than fire. Your inner image of purity and protection allows you to insist on walking on coals. It is your imagination that allows you to be safe. Without it, you would burn. I remember imagining that I was able to run my first marathon. It was not my will that made me run endlessly for 3.5 hours, but my imagination. I tuned into the race and allowed my body to reach its limits by my will. Without that image, not all the will in the world would have been enough to have successfully crowned my efforts. And the same goes for everything. Striving to be happy, rich, famous. Number 1, the bestseller or the person with the most money in your community are ideas born of the ego and its self-absorption. In the name of that force of will, people take anyone who gets in their way, and steal, cheat, and betray in order to carry out their personal intention. But those habits only lead to disaster. You may achieve the physical goal of your individual purpose, but your imagination, that inner place where you do all your life, will not let you feel calm. I have imposed this force of imagination on my will to produce all my works. For example, I look like I've already finished this book. Thinking from the end makes me act as if everything I want to create is already here. My creed is the following: imagine that I am and will be, an image that always accompanies me. I don't finish a book out of a strong will to do so. That would mean believing that it is me, the body named Wayne Dyer, who is doing all this, while my imagination has no physical limitations, nor is it named Wayne Dyer. My imagination is the of such a stick, such a splinter of my intention. He provides me with what I need, allows me to sit here to write, guides my hand and pen, and fills in all the blanks. I, Wayne Dyer, am not making this book come true with my will. The image I have of him is so clear and precise that it manifests itself without further ado. In ancient times, a divine being named Hermes Trismegistus wrote the following: "What is manifest. What has been or will be, is not manifest, nor is it dead, since the soul, the eternal activity of God, animates everything." They are meaningful words to ponder as you think about reconnecting to intention and gaining the strength to create whatever you have in your imagination. You, your body and your ego have no intention, they do not create, they do not give life to anything. Put your ego aside. Of course, you must have a purpose in life and great determination, but free yourself from the illusion that it is you who is going to manifest the desires of your heart through willpower. I want you to focus on your imagination as you read this book and to consider all the goals and activities that you have set for yourself as functions of your imagination, which will guide, encourage, and even push you in the direction that the intention was intended for you while still you were in an unmanifest state. What you are looking for is a correspondence between the vibrations of your imagination and the source of all creation. Your imagination grants you the extraordinary luxury of thinking from the end. There is no way to stop who can think from the end. You create the means and overcome the limitations related to your desires. With your imagination, reflect on the end, fully trusting that it is here in the material world and that you can use the elements of the all-creating source to make it tangible. As the source of all things acts with gentleness and with its seductive 7 faces, you will be able to use this method and this method alone to contribute to the creation of all that you were intended to be. Be indifferent to doubts and the call of your will. Rest assured that by continually relying on your imagination, your assumptions will materialize. Reconnecting with intention involves expressing the 7 faces that the all-creating source uses to manifest the unmanifest. If the imagination works for God, it certainly works for you too. God imagines everything and makes it come true through imagination. This is also your new strategy. Applying the 7 faces to connection with intent. After having dedicated most of my life to human development, the question I am most frequently asked is this: what do I have to do to get what I want? At this point in my life, sitting here writing this book, the answer is, if you become what you think and what you think is to get what you want, you will continue in a state of lack. So the answer to what to do to get what you want is to rephrase the question: what do I have to do to get what I intend to create? The answer to this question appears in the following pages of this chapter, but now I can give a short answer: you achieve what you intend to create by being in harmony with the force of intention, responsible for all creation. Ignore yourself with the intention and you will contribute to creating what you contemplate. When you become one with intention, you transcend the ego-oriented mind and become the universal mind that creates everything. Says John Randolph Price in A Spiritual Philosophy for the New World, until you transcend the ego, you can only contribute to the madness of the world. You should rejoice with these words rather than despair, because it takes a weight off your mind. Begin to remove the weight of the ego and reconnect with the intention. When you renounce the ego and return to what you originally emanated from, you will immediately begin to see that the force of intention works with you, and for and through mediation of you, in multiple ways. We are going to review the 7 phases to help them become part of your life. 1. Be creative. Being creative means trusting your purpose and having an attitude of firm determination in your daily activities and thoughts. Staying creative means shaping your personal intentions. One way to start shaping them is to put them in writing, literally. For example, in the room I write in here on Maui, I have written down my intentions, and here are a few that I have in front of me every day as I work. My intention is that all my activities are directed by the Spirit. My intention is to love and radiate my love towards what I write and towards anyone who reads these words. My intention is to trust what happens through me and to be a vehicle of the Spirit, without judging anything. My intention is to recognize Spirit as my source and distance myself from my ego. My intention is to do what I can to elevate the collective consciousness in order to maintain a closer relationship with the Spirit of the Supreme Force of Intention. To express your creativity and bring your intentions to the world of the manifest, I recommend that you practice japa, a technique that appears in the ancient Vedas. Japa meditation consists of repeating the sound of God's names while concentrating on what you have intention to manifest. Repeating the sound of God's name while searching for what you want generates creative energy to manifest your desires. And your desires are the movement of the universal mind within you. Perhaps the feasibility of such a task will not convince you. As well, I ask you to open up to the idea of japa as an expression of your creative link with intention. I am not going to describe the method in depth because I have written a booklet that is accompanied by a CD entitled Getting in the Gap, Making Conscious Contact with God Through Meditation, Entering the Void. Establish conscious contact with God through meditation. For now, it is enough to know that I consider meditation and japa practice essential to readjust yourself to the force of intention. That force is creation, and you must be in your own state of creativity to collaborate with it. Meditation and japa are surefire ways to achieve this. 2. Be kind. One of the fundamental attributes of the Supreme Creative Force is goodness. Everything that manifests arrives here to grow. It must be a kind force that wants what it creates to grow and multiply. Otherwise, everything created would be destroyed by the same force that created it. To reconnect to the intention, you have to be on the same wave of goodness as the intention itself. Make an effort to live with goodness and joy. It is an energy much higher than sadness or evil and makes possible the manifestation of your desires. We receive when we give, and through acts of kindness towards others our immune system is strengthened and even serotonin levels increase. Low energy thoughts that weaken us fall into the category of shame, anger, hatred, censure, and fear. Each of these thoughts weakens us and prevents us from attracting what we want into our life. If we become what we think, and what we think is that the world is wrong and how angry, ashamed, and fearful we feel, logically we will act with those unpleasant thoughts and we will become what we think. When you think, feel, and act kindly, you have the opportunity to be like the force of intention. When you think and act otherwise, you leave the field of intention and feel deceived by the all-creative spirit of intention. Kindness to yourself. Think of yourself in the following terms: there is a universal intelligence that subsists in nature, inherent in each and every one of its manifestations. You are one of those manifestations. You are a part of that universal intelligence, a piece of God, so to speak. Be good to God, because everything created by God is good. Be good to yourself, you are God manifest, reason enough to treat yourself with kindness. Remember that you want to be kind to yourself in all the decisions you make in your daily life. Treat yourself with kindness when you eat, when you exercise, when you play, work, love, and everything in between. Treating yourself with kindness will accelerate your ability to connect to intention. Kindness to others. A basic principle to function and be happy, in addition to getting the help of others to achieve what you want to attract, is that people want to help you and do things for you. When you are kind to others, you receive kindness in return. An unkind boss gets little cooperation from his employees. Not being kind to children encourages them to do the same instead of helping you out. The kindness that is given is that which is received. If you want to connect to intention and fulfill all the goals of your life, you are going to need the help of a lot of people. By practicing extending kindness everywhere, you will find support that will show itself in ways you did not anticipate. This idea of extensible kindness takes on special importance when dealing with helpless people, the elderly, the mentally challenged, the poor, the disabled, and so on. These people are part of God's perfection. They too have a divine purpose, and since we are all connected to each other by the Spirit, their purpose and intention are also connected to you. Here is a short story that will touch your heart. It implies that those who are incapable of caring for themselves may have come here to teach us something about the perfection of intention. Read it and understand that these kinds of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors allow you to connect with the intention in a correspondence of His goodness with yours. In Brooklyn, New York, there is a school, CHUSH, that cares for children with learning disabilities. Some children stay at CHUSH throughout the entire school stage, while others may go on to conventional schools. At a dinner to raise money for the school, the father of one of the children gave a speech that the attendees will never forget. After praising the schoolgirl and his dedicated teachers, he exclaimed, "Where is the perfection in my son, Shea? God does everything perfectly, but my son cannot understand things like other children. My son cannot remember facts and numbers like everyone else. Where is the perfection of God?" The audience was astonished, saddened by the father's anguish and speechless at the heartbreaking question. I believe that when God brings a child like this into the world, the perfection He seeks is in the way people react to the child, the father answered. Then he told the following story about his son Shea. One afternoon, Shea and her father were passing by a park where some boys Shea knew were playing baseball. The boy asked, "Do you think they'll let me play?" The father knew that Shea had no aptitude for the sport, and that most of the boys weren't going to want him on their team, but he also understood that if his son was admitted to the game he would feel accepted. He approached one of the guys on the field and asked if he could play Shea. The boy looked at everyone, seeking support from his companions. Since no one paid any attention to him, he decided on his own and said, "We are losing by 6 runs, and the game is in the 8th inning. I guess he can come with our team, and we'll try to get him to hit in the 9th inning." Shea's father was ecstatic when he saw Shea's beaming smile. The boy was told to put on a glove and go play midfielder. At the end of the 8th inning, Shea's team scored several runs but still trailed by 3. In the second of the 9th, Shea's team scored again, and with 2 out, the bases loaded and the potentially winning run on base, Shea had to go out and play. Would the team let Shea hit in such a situation and lose the chance of winning the game? Surprise, Shea got the bat. Everyone knew it was practically impossible, because he didn't even know how to hold the bat properly, let alone hit. However, Shea went to the batter's base and the pitcher took a few steps to throw the ball gently so Shea could at least touch it. The first pitch came, Shea swung the bat awkwardly and missed. One of his teammates came up to him and the two of them held the bat for the next pitch. The caster stepped forward again to fire smoothly. As the ball arrived, Shea and his teammate swung the bat and together they returned a slow ball to the pitcher. The kid picked up the shot and could easily have thrown the ball to the first baseman. Shea would have been left out and the game would have ended. But the pitcher caught the ball and shot it in a high arc, well out of reach of the first baseman. They all began to shout, "Run to the first try, Shea! Run to the first!" Shea had never done such a thing in her entire life. He scampered down the serve line wide-eyed, scared. When he got to first base, the right winger had the ball. He could have thrown it at the second baseman, who would have caught Shea, who was still running. But the right winger understood the pitcher's intentions and threw high over the third base player's head. They all shouted, run to the second. Shea headed for second as the runners ahead of him spun wildly toward the finish line. When Shea reached second, the opposing Parador ran toward him toward third base and yelled, "Run to third." As Shea circled the third, the guys from both teams yelled, "Run to the goal base." Shea entered the home base, and the 18 boys carried him on their shoulders, a true hero, as if he were a true sweeper who had made his team win. That day the 18 boys reached the level of God's perfection, concluded the father as tears ran down his cheeks. If your heart does not shrink and a tear does not escape when reading this story, it is unlikely that you will come to know the magic of reconnecting with the goodness of the Supreme Source, origin of everything. Kindness to the whole of life. In the ancient teachings of Patanjali we are reminded that all living beings feel tremendously affected by those who remain undaunted by the lack of reflection on the damage that influences the external. Practice kindness with all animals, small and large, with the kingdom of life on earth, like forests, deserts, beaches, and how much the pulse of the essence of life has within it. You cannot reconnect with your source and know the force of intention in your life without the help of the environment. You are connected to that environment. Without the force of gravity you cannot walk. Without water you cannot live a single day. Without the forests, the sky, the atmosphere, the vegetation, the minerals, everything, your desire to manifest and achieve the intention is absurd. Spread thoughts of kindness everywhere. Exercise kindness towards the earth by collecting that waste that you find on the street, or saying a silent prayer of gratitude for the existence of rain, the color of flowers, or even the paper you have in your hand, donated by a tree. The universe responds in accordance with what you decide to radiate. If you say in your heart with a kind voice, "How can I serve you?" the universe will answer, "How can I serve you?" It is attractive energy. It is the spirit of collaboration with the whole of life that arises from the essence of intention. And you must learn to equalize yourself with the spirit of goodness if you want to reconnect with intention. My daughter Summer has written about how much small acts of kindness mean based on her own experience. I was about to leave the freeway one rainy afternoon when I approached the toll booth rummaging in my bag. The employee smiled at me and said, "The car that has passed before you has paid its toll." I replied that I was going alone and gave him the money. He said, "Yes, the driver asked me to tell the next person to come by that I wished them a brighter day." That little act of kindness certainly made for a brighter day. I was deeply moved by someone I would never meet. I started thinking about how to make someone else's day. I called my best friend and told her about the toll. He told me that it had never occurred to him to do such a thing, but that it seemed like a great idea. She studies at the University of Kentucky and decided to pay the toll of the person who was behind her every morning when leaving the freeway. I laughed at his sincerity. "You might think I'm joking, but like you said, it's only 50 cents, he said. Hanging up, I wondered if the man who had paid my toll had considered that his kindness would come to Kentucky. My roommate for the next 2 weeks. Behind me was a lady with a very unruly little boy and the car with half as many things as me. I said, "You go first, you don't have as many things as I do." The woman looked at me like I was Martian or something. He replied, "Many thanks. I haven't seen many people around here who are nice to others. We have moved here and we are thinking of going back to Virginia because we are considering if it is the most suitable place to raise our 3 children. Later he told me that he was about to leave everything and go back to his village, although it would have been a terrible financial burden on his family. She said, "I had promised myself that if I didn't see any signs at the end of the day, I was going to insist that we go back to Virginia. You are my signal." He thanked me again and smiled as he left the store. I was shocked to realize that one small gesture had affected an entire family. While she was charging me, the cashier said, "Daughter, do you know something? That you have made my day." I walked out smiling, wondering how many people my kind action would affect. The other day I was buying a sandwich and coffee for breakfast and I thought maybe my co-workers would like some donuts. The 4 boys I work with live in a small apartment in front of the stables. No one has a car, but they do have a motorcycle for everyone. I told them that the sweets were for them. His expression of gratitude made up for me enormously. I haven't been working there long, and I think those 12 donuts have helped to break the ice a bit. My little act of kindness turned into something huge over the course of the week. We began to be more attentive to each other and to work as a team. 3. Be love. Reflect on these words: God is love, and he who dwells in love dwells in me, and I in him. So speaks God, so to speak. Always keep in mind the central theme of this chapter and, indeed, of the entire book, that you must learn to be like the energy that allowed you to be in the first place. It is absolutely necessary that you reach a state of love to reconnect with the intention. You were born from the intention of love, and you must love if you want to have intention. Many books have been written about love, and there are still as many definitions of this word as there are people who define it. For the purposes of this chapter, I would like you to think of love as follows. Love is collaboration, not competition. What I would like you to be able to experience physically, here on planet Earth, is the essence of the spiritual plane. If possible, it would mean that your life itself is a manifestation of love. If you could, you would see all life forms in harmony and collaboration. You would notice that the force of intention that originates all life collaborates with all other forms of life to ensure growth and survival. You would realize that we all share the same life force and the same invisible intelligence that makes your heart beat and mine, the heart of all beings on the planet. Love is the force behind God's will. I am not referring to the kind of love that we define as affection or sentimentality, nor to a feeling that is inclined to please and grant favors to others. Imagine a kind of love that is the force of intention, the very energy that is the cause of all creation. It is the spiritual vibration that takes divine intentions from amorphous expression to concrete. Create new forms, change matter, vivify all things, and hold the cosmos together beyond time and space. It is in each one of us. It is what God is. I recommend that you pour your love into your immediate surroundings and dedicate yourself to it hour after hour, if possible. Eliminate all unloving thoughts and exercise kindness with all your thoughts, words, and actions. Cultivate this love in your closest circle, that of family and friends, and ultimately it will spread to your community and the entire world. Deliberately extend this love to those you think have hurt you or caused you suffering. The more you extend that love, the closer you will come to being love, and in the being of love intention is reached and manifestation blossoms. 4. Be beauty. In the words of Emily Dickinson, beauty has no cause. It is. As you awaken to your divine nature, you will begin to appreciate beauty in everything you see, touch and experience. Beauty and truth are synonymous, as we saw earlier in Ode to a Greek Urn by John Keats. Beauty is truth, the truth, beauty. Of course, this means that the creative spirit brings things into the world of limitations to develop, grow, and multiply, and it would not do so if it weren't in love with the beauty of all manifest beings, like you. Therefore, to return to conscious contact with your source in order to regain its strength, you have to seek and experience beauty in all your tasks. Life, truth, beauty, they are symbols of the same, an aspect of divine force. When you stop being aware of that, you lose the possibility of connecting to the intention. You came to this world thanks to what you perceived as an expression of beauty. He would not have done it if he had considered you differently, because if he has the power to create, he also has the power not to do so. The decision to do so is based on the assumption that you are an expression of loving beauty, something applicable to everyone and everything that emanates from the force of intention. Below I reproduce a story that I love and that illustrates how beauty is appreciated if you did not do it before. It is recounted by Swami Chidvilasananda, better known as Guru Mai, in his beautiful book Rindle My Heart. There was a man who did not like his wife's family because it seemed to him that they took up more space than they should in the house. He went to see a teacher who lived nearby, because he had heard a lot about him, and he said, Please do something. I can't stand my wife's family anymore. I want my wife, but her family. I can't. They take up so much room in the house that it gives me the impression that they are everywhere. The teacher asked him, "Do you have chickens?" "Yes," replied the man. "Well, put all the chickens in the house." The man did as the teacher had advised him and saw him again. "Has the problem been resolved?" The man said, "No, it's even worse." "Do you have sheep?" "Yes." "Well, put all the sheep in the house." The man did what the teacher had ordered him to do, who the next time he returned asked him, "What? Everything solved?" "No. Worse. You have a dog?" "Yes, several." "Put them all in the house." The man returned to the teacher's house and said, "I've come to ask for your help and my life is worse than ever." The teacher said, "Get the dogs, chickens, and sheep out again." The man returned home and took out all the animals. "What a lot of space." He looked back at the teacher and said, "Thank you, thank you. You have solved all my problems." 5. Be expansive. The next time you see a garden full of flowers, look at the ones that are alive and compare them to the ones you think are dead. What is the difference? The dried, dead flowers no longer grow, while the live ones continue to grow. The universal force from which everything emerges, which was intended to give you being and which creates life, continually grows and expands, like the 7 faces of intention. By reason of its universality, it must have a common nature with yours. As you find yourself in a state of continual expansion and growing intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually, you identify with the universal mind. By remaining willing not to feel attached to what you thought or were before, thinking from the end and maintaining an open attitude to receive divine guidance, you abide by the law of growth and are receptive to the force of intention. 6. Be generous. The intention is infinitely abundant. In the invisible and universal world of the spirit there is no scarcity. The cosmos knows no limits. How could there be limits in the universe? What would be the end? A wall? How thick a wall? And what is on the other side? As you contemplate the connection to intention, know deep in your heart that any attitude that reflects low awareness will hold you back. I think it is convenient to remember one thing, that you must match the attributes of intention with yours in order to harness those forces in your life. In abundance consists the kingdom of God. Imagine that God thought, "Today I cannot produce more oxygen. I'm too tired, this universe is big enough already. It seems to me that I am going to erect that wall and put an end to this expansion." Impossible. You arose from a consciousness that was and still is unlimited. So what prevents you from reuniting yourself mentally with that limitless awareness and holding on to those images, regardless of what happens before you? What hinders you is the conditioning that you have been subjected to your whole life, which you can change today, in the next few minutes if you wish. When you adopt a different way of thinking, of abundance, you repeat over and over again that you are unlimited because you have emanated from the inexhaustible supply of intention. As that image solidifies, you will begin to act with strong purpose. There is no other possibility. We become what we think, and as Emerson reminds us, the forerunner of every act is a thought. As you make these thoughts of fullness and superabundance your own, the all-creative force to which you are always connected will begin to work with you, in harmony with your thoughts, just as it worked in harmony with your thoughts of scarcity. If you think that you cannot manifest abundance in your life, you will see that the intention matches you and that it helps you meet your less ambitious expectations. It seems to me that I have come to this world fully connected to the abundance attributes of the spiritual world from which I have emanated. As a child, when I lived in foster homes, aware of the poverty that surrounded me, I was the richest boy in the orphanage, so to speak. I always thought I could have a little money in my pocket. I imagined it there and acted accordingly with that image. She collected soda bottles, shook snow, brought packages home, mowed lawns, removed ashes from house boilers, cleaned gardens, painted gates, babysat, delivered newspapers, and always the universal force of the abundance worked with me to provide opportunities. A snowfall was a real blessing for me, and I can say the same about the bottles that were thrown on the sidewalk, and the old women who needed help to carry the groceries to their cars. Today, more than 50 years later, I still have that abundance mentality. Not even in my worst economic times have I stopped having several small jobs. I made a lot of money when I was a teacher taking a non-teaching driver education course. I started giving lectures in Port Washington, New York, on Monday nights, for about 30 people, with the idea of rounding up my teaching salary at St. John's University, and the audience for those Monday sessions ended in more than 1,000 people in the auditorium of the Institute. A teacher recorded the talks, and with those tapes I began the draft of the first book I published, with the title Your Erroneous Zones. Among those in attendance was the wife of a New York literary agent who encouraged him to contact me to write a book. That man, Arthur Pinn, became a kind of father to me and helped me find the key people in the New York publishing world. This story of limitless thought has run its course. I saw from the end that the book would be an instrument for the entire country, and I went to all the great cities of the United States to speak to the people. The universal spirit has always collaborated with me to bring to life my thoughts of limitless abundance. The right people appeared as if by magic. The opportunity he had been waiting for was presenting itself, the help he needed was manifested, as if out of nowhere. And, in a sense, today I'm still picking up soda bottles, shoveling snow, and taking the bags to the old ladies. My vision has not changed, although the playing field has widened. It is about having an inner image of abundance, thinking in an unlimited way, opening yourself to the orientation that the intention provides when you are in a communication relationship with it, and later in a state of static gratitude and respect for the operation of all this. Every time I see a coin on the street, I stop, pick it up, put it in my pocket and say out loud, "Thank you, God, for this symbol of abundance that flows continuously into my life." Not once have I asked, "Why just a penny, God? You know I need a lot more." Today I woke up at 4 in the morning knowing that with writing I will complete what I have already envisioned in my imagination. The writing flows, letters arrive, in the abundance that the intention manifests, that impels me to read a specific book or to speak with a specific person, and I know that everything works with a perfect, abundant unity. The phone rings and my ears ring precisely what I need to hear. I get up to drink a glass of water and my gaze falls on a book that has been in my library for 20 years, but this time I am forced to pick it up. I open it, and once again I let myself be guided by the Spirit, always ready to help me as long as I stay in harmony with Him. It is something that does not stop, and it reminds me of the poetic words of Jalaluddin Rumi, written 800 years ago, "Sell your intelligence and acquire bewilderment." 7. Be receptive. The universal mind is ready to respond to anyone who recognizes your true relationship to it. It will reproduce any conception of itself that you instill in it. In other words, she is receptive to whatever is in harmony with her and maintains a respectful relationship with her. It is about your receptivity to the force of intention. Stay connected and rest assured that you will receive how much this force is capable of offering. If you take it as something other than the universal mind, it is impossible, but the ego firmly believes it anyway, you will remain disconnected for all eternity. The universal mind has a peaceful character, it is not receptive to violence and works at its own pace, letting everything emanate little by little. She is not in a hurry, because she is oblivious to time. It is always in the eternal now. Try to get on all fours and accelerate the growth of a tiny tomato plant. The universal spirit works calmly, and if you try to accelerate the new life into full bloom you will destroy the process. Being responsive means letting your boss control your life. I accept the guidance and help of the force that created me, I let go of the ego and rely on this wisdom to move at its smooth pace. I do not demand anything. This is how you create the all-creative field of intention, and this is how you must think to reconnect with your source. You do meditation because it allows you to receive the inner knowledge of establishing conscious contact with God. By being calm, receptive and silent, you model yourself in the image and likeness of God and recover the power of your source. That's what this chapter, and actually this whole book is about, connecting to the essence of the Creator Spirit, emulating the attributes of the creative force of intention, and manifesting in your life whatever you desire and that agrees with the universal mind, that is, creativity, goodness, love, beauty, expansion, abundance and peaceful receptivity. A beautiful woman born in India in 1923 named Sri Mataji Nirmala Devi came to earth in a state of full realization and lived in the ashram of Mahatma Gandhi, who often consulted her on spiritual matters. He has dedicated his life to working for peace and discovered a simple method for everyone to achieve self-realization. He teaches Sahaja Yoga and has never charged money for his classes. Give importance to the following points, which constitute a perfect summary of this chapter on the connection with intention. You cannot know the meaning of your life until you have connected to the power that created you. You are not this body, you are not this mind, you are the spirit, that is the greatest truth. You have to know your spirit, for without knowing your spirit you cannot know the truth. Meditation is the only way to grow. There is no other way out, because when you meditate, you are in silence, you are in consciousness without reflection. It is then that the growth of consciousness takes place. Connect to the force that created you, be sure that you are that force, intimately commune with that force and meditate for that growth of consciousness to occur. Certainly a great summary of a fully realized human being, no more no less. 5 suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. 1. To make your wishes come true, adjust them to your inner speech. Keep everything you talk inside focused on good information and good results. Your inner speech reflects your imagination, and your imagination is the link to spirit. If your inner speech conflicts with your desires, your inner voice will win, so if you match the desires with the inner speech, those desires will eventually come true. 2. Think from the end. That is, internalize the feeling of the wish fulfilled and maintain that vision regardless of the obstacles that arise. You will end up acting according to this thinking from the end, and the spirit of creation will collaborate with you. 3. To reach a state of impeccability you must have a firm purpose. Thus you will equalize yourself with the firm purpose of the universal and all creative mind. For example, if I set out to write a book, I keep a continuous mental image of the finished book, and I refuse to let that intention go away. Nothing can prevent that intention from coming true. Some people say that I have great discipline, but I know it works differently. My firm purpose will allow me nothing but to express it to the end. I feel pushed, elbowed, propelled, and almost mystically drawn to where I write. All my thoughts, during sleep and wakefulness, are focused on this image, and I don't stop feeling respect for how everything is given to me. 4. Copy the 7 faces of the intention onto cards measuring 3 by 4 inches. Laminate them and put them in crucial places, where you have to look every day. They will serve as reminders to keep you in brotherhood with the Creator Spirit. You need a camaraderie relationship with intention. The 7 reminders, strategically placed in your life and work environment, will do it. 5. Always keep in mind the thought of God's abundance. If another thought occurs to you, substitute it for God's abundance. Remember day after day that the universe cannot be mean, it cannot have deficiencies. It contains nothing but abundance, or as St. Paul puts it, perfectly, God is capable of lavishing his blessings in abundance. Repeat these ideas of abundance until they radiate from you as your inner truth. This concludes the steps to connect to intention, but, before taking that somersault into the inconceivable, I suggest that you examine each and every one of the self-imposed obstacles that must be faced and eradicated in order to start living and breathing. From the beginning, this force of intention that was placed in your heart even before the heart was formed. As William Penn put it, Those who are not ruled by God will be dominated by tyrants. As you continue reading this book, remember that these tyrants are often the self-imposed controls of your lower self. 4. Obstacles to connecting to intention. Does the firm conviction that such a thing is so make it so? He replied, all poets believe it, and in times of imagination this firm conviction moved mountains. But there are many who are incapable of a firm conviction in something. William Blake, The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. This passage forms the basis for this chapter on overcoming obstacles to the limitless force of intention. Blake tells us that poets have an inexhaustible imagination and consequently an unlimited capacity to make anything come true. It also reminds us that many are incapable of such a conviction. In the previous chapter, I offered tips for making positive connections with intention. I have arranged the chapters this way on purpose, so that you know what you are capable of before examining the barriers that you have erected that keep you from the bliss of your intention. When I was previously a counselor and therapist, I encouraged my clients to first reflect on what they wanted to manifest in their life and to hold onto that thought with their imagination. Until this solidified, he did not make them examine and consider the obstacles. In many cases, clients were unaware of the impediments, even if they were self-imposed. Learning to identify how you create your own obstacles is tremendously enlightening if you are willing to explore this area of your life. You can discover the obstacles that prevent you from having a firm conviction in something. I dedicate this chapter to the 3 areas that can be obstacles to your connection with the force of intention and that you have not recognized. You have to examine your inner speech, your energy level and your vanity. These categories can create almost insurmountable impediments to connecting with intention when they do not correspond. By considering them one by one, you will have the opportunity to become aware of these impediments and explore ways to overcome them. There is a television program that has been broadcast in the United States for decades called The Matching Game. The object of the contest is to match your thoughts and potential responses with those of someone on your team, usually your partner or a family member. A question or statement is presented to one of the partners, along with several possible answers. The more matches there are, in competition with 2 other pairs, the more points are obtained. Whoever has the most matches wins. I would like to participate in this contest with you, reader. According to my version, I ask you to correspond with the universal spirit of intention. As we review the 3 categories of obstacles that prevent you from connecting to intention, I will describe the areas that do not correspond and offer suggestions for creating that correspondence. Remember that your ability to activate the force of intention in your life depends on your correspondence with the creative source of all life. Correspond to that source and you will get the reward of being like the source, and the strength of intention. If you do not achieve the correspondence, the force of intention will escape you. Your inner speech, does it correspond or not? We can go back to the Old Testament to find a reminder of our inner dialogue. For example, as a man thinks, so it will be. We tend to apply this idea of becoming what we think to positive thoughts, that is, think positively and you will get positive results. But thought also creates obstacles that produce negative results. Here are 4 ways of thinking that can prevent you from trying to connect with the universal, creative spirit of intent. 1. Think about what you lack in life. To correspond with the intention, first of all you have to surprise yourself at the moment in which you are thinking about what you lack, and then move to the intention. It is not about what seems to me that I am lacking in life, but about what I have the firm intention of attracting into my life and that it manifests itself in it, without doubts, without verbiage, without explanations. I offer several suggestions to help you break the habit of focusing your thoughts on what you lack. Play a version of the quiz and match up with the omni-creative force. No correspondence, I don't have enough money. Correspondence, I intend to attract unlimited abundance into my life. Non-correspondence, my partner is a curmudgeon and a bore. Correspondence, I intend to focus my thoughts on what I like about my partner. No correspondence, I am not as attractive as I would like to be. Correspondence, I am perfect in God's eyes, a divine manifestation of the creation process. Non-correspondence, I don't have enough vitality and energy. Correspondence, I am part of the ebb and flow of the limitless source of all life. This is not a game of empty affirmations. It is a way of corresponding with the force of intention and of recognizing that what you think expands. If you spend all your time thinking about what you lack, that is what expands in your life. Listen to your inner dialogue and establish a correspondence of your thoughts with what you want and intend to create. 2. Think about the circumstances of your life. If you don't like some circumstances in your life, don't think about them at any time. In this game of correspondence, it may seem like a paradox, because you want to correspond with the spirit of creation. You must train your imagination, which is the universal mind that works through you, to go from what you don't want to what you want. All that mental energy that you dedicate to complaining, to anyone willing to listen to you, about what it is, like a magnet attracts more than what it is into your life. You and only you can overcome that impediment because you have put it in the way of intention. Change your inner speech to what you try to be the new circumstances of your life. Exercise in thinking from the end by participating in the correspondence contest and adjusting yourself to the field of intention. Here are some examples of non-correspondence and correspondence in self-talk about the circumstances of your life. Non-correspondence, I hate the house we live in. It makes my hair stand on end. Correspondence, I mentally see our new house, and I intend to live in it in 6 months. Non-correspondence, when I look at myself in the mirror, I am horrified at being short-sighted and fat. Correspondence, I am going to place this drawing of how I intend to appear in the mirror. Non-correspondence, I dislike the work I do and the fact that they do not value me. Correspondence, I will follow my inner intuitive urges to create the job of my dreams. Non-correspondence, I hate being sick so often and catching a cold all the time. Correspondence, I am divine health. I intend to act healthy and attract the force that strengthens my immune system in every possible way. You must learn to take responsibility for the circumstances of your life without any guilt. The circumstances of your life are not as they are because of a karmic debt or because you are receiving punishment. The circumstances of your life, including health, are yours. They have been revealed in your life, and you have to assume that you have participated in the whole thing. Your internal speech is solely and exclusively your creation, responsible for attracting more circumstances that you do not want. Connect with intention, use your inner speech to stay focused on what you are trying to create, and you will see how you regain the power of your source. 3. Think about what has always been. When your inner speech is focused on how things have always been, you act accordingly with your thoughts about what has always been, and the universal and all-encompassing force continues to dispense what has always been. Why? Because your imagination is part of what your imagination brought you into existence. It is the force of creation, and you are using it against yourself with your subsequent speech. Imagine that the Absolute Spirit thinks in the following way: I cannot create more life because things have not worked for me in the past. There have been so many mistakes in the past that I can't stop thinking about them. How much creation do you think there could be if Spirit thought like this? How are you going to connect with the force of intention if your thoughts, which are responsible for your intention, focus on everything that has happened before that you hate? The answer is obvious, as is the solution. Shift gears and observe yourself when you are focusing on what has always been, and transfer your inner speech to what you intend to manifest. In this contest you will get points if you are in the Absolute Spirit team. No correspondence, I have always been poor. In my childhood everything was needs. Correspondence, I intend to attract wealth and prosperity with unlimited abundance. Non-correspondence, we have always fought in our relationship. Correspondence, I am going to do my best to be peaceful and not allow anyone to sink me. No correspondence, my children have never shown me respect. Correspondence, I intend to teach my children to respect the whole of life, and I will treat them in the same way. Non-correspondence, I can't help feeling this way. It is my character, and I have always been that way. Correspondence, I am a divine creation, capable of thinking like my Creator. I intend to replace feelings of helplessness with love and kindness. It's my Desi Sion. The points of the correspondence reflect a communication relationship with the creative spirit. Those of non-correspondence represent the interferences that you have invented to avoid corresponding with the intention. Any thought that makes you go back is an impediment to you expressing your desires. Higher functioning people understand that if you don't have a story, you don't have to live by it. Get rid of any parts of your story that keep you focused on what has always been. 4. Think about what they want for you. You probably have a long list of people, mostly family members, with ingrained ideas about what you should do, what you should think and what religion to have, where you should live, how to plan your life and how much time you should spend with them, especially in special occasions and on holidays. Thank goodness that our definition of friendship excludes the manipulation and guilt that we so often have to endure with the family. With self-pitying expectations and manipulations, rest assured that such behavior will continue to flow into your life. If your thoughts are focused on what others expect of you, even if you despise those expectations, you will continue to act on what they want and expect for you and attract them. Removing the obstacle means deciding to change your inner speech towards what you propose to create and attract in your life. You must do it with an unwavering purpose and a commitment not to lend your mental energy to what others think about how you have to live your life. At first it may seem like a daunting task, but you will appreciate the change when you make it. Get in the habit of stopping when a thought strikes you about what others want from you and asking yourself, do these expectations match mine? If not, just laugh at how absurd it is to worry or feel frustrated by other people's expectations of your own life. It is a form of correspondence and of making yourself impervious to criticism from others, while putting an end to the insidious habit of attracting into your life what you do not want. But the trade-off is that, as these critics realize that their judgments and criticisms are useless, they will quit. And you will win twice, when you stop thinking about what others want or expect of you and focus on how you want to live your life. Here are some examples to win the game. Non-correspondence, I am fed up with my family. They do not understand me, and have never understood me. Correspondence, I love my family. They don't see things the way I do, but I don't expect them to. I am totally focused on my intentions, and I give them love. No correspondence, I no longer know what to do to please everyone. Correspondence, I have a purpose and I do what I committed myself to do in this life. No correspondence, I feel so undervalued by the people I work for that sometimes I feel like crying. Correspondence, I do what I do because it is my goal and my destiny. No correspondence, no matter how much I do or say, I can't seem to win. Correspondence, I do what my heart tells me to do, with love, goodness and beauty. Your energy level, is there a match or not? A scientist will say that energy is measured by the speed and size of the wave that is created. Wave size is measured from low to high, and from slow to fast. Anything else we attribute to the conditions we see in our world is a judgment imposed on those oscillating frequencies. Having said that, I would like to make my own point, that high energy is better than low energy. Why? Because this book is written by a man who identifies with healing, love, goodness, health, abundance, beauty, compassion and other similar terms, and these terms are associated with the highest and fastest energies. The effect of the higher and faster frequencies on the lower and slower frequencies can be measured, and in this sense you can tremendously influence the eradication of the energetic factors in your life that hinder your connection to intention. The goal of moving up the frequency scale is to shift the vibratory level of your energy to higher and faster frequencies, where the energy level corresponds to the higher frequencies, the energy of the all-creative spirit of intent. As Albert Einstein said, nothing happens until something moves. Everything in this universe is a movement of energy. The higher and faster energy dissolves and transforms the lower and slower. With this in mind, I would like you to consider yourself and your thoughts in the context of an energy organism. Yes, you are an energy system, not just an organism made up of bones, fluids and cells, but a multitude of energy organisms that surround an internal energy organism made up of thoughts, feelings, and emotions. And that organism of energy that you constitute can be measured and calibrated. Every thought of yours can be energetically calibrated, along with the impact it has on your body and your environment. The higher your energy, the more capable you are of canceling and transforming the lower energies, which weaken you, and cause a positive impact on everyone in your immediate and even distant surroundings. The goal of this chapter is to make you aware of your own energy level and the actual frequencies of thought that you use in everyday life. You can become proficient in raising your energy level and permanently erasing energy expressions that weaken or impede your connection to intention. Ultimately, your goal is to achieve a perfect correspondence with the highest of energies. Next we will see a simple explanation of the 5 energy levels with which you work, going from the lowest and slowest frequencies to the highest and fastest. 1. The material world. The solid state is energy decelerated to the point of being roughly proportional to your perception of the world of limitations. How much we see and touch is energy decelerated so that it looks like fused mass. Our eyes and our fingers recognize it. There we have the physical world. 2. The world of sound. We rarely perceive sound waves with our eyes, but they can be felt. Those invisible waves are also high or low and fast or slow. It is at this sound level of energy that we connect with the higher frequencies of spirit by practicing japa meditation or repeating the sound of God, as I explain extensively in Getting in the Gap. 3. The world of light. Light moves faster than the material world and sound. However, there are no real particles that make up a substance called light. What we see as red is a certain vibrant frequency that the eye perceives, and what it perceives as violet is an even faster and higher frequency. When light is brought into darkness, darkness becomes light. The consequences are staggering. When faced with high energy, low energy undergoes an automatic transformation. The world of thought. Thoughts are extraordinarily high-frequency pulsations that move faster than sound and even light. You can measure the frequency of thoughts and calculate the impact they have on our body and our environment. The same rules are applicable in this case. Higher frequencies cancel out lower frequencies, the faster energies transform the slower ones. Dr. David Hawkins, a colleague I admire tremendously, has written a book, frequently cited by me, entitled Power vs. Force, Power versus Force. In this exceptional book Hawkins explains in detail the low frequencies of thought and the accompanying emotions, and how they can be influenced and transformed by subjecting them to higher and faster frequencies. I highly recommend reading this book, and will explain some of its findings in the chapter dedicated to raising energy levels. Every thought can be calculated to determine whether it strengthens or weakens the ability to reconnect with the highest and fastest energy in the universe. 5. The world of the spirit. In it is the maximum energy. These frequencies have a speed so supersonic fast that the presence of disorder, disharmony, restlessness, and even disease is impossible. These measurable energies consist of the 7 phases of intention discussed in this book. They are the energies of creation. When you reproduce them in yourself, you reproduce the same creative quality of life that existence gave you. They are the qualities of creativity, goodness, love, beauty, expansion, peaceful abundance, and receptivity, the highest energies of the universal spirit. You exist thanks to this energy, and you can correspond with it energetically by eliminating the pulsations low energy of your thoughts and feelings. Consider the words of Max Planck when he received the Nobel Prize in Physics for his studies on the atom. As a man who has devoted his entire life to the most lucid science, the study of matter, I can tell you the following about the results of my research on atoms: that matter as such does not exist. All matter originates and exists solely by virtue of a force that makes the particles of an atom vibrate and holds together that tiny solar system of the atom. We have to assume the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind behind this force, which is the matrix of all matter. With that mind, I want you to reciprocate. Raise your energy level. Every thought of yours has an energy that will make you stronger or weaker. Obviously, it is a good idea to eliminate the thoughts that weaken you, as they are obstacles to creating a winning correspondence with the supreme universal source of intention. Take a moment to reflect on the meaning of Anthony de Mello's observation in 1 Minute Wisdom. Minute. Why is everyone here so happy except me? Because they have learned to see goodness and beauty everywhere, replied the master. Why don't I see goodness and beauty everywhere? Because you can't see outside yourself what you can't see inside yourself. What you may not be able to see inside is a consequence of how you decide to process everything and everyone in your world. You project onto the world what you see inside, and you cannot project onto the world what you don't see inside. If you knew that you are an expression of the universal spirit of intention, that is what you would see. You would raise your energy level to connect to the force of intention without the possibility of obstacles arising. It is the discordance that acts on your own feelings that will deprive you of the good that awaits you in life. If you understand this simple observation, you will subject the interference to intention. There is a vibratory action that affects your thoughts, your feelings, and your body. I ask that you raise those frequencies so that they rise high enough to allow you to connect to the force of intention. It may seem like an oversimplification, but I hope you try to raise your energy level as a method of removing the obstacles that prevent you from experiencing the perfection of which you are a part. You cannot remedy anything by condemning it, you will only increase the destructive energy that is already permeating the atmosphere of your life. When you react to the lower energies, you run into your own lower energies, you set up a situation that attracts more lower energy. For example, if someone acts hateful to you and you respond by hating him because he hates you, you are participating in a lower energy field and affecting everyone who enters that field. If you get angry with those around you because they get angry, you try to remedy the situation by condemning it. Don't use the same debilitating energies as those around you. Others cannot bring you down if you function with the highest energies. Why? Because the higher and faster energies cancel out and transform the lower and slower ones, not the other way around. If you feel that the lower energies of those around you are knocking you down, it is because you join them in their energy levels. Perhaps your firm purpose is to be slim and healthy. You know that the universal and all creative spirit did not give you the existence at that microscopic point of human cellular tissue to be sick, obese, or ugly, but to create love, be kind, and express beauty. This is what the force of intention ordained you to be. You have to understand one thing, that you cannot attract attractiveness into your life by detesting anything that you have allowed to become. Why? Because hatred creates a counterforce of hatred that nullifies your efforts. This is how Hawkins describes it in Power vs. Force. Simple kindness to oneself and to every living being is the most powerful force for transformation. It does not produce adverse reactions or has disadvantages, and it never leads to loss or despair. Increase the true power of the person without demanding anything in return. But, to achieve maximum power, that kindness admits no exceptions, nor can it be exercised with the expectation of a selfish reward. And its effects are as extensive as they are subtle. Note that goodness is one of the 7 faces of intention. And he adds, what is harmful loses its capacity to do harm when it is brought to light, and we attract towards ourselves what we emanate. The lesson is clear as to removing lower energy obstacles. We must rise to the energy levels where we are the light we seek, where we are the happiness we seek, where we are the love that seems to be lacking, where we are the limitless abundance we crave. By being so, we draw him to ourselves. By condemning his absence, we guarantee that condemnation and discord continue to flow into our lives. If you experience scarcity, anguish, depression, a lack of love, or an inability to attract what you want, Seriously reflect on how you have attracted those circumstances into your life. Low energy is an attractive pattern. It appears because you have asked for it, even if it is on an unconscious level. It is still yours. However, if you deliberately raise your energy level with the awareness of your immediate surroundings, you will move rapidly towards intention and remove all obstacles that you have imposed on yourself. The impairments are on your low energy spectrum. MLNIPROGRAM to raise your vibrations. Energy. Here is a short list of suggestions for raising the energy field to a higher and faster vibration, something that will help you achieve a dual goal, to remove barriers and allow the force of intention to work with you and through you. Become aware of your thoughts. Each and every one of your thoughts affects you. If in the middle of a debilitating thought you change to another that strengthens you, you raise your energy vibration and you strengthen yourself and your immediate energy field. For instance, one day when I was saying something to one of my teenage daughters to make her feel ashamed of her behavior, I shut up and remembered that conviction is no remedy. What I added served to spread love and understanding, asking him how he felt about his self-defeating behavior and what he would like to do to correct it. The change raised the energy level and led to a productive conversation. It took a second for me to become aware of my low energy thinking and the decision to elevate it to where my daughter and I connect with the force of intention. We all have the ability to invoke this presence and the force of intention to act when we become aware of our thoughts. Practice meditation regularly. Even if it's only a few moments each day while you wait at a stoplight, this habit is vital. Take some time to be silent and repeat the sound of God as an internal mantra. Meditation allows you to consciously contact your source and regain the force of intention by helping you cultivate a receptivity that corresponds to the force of creation. Be aware of the food you eat. There are low and high energy foods. Foods that have been applied toxic chemicals will make you weak even if you don't know that they contain toxins. Artificial substances, like sweeteners, are produced with low energy. High alkaline foods, such as fruits, vegetables, nuts, soybeans, unleavened bread, and virgin olive oil are generally considered high energy and muscle-building foods, while high acid content, such as flour-based cereals, meats, dairy products, and sugars are in the category of lower energies, which weaken. It is not an absolute truth, applicable to everyone, but you can see how you feel after consuming certain foods, and, if you feel weak, lethargic, and tired, you can be sure that you have consented to become a low-energy organism, which will attract lower energy into your life. Refrain from low-energy substances. In the first chapter I explain how I learned that, to achieve the level of consciousness that I longed for and was destined to achieve, sobriety was an essential element. Alcohol, and practically all artificial drugs, legal or not, lower the body's energy level and weaken it. In addition, they put you in the position of continuing to draw more disabling energy into your life. By the simple fact of consuming low-energy substances, you will see that every 2 by 3 people with low energy begin to appear in your life. They will want to invite you to take those substances, have fun with you when you get high, and will encourage you to repeat when your body recovers from the ravages produced by those low-energy substances. Become aware of the energy level of the music you are listening to. Discordant, hammering, repetitive, and loud musical vibrations lower your energy level and weaken you and your ability to make conscious contact with intention. The same happens with the lyrics of songs that reflect hatred, anguish, fear, and violence, because they are low energies that send debilitating messages to your subconscious and permeate your life with similar energies. If you want to attract violence, listen to songs with violent lyrics, and that music will become part of your life. If you want to attract peace and love, listen to musical vibes and song lyrics that reflect your desires. Become aware of the energy levels in your home environment. Prayers, paintings, crystals, statues, spiritual phrases, books, magazines, the colors of the walls of your house and even the arrangement of furniture create an energy to which you are led at least during the half the time you spend awake. While it may seem stupid, I beg you to transcend your conditioned thinking and open your mind to everything. The ancient Chinese art of Feng Shui has been known for thousands of years and is a gift from our ancestors. It describes different ways to increase the energy field of our house and our workplace. You must become aware of how a high-energy environment affects the strengthening of our life and the elimination of barriers to connect us to the intention. Reduces contact with very low-energy cable and commercial television networks. In the United States, children watch 12,000 mock murders on their home television before their 14th birthday. The television news is determined to bring the bad and the ugly into your home, and to a large extent, they forget the good. It is a constant stream of negativity that invades the living space and attracts as much to your life. Violence is the main ingredient of the programs, and in between they offer you advertisements sponsored by the big pharmaceutical companies that try to convince you that happiness can be found in their pills. Viewers are told that they need all kinds of low-energy medicines to overcome any physical and mental illness known to mankind. I have come to the conclusion that most television programs provide a continuous low-energy stream. It is one of the reasons why I have decided to dedicate much of my time and efforts to supporting non-commercial public television and helping to replace the messages of negativity, hopelessness, violence, rudeness, and lack of respect for the highest principles that are consistent with the principle of intention. Expand your energy field with photographs. Maybe you have a hard time believing that photography is a form of energy reproduction and that all photography contains energy. Check it out by strategically placing photographs taken in moments of happiness, love, and receptivity to spiritual help at home, at your workplace, in your car, or even on your clothes or in your wallet. Put photographs of nature, animals, expressions of joy and love in your environment, and the energy will radiate into your heart and give you its high frequency. Become aware of the energy levels of your friends, acquaintances, your people. You can raise your energy levels by being in the energy field of other people with a resonance close to spiritual awareness. Stay close to people who are empowering, who draw your sense of connection to intention, who see your greatness, who feel connected to God, and who lead lives that testify that the Spirit rejoices in them. Remember that higher energy overrides and transforms lower energy, and strives to be in the presence of and interact with high-energy people, connected with Spirit, leading the life for which they were intended. Stay in the energy field of the highest energy people and hatred, anger, fear, and depression will disappear and magically transform into the highest expressions of intention. Control your activities and where they take place. Avoid low energy fields where there is too much alcohol, drug use, or violent behavior, as well as gatherings focused on religious, ethnic, or prejudice exclusions. These acts will influence you not to raise your energy and also to correspond with the lower energy, the debilitating one. Immerse yourself in nature, appreciate its beauty, go camping, hiking, swimming, enjoy nature. Attend conferences on spirituality, yoga classes, give or receive massages, go to monasteries or meditation centers and help others, visiting the elderly in geriatric centers or sick children in hospitals. Every activity has its energy field. Choose the places where the energy fields reflect the 7 faces of intention. Lavish acts of kindness without asking for anything in return. Give financial aid anonymously to the underprivileged, and do it out of kindness, without even expecting to be thanked. Activate your obsession with splendor by learning to be kind while completely letting go of your ego, which is waiting to be told how wonderful you are. It is a fundamental activity to connect with intention, because the universal and all creative spirit returns acts of kindness with the following question: how can I serve you? Pick up something that you find thrown on the street, put it in a garbage container and do not tell anyone about it. Even more, spend several hours cleaning and picking up waste that you have not thrown away. Any act of kindness that is extended towards yourself, towards others, or towards your environment will correspond to you with the kindness inherent in the universal force of intention. It is energetic and causes this kind of energy to flow back into your life. Ruth MacDonald's poignant story "The Valentine" illustrates the way I suggest giving. The child symbolizes the obsession with splendor that I just mentioned. He was a very shy boy who did not like the other first graders very well. As Valentine's Day approached, her mother was delighted that one afternoon she asked her to write the names of all the children in her class to give each one a gift. She slowly recalled the names out loud as her mother made a note on a sheet of paper. The boy was terribly worried that he might forget one. Armed with a notebook of Valentine's cut-out cards, scissors, crayons, and glue, he set to work painstakingly, following the list. Each time she finished a card, her mother would print the name on a piece of paper and watch the child laboriously copy it. The child's satisfaction increased by the same amount as the pile of cards. Then the mother began to worry, wondering if the other children would also give her Valentine's cards. Her son came home so quickly every afternoon to get on with his homework that it seemed likely that the other children playing outside would forget about him. How awful it would be if your son came to the party with 37 gifts as a token of affection and no one remembered him. He wondered if there was some way to fit some cards he was preparing to make sure he got at least a few, but the boy watched his treasure with such zeal and counted them over and over again with such care that there was no way to sneak any through. She adopted the most normal role of a mother, that of the waiting patient. Valentine's Day finally arrived, and she watched her son trudge down the snow-covered street, a box of heart-shaped cookies in one hand and a bag held tightly in the other with the 37 gifts, which he had so laboriously prepared. "Oh my God, please give her at least a few," she begged. She spent the whole morning entertaining, doing things with her hands, but her heart was in school. At 3:30 she sat down to knit, in the chair that, as if unintentionally, gave her a complete view of the street. At last the boy appeared, alone. His mother's soul fell to her feet. He walked up the street, turning his back from time to take a few steps out of the wind. The woman forced her eyes to see his face. From afar it was a mere pinkish stain. It was not until the boy entered the path that he saw it, a solitary card that he clutched with the little red mitten. Just one. With all the work that had been taken. And probably from the teacher. The knitting was blurred before her eyes. I wish she could come between her son and life. He left his work and went to meet him at the door. "How red you come. Come on, I'm going to take off your scarf. Were the cookies good?" The boy looked at her with a face beaming with happiness and satisfaction. "You don't know something," he said, "I haven't forgotten any of them. Not a single one." Be specific when declaring your intentions to raise your energy level and create your desires. Put your resolutions in strategic places where you can see and read them throughout the day. For example, I intend to attract the job I want into my life. I intend to be able to acquire that particular car that I envision myself driving before the 30th of next month. I intend to dedicate 2 hours of my time this week to the most disadvantaged. I intend to heal myself from this persistent fatigue. When you declare your intentions in writing, they have their own energy and guide you to raise the level of yours. I do it. A lady named Lynn Hall, who lives in Toronto, sent me a beautiful plaque that I read every day. In his letter he said, "Here is a gift, written just for you with the intention of expressing my deepest appreciation for the blessing that your presence in my life has brought. I am sure that the sentiment is universal and speaks for all the souls on the planet who have experienced the same good fortune. May the light and love you give off forever be reflected on you in joyous abundance, Dr. Dyer." The plate, which is beautiful, tell him the following. The Spirit has found his voice in you. In vibrant truths and joyous splendor. The Spirit has found the revelation through you. By reflective and resonant ways. The Spirit has found joy through you, in infinite spaces of endless magnitude for those who have awakened to the grace of your gifts. The Spirit has found wings and light. I read these words every day to remember the connection with the Spirit, and I let these words flow from my heart to yours, to make my intentions come true and to help you with all my strength to do the same. Think forgiving thoughts as often as possible. In muscle strength tests, when you have thoughts of revenge, you weaken yourself, while a thought of forgiveness keeps you strong. Revenge, anger, and hatred are extraordinarily low energies that prevent you from corresponding with the attributes of the universal force. A single thought of forgiveness towards someone who may have made you angry, without your taking any action, will elevate you to the spirit level and will help you with your individual intentions. You have two possibilities: either serve the spirit with your mind or use that mind to divorce yourself from the spirit. Married to the 7 faces of spiritual intention, you connect with that force. Divorced, vanity and ego take over the situation. This is the last obstacle to connecting to intention. Your vanity. In The Inner Fire, Carlos Castañeda hears the following words from his sorcerer master: vanity is man's worst enemy. What weakens him is feeling offended by the good and bad actions of others. Vanity requires spending most of your life feeling offended by something or someone. It is one of the greatest impediments to connecting to intention, which could easily produce a non-correspondence. Your vanity is fundamentally what makes you feel special, therefore, we are going to see what this concept of being special consists of. It is essential that you have a great concept of yourself and that you feel unique. You find the problem when you misidentify your true personality and identify with your body, your achievements, and your possessions. Then you consider people who have achieved less to be inferior, and your vain superiority makes you feel continually offended, in one way or another. This misidentification is the cause of most of your problems, and most of humanity's problems. Feeling special leads to vanity. Many years after his initiation into witchcraft, Castañeda writes about the futility of vanity. The more I thought about it, and the more I talked to and observed my peers, them and myself, the more I became convinced that something was disabling us for any activity, interaction, or thought that did not have the self as its center. With the self as the center, you hold the illusion that you are your body, an entity totally separate from others. This sense of being separate leads you to compete with others rather than collaborate with them. Ultimately, there is a lack of correspondence with the spirit, which becomes a tremendous obstacle for you to connect to the force of intention. To renounce vanity, you have to become aware of how entrenched it is in your life. The ego is simply an idea of who you are that you carry. As such, it cannot be removed by egectomy surgery. This idea of who you are will continually weaken any possibility of connection to intention. 7 steps to overcoming ego dominance. Here are 7 tips to help you transcend those ingrained ideas of vanity. All of them are intended to prevent you from identifying yourself in a false key with ego and vanity. 1. Don't be offended. The behavior of others is not a reason to remain immobilized. What offends you only serves to weaken. If you are looking for occasions to feel offended, you will find them every 2 by 3. It's your ego in full swing, convincing you that the world shouldn't be the way it is. But you can become a taster of life and correspond with the universal spirit of creation. You cannot reach the force of intention by feeling offended. Of course, act to eradicate the horrors of the world, which emanate from mass identification with the ego, but live in peace. As A Course in Miracles reminds us, peace is from God. Those of you who are part of God are not at ease except in His peace. Feeling offended creates the same destructive energy that offended you, that leads to attack, counterattack, and war. 2. Free yourself from the urge to win. The ego loves to divide us in winners and losers. Striving to win is a surefire way to avoid conscious contact with intention. Why? Because, ultimately, it is impossible to win all the time. There will always be someone faster, younger, stronger, smarter and luckier than you, and you will always feel insignificant and worthless again. You are not your victories. You may like competition and have fun in a world where winning is everything, but you don't have to be there with your thoughts. There are no losers in a world where we all share the same source of energy. The most you can say is that on a given day you performed at a certain level compared to other people's level that same day. But today is another day, and you have to take into account other competitors and other circumstances. You remain the infinite presence in a body that is one day a decade older. Forget about the need to win by not accepting that the opposite of winning is losing. That's the ego's fear. If your body does not perform to win that day, it simply does not matter, if you do not identify exclusively with your ego. Take on the role of an observer, watch and enjoy it all without needing to win a trophy. Live in peace, correspond with the energy of intention, and ironically, even if you hardly notice it, more victories will emerge in your life as you stop chasing after them. 3. Free yourself from the need to be right. The ego is a source of conflict and dissension because it pushes you to make others make mistakes. When you are hostile, you have disconnected from the force of intention. The creative spirit is kind, loving, and receptive, free from anger, resentment, and bitterness. Forgetting about the need to always be right in discussions and relationships is like saying to the ego, I am not your slave. I want to embrace goodness and reject your need to be right. Even more, I am going to offer this person a chance to feel better by telling them they are right and thanking them for leading me to the truth. When you forget the need to be right, you can strengthen the connection with the force of intention, but keep in mind that the ego is a very determined fighter. I have seen people willing to die rather than stop being right. I have seen wonderful relationships end because of the need of certain people to always be right. I propose that you forget about this ego-driven need by stopping in the middle of an argument to ask yourself, what do I want? To be happy or to be right? When you choose the happy, loving, and spiritual mode, your connection to intention is strengthened. Ultimately, these moments expand your new connection to the force of intention. The universal source will begin to collaborate with you in creating the life that the intention wants you to lead. 4. Free yourself from the need to be superior. True nobility has nothing to do with being better than others. It's about being better than you were before. Focus on your growth, constantly aware that there is no one better than anyone on this planet. We all emanate from the same life force. We all have a mission to fulfill the essence for which we are destined, and we have everything we need to fulfill that destiny. None of this is possible when you consider yourself superior to others. This saying is no less true because we are all equal in the eyes of God. Forget about the need to feel superior when seeing God revealing Himself in everyone. Don't value others based on their looks, accomplishments, possessions, and other ego-imposed standards. When you project feelings of superiority, that's what they come back to you, and it leads to resentment and ultimately feelings of hostility. These feelings become the vehicle that takes you away from intention. A Course in Miracles talks about that need to be special and superior. Special feeling always sets comparisons. It is produced by a lack that is seen in the other and that keeps looking for and not losing sight of the deficiencies that they can perceive. 5. Free yourself from the need to have more. The mantra of ego is more. No matter how much you achieve or acquire, your ego will insist that it is not enough. You will find yourself struggling continuously and you will eliminate the possibility of reaching the goal, but in reality you have already reached it, and it is up to you to decide how to use the present moment of your life. Ironically, when you stop needing more, it seems like you get more of what you want. Since you are detached from that need, it is easier for you to pass it on to others, because you realize how little you need to feel satisfied and at peace. Universal Source is self-satisfied, continually expanding and creating new life, never trying to hold onto its creations for its selfish resources. Create and undo. When you detach yourself from the ego's need to have more, you unify with the source. You create, you attract what you want to yourself and you detach yourself, without demanding that anything else be presented to you. If you value everything that arises, you learn the great lesson that Saint Francis of Assisi gave us, it is to give when we receive. By allowing abundance to flow to and through you, you correspond with Source and ensure that that energy continues to flow. 6. Free yourself from the need to identify with your achievements. It can be a difficult concept if you think that you and your achievements are the same. God writes all the music, God sings all the songs, God builds all the buildings. God is the source of all your achievements. And I already hear the protests of your ego, but stay tuned to this idea. Everything emanates from the source. You and your source are one and the same. You are not that body and its achievements. You are the observer. Look at everything and be grateful for the abilities that have been granted to you, the motivation to achieve things and the things that you have accumulated, but give all the credit to the force of the intention that gave you existence and of which you are a part materialized. The less you need to take credit for your achievements, the more connected you will be to the 7 faces of intention, the freer you will be to achieve things, which will come to you more frequently. When you become attached to those achievements and believe that you are achieving it by yourself, it is when you abandon the peace and gratitude of your source. 7. Free yourself from your fame. The fame you have is not located in you, but in the minds of others and, therefore, you do not exercise any control over it. If you talk to 30 people, you have 30 different fames. Connecting to intention means listening to the dictates of your heart and acting based on what your inner voice tells you is your goal here. If you worry too much about how others will perceive you, you have disconnected yourself from intention and allowed the opinions of others to guide you. This is how the ego works. It is an illusion that stands between you and the force of intention. There is nothing you cannot do, unless you disconnect from the force and convince yourself that your goal is to show others your superiority and authority and dedicate your energy to trying to gain extraordinary fame among the egos of others. Do what you do according to the guidance of your inner voice, always connected to and grateful to your source. Maintain your purpose, detach yourself from the results, and accept responsibility for what resides in you, your character. Let others discuss your fame, it has nothing to do with you. Or as the title of a book says, what you think of me is none of my business. This is the last of the 3 great obstacles to connecting to intention, your thoughts, your energy, and your vanity. Here are 5 suggestions to overcome those obstacles and stay permanently connected with the force of intention. 5 tips for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. 1. Control your self-talk. See what part of your inner dialogue focuses on what you lack, negative circumstances, the past, and the opinions of others. The more knowledge you have of your inner dialogue, the sooner you will be able to change in the middle of habitual inner development, and go from what I lack bothers me to what I intend to attract what I want and stop thinking about what I do not like. This new inner dialogue will become the link that connects you to the intention. 2. Brighten moments of doubt and depression. Observe the moments that are not part of your highest nature. Reject thoughts that strengthen your inability to reciprocate with intention. Good advice: stay true to the light. Recently a friend and teacher of mine found out that I had a problem and wrote to me, "Wayne, remember that the sun shines behind the clouds. Stay true to the light that is always there." 3. Be aware of low energy. Remember that everything, including your thoughts, has an energetic frequency that can be calibrated to determine whether it will strengthen or weaken you. When you see that you have low energy thoughts or that you are immersed in a low, debilitating energy, decide to bring a higher vibration to that weakening situation. 4. Talk to your ego and tell it that it has no control over you today. In my children's room here on Maui I have framed the following observation, which they see every morning. Although they laugh at her and make jokes, they get the fundamental message and say it out loud when anyone, including me, gets upset during the day. Good morning. I am God. Today I'm going to take care of all your problems. Since I don't need your help, have a wonderful day. 5. Consider obstacles and opportunities to put your firm purpose into practice. You know what firm means. I intend to stay connected to my source and gain the power of my source. This means being at peace, distancing yourself from the circumstances and seeing yourself as the observer, not the victim. Then return everything to your source and know that you will receive as much guidance and help as you need. You have just thoroughly examined the three great obstacles to connecting to the force of intention and the suggestions for removing them. In the next chapter I explain how we influence those around us when we raise the energy level to the highest spiritual frequencies and live day by day connected to intention. When you are connected with the force of intention, you and the energy that you radiate affects everywhere you go and every person you see. When you transform yourself into the force of intention, you will see that your dreams are fulfilled almost as if by magic and that you create huge ripples in the energy field of others with your simple presence. 5. The impact on others by being connected with intention. One of the most beautiful compensations in life is that no one can sincerely try to help another without helping himself. Serve and you will be served. Ralph Waldo Emerson. As you become more attuned to the faces of intention, you will discover that you influence others in new ways. The character of this impact is profoundly important in your search for how to use the force of intention. You will begin to see in others what you feel inside. This new way of seeing will allow people in your presence to feel comforted and calm and to be indirect and loving accomplices of your connection with intention. As you will read next, the poet Hafiz assures that he does not want anything, even if the person is a slobbering filth and a potential victim. The only thing that he perceives is his divine worth, the same thing that you will see in others when you connect with the force of intention. The jeweler. If a desperate and candid man wears a precious stone to the only jeweler in town, with the intention of selling it, the jeweler's eyes will start a game. Like almost all eyes that in the world they look at you, the jeweler's face will be calm. You do not want to reveal the true value of the stone, but rather hold the man in fear and greed while calculating the transaction. But a single moment with me, my friend, will show you that Hafiz wants nothing, nothing from you. When you are before a teacher like me, even though you are a slobbering filth, my eyes flutter with enthusiasm when I see your divine worth. You get what you want for others. When you examine the attributes of universal intention as you commit yourself to being those attributes, you begin to understand the importance of what you wish for to others. If you wish them peace, you will receive it. If you want them to be loved, you will be the object of love. If you only see beauty and worth in others, you will receive as much. You will detach from what you have in your heart and you will attract what you detach from. It is a very important thing. The impact you have on others, whether they are strangers, family members, co-workers, or neighbors, is proof of the strength of your connection to the force of intention. Think about your relationships, whether they are sacred or profane. Sacred relationships facilitate the force of intention at a high energy level for everyone involved, while profane relationships keep it at the lower and slower levels. You will know your potential for greatness when you begin to see perfection in all relationships. When you recognize the sacred in others, you will begin to treat them as divine expressions of the force of intention and you will not want anything from them. The irony is that they become collaborators of creation by manifesting all your desires. Do not want or demand anything from them, have no expectations for them, and they will return that goodness to you. Demand them, endeavor that they please you, consider them inferior, servants, and you will receive the same. It is your duty to have a clear awareness of what you really want for others and to know if you maintain a sacred or profane relationship with all the people you treat. The sacred relationship. One truth that I have come to recognize during my developmental years is that it is impossible to know your own perfection if you are not able to see and honor that same perfection in others. The ability to see yourself as a temporary expression of intention and to see yourself in all of humanity is a characteristic of the sacred relationship. It is the ability to celebrate and honor what exists in everyone else, the place where we are all one. In a profane relationship you consider yourself separate from others, you have the feeling that they are fundamentally useful for satisfying the ego's desires, and that people are there to help you achieve what is lacking in your life. In any kind of relationship, this attitude of detachment and potential manipulation creates a barrier between you and the force of intention. The signs of profane relationships are very clear: people are defensive, fearful, hostile, and do not want your company. By changing your thought patterns to raise your energetic vibrations and reduce the demands of the ego, you will begin to develop a reverent or sacred relationship with others. Then each person is perceived as a whole. When you can accept the differences in others and find them interesting or pleasant, you are weakening your identity with the ego. The sacred relationship is a way to correspond with the universal creation force and to feel joyful and at peace. Any relationship, or even an encounter, from the sacred perspective involves meeting with a loved aspect of ourselves and discovering a stimulating connection with the force of intention. I recently asked a busy clerk behind the seafood counter in a supermarket if he knew where to find smoked salmon. I found myself connected to him despite the irritation his behavior manifested. A man next to me heard what I was asking and saw the distress reflected on the clerk's face. That stranger smiled at me and went to another section of the supermarket. He came back with a packet of smoked salmon and gave it to me. It brought me what I was looking for. Coincidence? I do not believe it. When I feel connected to others and radiate the energy of sacred relationship, people react kindly and go to great lengths to help me with my purposes. Another example of the same. One day I was transferred from one airline to another due to a mechanical problem that resulted in the cancellation of the flight. At the first company, which is in my hometown, the employees know me and go out of their way to help me. I have practiced a sacred relationship with everyone who works at the counter, in baggage check, on the plane, and so on. That day they sent me to the other end of the airport with 7 boxes of books and tapes that had to be checked in as luggage. As Maya, my assistant, and I scrambled to the counter of the other airline with a cart loaded with luggage and 7 heavy boxes, the representative announced that her company did not allow more than 2 pieces of luggage to be checked in and that he would have to land 3 boxes. I could check in 2 packages for me and another 2 for Maya. It's the rules. It is in these situations that a sacred relationship with a stranger has more potential to help you with your intentions than a profane relationship. Instead of responding to the representative with the intention that she was an employee whose job it was to meet my needs, I decided to join her where we are one. I told him that the rule didn't bother me and I imagined how it would feel, having to deal with so many people who weren't scheduled for that flight. I felt connected and expressed my feelings of anguish at the challenge of what to do with those 3 extra boxes, which my airline had agreed to transport. I invited her to a conference that I was going to give the following month. All of our conversation and interaction was guided by my purpose that this relationship remain sacred. The energy of this interaction changed, going from weak to strong. We bonded, acknowledged our own selves in each other, and he checked in all my boxes with a smile. I have not forgotten what he told me when he gave me the boarding passes. When I saw you coming with the cart full of boxes, I was determined not to put them on the plane, but after a few moments with you, if I had to I would have taken the boxes to the plane myself. Nice to meet you. Thank you for what you do, and I hope you will consider our company in the future. These are 2 simple examples of what happens when you consciously move from unholy relationships to experiencing your connection through the force of intention. I recommend that you establish a sacred relationship with your source, the world community, your neighbors, acquaintances, family, the animal kingdom, our planet, and yourself. As in the examples of the man who brought me the smoked salmon I was looking for and the airline employee who helped me fulfill my purpose, you will enjoy the power of intention through sacred relationships. That's what relationships are all about. Alone we can do nothing. When you meet someone, consider it a sacred meeting. It is through others that we find or love our being, because without others nothing is achieved. In A Course in Miracles he expresses himself very well. We can do nothing alone, but together our minds merge into something whose power far exceeds the power of each of its parts. The kingdom alone cannot be found, and you, who are the kingdom, cannot find yourself alone. When you eliminate the concept of separation from your thoughts and your behavior, you begin to feel the connection with everything and everyone. You will begin to have the feeling of being in your place, which will allow you to scoff at any thought of being a separate person. That feeling of connection originates when you begin to process all your interactions from the point of view of equality, and it helps you to do so. By recognizing others as people who collaborate in the creation, you correspond with the source and go to the state of funny. If you consider yourself inferior or superior, it means that you have disconnected from the force of intention. Your desires will be thwarted unless you connect with and support other people. How you interact with your universal support group is very significant. How you consider others is a projection of how you consider yourself. If you systematically consider others despicable, you are erecting a barrier for your potential allies. If you consider others weak, you will attract weak energies. Continually considering others dishonest, lazy, sinful, etc., may mean that you need to feel superior. Constantly criticizing others can be a way to make up for something you fear, but you don't even need to understand this psychological mechanism. The only thing you have to acknowledge is how you regard others. If your standard of behavior is to consider them failures, you just have to look at that pattern that shows what you are attracting into your life. It is very important to see interactions as sacred encounters, because it activates a pattern that attracts energy. In a sacred relationship, you attract the collaboration of higher energies. In a profane relationship, the pattern of attraction is also established, attracting lower energies and more profane relationships. By bringing higher spiritual energy to as many people you meet, you dissolve the lower energies. When the energies of goodness, love, receptivity, and abundance appear in your relationships, it means that you have added the elixir of spiritual creation or the love of the Creator to the mix. From then on, those forces will begin to work with all the people around you. The right people are presented to you as if by magic. The right materials appear. The phone rings and someone gives you information you have been waiting for months. Some unknown people make suggestions that are very important to you. As I have said before, these kinds of matches are like geometric angles that match, which match perfectly. Treat others as collaborators in creation and hold divine expectations for them. Do not consider anyone ordinary, unless you want the same to manifest in your world. From the ordinary to the extraordinary. Lev Tolstoy's famous story The Death of Ivan Ilyich is one of my favorites. Tolstoy describes Ivan Ilyich as a man motivated almost exclusively by the expectations of others, unable to make his dreams come true. The first sentence of the second chapter of this fascinating tale reads as follows: "The life story of Ivan Ilyich was most simple, most ordinary, and therefore most terrible." Tolstoy describes an ordinary life as terrible, and I completely agree with him. If your expectations for your life focus on being normal, pulling yourself together, adapting, being a normal and ordinary person, you will resonate with ordinary frequencies and attract the ordinary into your life. Also, the influence that you exert on other people as potential allies to collaborate in the creation of your intentions will revolve around the ordinary. The force of intention arises when you synchronize with the universal and all creative force, which is anything but ordinary. That is the force responsible for all creation. It continually expands and thinks and creates in terms of infinite abundance. When you move into that higher energy and resonate more in harmony with intention, you become a magnet that draws that energy into your world, and you also exert that influence on everything and everyone around you. One of the most effective methods of transcending the ordinary and into the world of the extraordinary is to say yes more often and eliminate no almost entirely. I call it saying yes to life. Say yes to yourself, to your family, to your children, to your co-workers, to your affairs. The ordinary says, "No, I don't think I can. No, that is not going to work. No, I've already tried it and it doesn't work for me. No, that goal is impossible for me." With the idea of no, you attract more no's, and the influence on other people who you could help and who you could trust to help you is also negative. I invite you once again to adopt the attitude of the poet Hafiz. Rarely does a no come out of my mouth, because my soul knows well that God has shouted yes, 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 to every luminous movement of existence. Shout yes to everyone whenever you can. When someone asks your permission to do something, before saying no, ask yourself if you want that person to continue on the normal and ordinary levels of life. Last week my son Sans wanted to go to another beach to surf, and my first thought was, it's very dangerous, you've never been there, maybe something's wrong with you. But I thought twice and accompanied my son on a new adventure. My yes affected his life and mine positively. If you make yes your inner mantra, you can expand that yes and attract more yes to your personal purposes. The yes is the breath of creation. Think of a raindrop merging with a river as it becomes a river. Think of the river merging with the sea the moment it becomes the sea. You can almost hear the whisper of yes in those moments. By merging with the universal force of creation, extending yes wherever possible, you transform yourself into that force of creation. That is what your influence on others will consist of. No more ordinary no's in your life. Go ahead with the extraordinary. Ordinary means getting stuck in a routine, like Ivan Lich. As long as you continue with that routine, you will attract other routine people, and the mutual influence that you will exert will be to stay where you are, complaining, finding fault in everything and hoping and wishing for better times. The universal force of intention never complains, create and offer options for greatness. She does not judge anyone or freeze wishing and hoping that things will improve. She is too busy creating beauty to engage in such nonsense. As you raise your energy level, away from the routine mindset, you will have an effect that will equally elevate all the routine people in your life. In addition, you will help many of them to exert similar influence and new allies will emerge to carry out your purposes. Become aware of your identification with the ordinary, and begin to vibrate with higher and higher energy frequencies, which constitute a change, an elevation towards the extraordinary dimensions of pure intention. The impact of your energies on others: when you feel connected and in harmony with the intention, you notice a big difference in the way people react to you. Be aware of these reactions, because they will directly affect your ability to carry out your individual purposes. The closer and more automatic you are in tune with the frequencies of the universal and all-encompassing source, the more impact you will have on others and the more you will contribute to nullifying their low energy. You will be a pole of attraction for them, and they will bring peace, joy, love, beauty, and abundance to your life. Next, I am going to expose my opinion about your impact on others when you are in tune with intention and the difference of that impact when you are dominated by the separatist attitude of your ego. Here are some of the most meaningful ways to impact others. Your presence transmits calm. When you match the intention, you exert a calming influence on others. People tend to feel calmer, less threatened, and more at ease. The force of intention is the force of love and receptivity. He does not ask anyone for anything, he does not judge anyone and encourages others to be free, to be themselves. As people feel calmer in your presence, they also feel safe, by virtue of the energetic frequencies that you radiate. Their sensations are fed by your energy of love and receptivity, and they want to get closer to you, to be with you. As Walt Whitman says, we convince with our presence. If, on the contrary, you bring to your interactions the lowest calibrations, criticism, hostility, anger, hatred, or depression, you attract that level of energy if it is latent in the people with whom you interact, which works as a counter force to those same energies if they are present in other people. The impact intensifies the lower energies at that level and creates a field in which certain demands are placed as a result of feelings of inferiority or rivalry. The intention does not interact against anything. It is like gravity, which does not move against anything nor does it move by itself. You must think of impacting others like gravity, without having to attack anyone or move against anyone. People who feel energized by your presence become soulmates, and that only happens if they feel safe rather than attacked, safe and unjudged, calm and not harassed. Your presence energizes others. I remember when, coming out of a 2-hour session with a spiritual teacher, I felt like I could conquer the world, emotionally and spiritually. It was Mother Mira, holding my head in her hands and gazing into my eyes with her egoless divinity. I felt such energy that I did not sleep through the night. I needed more than that jubilant being had shown me just by his presence. When you carry the frequencies of intention in the presence of others, they will feel more energy simply by being in your circle. You don't have to say a single word, or act in any prescribed way. Only with your energy of intention will you make those in your field feel empowered in a mysterious way. As you begin to consciously express the 7 faces of intention, you will find that others begin to comment on the impact you have on them. They will want to help you fulfill your dreams. They will fill with energy and offer to help you. They will even begin to offer to finance your dreams with their new, energized ideas. Some people have told me that they have felt the energy with more confidence, determination, and inspiration after our time together. I don't do anything, but they feel the impact of the high energy field that we share. Your presence allows others to feel better about themselves. Have you ever noticed that in the presence of certain people you feel better about yourself? Its compassionate energy has a perceptibly pleasant effect, simply to feel good about yourself. You will impact others with this energy of compassion as you develop your connection to intention. Those around you will notice that you understand, care, and care about them as individuals. With this kind of connection to intention, you are less likely to focus the conversation on yourself and use others to please your ego. On the contrary, being in the company of someone who is dismissive or indifferent influences you in a completely different way. If that is the low energy that you transmit to others, it is quite likely that after meeting you they will not feel exactly good about themselves, unless they are so strongly connected to the intention that they can nullify the effect of the low energy. These extremely low energy thoughts and behaviors are evident if you use any conversation starters to talk about yourself. Any similar behavior displays an ego-dominated energy that has an unpleasant impact on others. In addition, it leaves them feeling insignificant, and obviously they feel worse when it comes to a pattern that is repeated in an important relationship. Your presence allows others to feel united. The effect of being in the presence of people who express high frequencies is to feel united and connected with all of nature, humanity, and intention. As you raise your frequencies, the effect you have on others invites them to be on the same team. You feel united and want to help each other to achieve a common goal. The opposite feeling to unity is feeling polarized and isolated. Low energy demands a lot and always works against others. Therefore, it is inevitable that it will lead to a victory or defeat situation. The energies of antagonism, censorship, hatred, and the like create a counter force in which someone has to lose. When you have an enemy, you need to establish a defense system, and defense becomes what characterizes your relationship. A person's need to counter and polarize sets the conditions of war in motion. War is always expensive. All of this can be avoided by staying connected to intention and bringing that higher energy into your relationships, allowing everyone you meet to feel oneness with you, with everyone else, with nature, and with God. Your presence conveys a sense of purpose. When you are in the highest spiritual energies, you provide others with something almost inexplicable. Your presence and your behavior in a space of love, acceptance, generosity, without criticism, becomes a catalyst for others to feel that they have a purpose in life. By staying in the higher energies of optimism, forgiveness, understanding, reverence for spirit, creativity, serenity, and bliss, you radiate that energy and bring the lower energies into your higher vibrations. Those people, whom you do not influence on purpose, begin to notice your veneration and your serenity. You fulfill your own objective, which revolves around serving others and therefore God, and in addition, you gain allies. Thousands of people have told me that simply attending a sermon or talk in a church whose main message is hope, love, and generosity motivates them enough to commit to fulfilling their purpose. When I am the speaker, I always walk through the back of the room to have time to drink in the energy of hope, optimism, and love. I literally feel their collective energy. It's like a calm wave of pleasure, as if the warm water of a shower runs through me. That is energy. That is the intention, and the powerful motivation that helps everyone to have hope and purpose. Your presence allows others to trust authentic personal connections. By transmitting the traits of intention to others, you allow the presence of confidence. You will observe the tendency and disposition of others to trust you and open up to you. This is related to the quality of trust. In the atmosphere of higher energy, people trust and want to share their personal story with you. Being so connected to intention, you are more like God, and who would you trust more than God to share your secrets? Recently, while on a whale watching excursion, a woman who knew nothing about me revealed to me the story of her failed relationships and how dissatisfied she felt. During the conversation, in an energy field that allows and encourages trust, she risked opening her heart to a stranger. It has happened to me frequently since I live the principles of the 7 faces of intention. As Saint Francis of Assisi said, there is no use walking to a place to preach unless walking is preaching. In the end you will discover that by carrying this energy of intention, even strangers will do their best to serve you and help you achieve your intentions. Opposite results are manifested when you emit the lower energy frequencies. If your energy of mistrust is displayed in an anxious, critical, dictatorial, superior, or demanding way, others will not feel willing to help you get what you want. The truth is that your low energy emissions sometimes foster a desire in others to thwart your intentions. Why? Because your low energies contribute to creating a counterforce, conflict breaks out, winners and losers are needed, and enemies emerge, all because you are not willing to stay connected with the faces of intention. Your presence inspires others to achieve greatness. When you are connected to spirit and calmly reflect that awareness, you become a source of inspiration for others. In a sense, it is one of the most powerful effects that being connected with intention transmits to others. The word inspiration means in the spirit. The fact that you are in the spirit means that more than informing, you inspire with your presence. You don't inspire others by insisting or demanding that they pay attention to you. During the years that I have been teaching, writing, lecturing, and producing tapes and videos, I have observed a twofold process. I feel purposeful, inspired, and connected to the universal spirit in all my work, and thousands or even millions of people are inspired by my own inspiration. The second factor is the number of people who have helped me in my work. They have sent me material, they have sent me stories that have inspired me and, literally, they have collaborated with me in the creation. When you inspire others with your presence, you use the creative force of intention for the benefit of everyone you come in contact with, including yourself. I enthusiastically support this way of being, and I have no doubt that we can all be an inspiring presence to others. Your presence aligns others with beauty. When you are connected to intention, you see beauty everywhere because you radiate the quality of beauty. Your perception of the world changes dramatically. In the highest energy of intention you see beauty in everyone, young and old, rich and poor, black and white, without distinction. Everything is perceived from the perspective of recognition, not criticism. When you convey that sense of appreciation for beauty to others, people tend to see themselves as you do. They feel more attractive and better about themselves by spreading the high energy of beauty. When people feel beautiful, they act beautiful. Your awareness of beauty prompts others to see the world around them in the same way. The benefit is double in this case too. First of all, you help others to appreciate life and be happier thanks to their immersion in a world of beauty. Second, your own intentions have the help of people who have recently increased their self-esteem. Beauty proliferates in others thanks to your presence when you are connected to intention. Your presence conveys health rather than disease. The connection with your source keeps you focused on what you are trying to bring out in your life, avoiding dedicating energy to what you do not want. That inner center does not allow you to lament your ailments or think about illness, pain, or physical problems. Your energy is always focused on creating love and expanding the perfection from which you arose, which includes your body and all your beliefs about your physical self. Deep down you know that your body is a system of miracles. You have great respect for its prodigious ability to heal itself and to function on its own without your intervention. You know that your physical being is inspired by a divine force that makes your heart beat, digest your food, and grow your nails, and that same force is receptive to infinitely abundant health. When you bring in the presence of others a healthy recognition of the miracle that your body represents, you deactivate their efforts to think about disease, ill health, and deterioration. Even more, the higher the resonance of your energy field, the more you can influence others with your healing energy. See Chapter 13 for a more extensive discussion of healing and intention. Become aware of your prodigious ability to influence the healing and health of those around you simply with the silent presence of your high energy connection to intention. It is an energy that literally emanates from you. In the hope that you will recognize the importance of raising your energy level, I will conclude this chapter with a brief look at the impact our civilization receives when energy levels are in sync with the source of our creation. It takes an open mind and a little bit of imagination, but I know it's true. And it would be remiss of me not to say so. It may seem strange, even crazy, to those who cannot understand how all of us who inhabit this planet are connected and therefore influence each other at distances that our senses cannot perceive. Your impact on the consciousness of all humanity. Many years ago I was with one of my daughters when she was attending a long program at a camp to help her deal with some of the problems of adolescence. The last thing the camp monitor said to him was, "Always remember that what you think and what you do affects other people." This doesn't just apply to friends, family, neighbors, and co-workers. I am convinced that we influence all of humanity. So as you read this chapter, keep in mind that what you think and do affects everyone else. In Power vs. Force, David Hawkins says, "In this interconnected universe, every improvement we make in our private world improves the world at large. We all float on the collective level of consciousness of humanity, so that any increase we add comes back to us. We all increase common prosperity with our efforts to benefit life. It is a scientific fact that what is good for you is good for me." Dr. Hawkins' comments and conclusions are backed by 29 years of intensive research, and I invite the reader to study them. Below I will summarize some of those conclusions and their relationship to the impact we have on others when we are connected to intention. In essence, each individual person, and also groups, can be calibrated by their energy levels. Generally speaking, low-energy people cannot tell the difference between true and false. They can be told how to think, who to hate, who to kill, and they can be tackled in a groupthink mentality based on such trivial details as which side of the river they were born on, what their parents and their parents believed. Grandparents, the shape of your eyes and hundreds of factors related to your appearance and total identification with your material world. According to Hawkins, approximately 87% of humanity calibrates on a collective energy level that weakens them. The higher the levels of frequency vibration, the fewer people there are in them. The highest levels are represented by the really great people who created the spiritual guidelines that true multitudes have followed for centuries. They are associated with divinity and put into action the fields that attract energy and that influence all of humanity. Just below the energy level of pure enlightenment are the levels associated with the experience called transcendence, self-realization, or God consciousness. That is where the so-called saints live. Just below this level is pure joy, and the hallmark of that state is compassion. Those who reach this level feel a greater desire to put their consciousness at the service of life itself than of individuals. Below these supreme levels, in which few manage to stay permanently, are the levels of unconditional love, generosity, acceptance of all and the appreciation of beauty, and, on a more limited but also profound level, the 7 phases of intention described in the first chapters of this book. Below the energy levels that strengthen us are the low energy levels of anger, fear, pain, apathy, guilt, hatred, criticism, and shame. All of this weakens and influences us in such a way that it inhibits our connection to the universal energy level of intention. What I would like is for you to take a great leap of faith with me as I lay out some of the conclusions Dr. Hawkins reaches in his second book, The Eye of the Eye. Using his kinesiological method, Very precise for truth and lie tests, he has calibrated the approximate number of people whose energy is at or below the level that weakens. I would like you to reflect on his findings and the conclusions he draws about our influence on civilization. Hawkins suggests that it is crucial for all of us to understand the importance of raising our vibrational frequency to the level where we begin to match the energy of the universal source, or, in other words, to connect with the force of intention. One of the most fascinating aspects of this line of research is the idea of the counterweight. High-energy people serve as a counterbalance to the negative effect of low-energy people, but it is not given on a one-to-one basis, for that 87% of humanity that is in the low, debilitating frequencies. As I have explained previously, a person connected to intention can exert enormous influence on many lower-energy people. The more you move up the ladder to become the light of enlightenment and know God consciousness, the more energy from negative vibrations you can counterbalance. Here are some fascinating facts from Dr. Hawkins' research for you to study as you reflect on the impact you can have on humanity simply by being on the highest rungs of the ladder of intention. An individual who lives and vibrates with the energy of optimism and a willingness not to criticize others will counterbalance the negativity of 90,000 individuals who are at the lowest debilitating levels. An individual who lives and vibrates with the energy of pure love and respect for the whole of life will counterbalance the negativity of 750,000 individuals who are at the lowest debilitating levels. An individual who lives and vibrates with the energy of infinite enlightenment, bliss, and peace will counterbalance the negativity of 10 million people who are at the lowest debilitating levels. There are approximately 22 such living sages in the world. Present. An individual who lives and vibrates with the energy of grace, the pure spirit beyond the body, in a world of non-duality or absolute unity, will serve as a counterweight to the negativity of 70 million people who are at the most debilitating levels. Lo, there are about 10 such wise men alive today. Here are two compelling statistics produced by Dr. Hawkins after 29 years of study on the determinants of human behavior. 1. A single incarnation of the highest level of consciousness in this period of history to which the title of Lord can be awarded, such as Lord Krishna, Lord Buddha, or Lord Jesus Christ, will serve as a counterweight to the collective negativity of all humanity. In the actual world. 2. The negativity of the entire human population would self-destruct were it not for the counterbalancing effects of those higher energy fields. The implications of this data are very important to discover ways to improve human consciousness and rise to the place where we coincide with the energy of intention from which we come. By raising your vibrational frequency even slightly to a place where you regularly practice generosity, love, and receptivity, and where you see the beauty and infinite potential for good in yourself and others, you will serve as a counterweight to 90,000 people on this planet who live in the low energy levels of shame, anger, hatred, guilt, despair, depression, and so on. How John F. Kennedy handled the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 1960s comes to mind. He was surrounded by advisors who encouraged him to resort to nuclear bombs if necessary. But his energy and that of a few trusted colleagues steeped in the potential for a peaceful solution served as a counterweight to the vast majority of those who advocated attack and bellicosity. A person with very high spiritual energy can put the possibility of war in the category of last resort. This also applies to our lives. Bring the energy of intention into the presence of conflict, even in family matters, and you can override and transform the hostile low energy with your presence. That's what I do in a hostile situation, when some young people under the influence of drugs and alcohol were about to fight while a lot of people cheered them. On one occasion I just passed between two potential combatants humming a song, "Without a doubt God is present here." And with that simple energy the environment calmed down and the energy level for peace rose. Another time I approached a woman in a rage at her 2-year-old son in a grocery store, and she was yelling at her the most hideous things you can imagine. I moved silently into the energy field, saying nothing, but radiating my desire for a higher energy of love, and that nullified the low energy of hate. Consider the importance of becoming aware of the influence you exert on others, and remember that by raising your energy level to a place where you are in harmony with the intention, you become an instrument, or channel, of peace. This works in everywhere, so you must be part of the counterweight to the human negativity that you encounter in your life. 5 suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. 1. Realize the importance of making all your relationships divine. The sacred relationship is not based on any religion. The sacred relationship highlights the unfolding of the Spirit in all people. Your children are spirit beings that appear through you, not because of you. Your love relationship may focus on wishing for your partner what you wish for yourself. If you want freedom, wish it for everyone you love. If you want abundance, wish it first for others. If you want happiness, wish it even more for others, and let them know. The more holiness is the axis of your relationships, the more you will melt with intention. 2. When a moral question arises about how to act with others, simply ask yourself, what would the Messiah do? This inner question returns you to the tranquility of intention. The Messiah represents the 7 faces of intention manifested in a spiritual being with a human experience. In this way you honor the Jesus Christ in you and in everyone else. Practice wishing for others what you wish for yourself by being like Christ more than Christian, like Muhammad more than Muslim, and like Buddha more than Buddhist. 3. Beware of criticism you direct to yourself and others. Make a conscious effort to move into compassionate thoughts and feelings. Give a silent blessing to beggars instead of considering them lazy or a drain on the economy. Compassionate thoughts raise your energy level and help you stay connected to intention. Be compassionate to those you meet, with all humanity, with the entire animal kingdom, with our planet and our cosmos. In return, the universal source of life will grant you compassion, helping you to manifest your individual intention. It is the law of attraction. Radiate compassion, draw her back; radiate hostility and criticism, and draw them back. Observe your thoughts, and when they are not compassionate, change them. 4. Be what others want, desire it so strongly that you disperse that energy outward and can act from that level of spiritual awareness. Try to feel what would make others happier and more satisfied. Then send the high energy of intention to that feeling and focus on emitting that energy, especially when you are in the presence of others. That will help create a double high field for such intentions to manifest. 5. Keep in mind that simply by thinking and feeling in harmony with the 7 faces of intention you will be counteracting the collective negativity of at least 90,000 people, and perhaps millions. You don't have to do anything, or convert anyone. There are no goals to achieve. Just raise your energy level to the frequencies of creation, generosity, love, beauty, constantly expanding, inexhaustibly abundant and receptive to everything without criticizing. Those inner attitudes will elevate you to the level where your presence will positively influence humanity. In Autobiography of a Yogi, Swami Sri Yukteswar tells Paramahansa Yogananda, the deeper a person's self-realization, the more that person influences the entire universe with his subtle spiritual vibrations and the less is affected by the flow of phenomena. You have a responsibility to the entire human family, to stay connected to the intention. If not, at this very moment you could be depressing someone in Bulgaria, for example. Mahatma Gandhi summarizes in the following words this chapter on how we can influence the world by staying connected to what he arranged for us to come here. We must be the change we wish to see in the world. Being so, we connect with the eternal part of us that arises in infinity. That idea of infinity and accepting how it affects our ability to know and use the force of intention is tremendously mysterious. It is the subject of the last chapter of the first part of this book. We will study infinity from a body and a mind that begin and end in time, but that anyway know that the self is, has been, and will always be here. 6. The intention and the infinite. Eternity is not the afterlife, it is this. If you don't reach it here, you won't reach it anywhere. Joseph Campbell. I'm going to advise you to do a little exercise here and now. Close this book and say out loud, I'm not from here. Let the meaning of the words come to you clearly. The meaning is that you are in this world, but you are not of this world. You have been taught that who you are is a body named after you, made up of molecules, bones, tissues, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. You know yourself as the person with your name, and you identify with the person with the things and achievements that you have accumulated. That me also has terrible information. You know that if you are lucky you are destined to grow old, get sick, and lose everything you have loved. And then he will die. It is a shortened version of what the world has offered you, which has probably left you confused, stunned, by the absurdity of what we call life. Faced with such a bleak prospect, which instills fear, even terror, I would like to explain a concept that will dispel terror. I want you to know that you don't have to share the idea that we are just a bunch of bones and tissues destined to be wiped out in the aging process. We have emerged from a universal field of creation that I call intention. In a sense, that universal mind is completely impersonal. It is pure love, affection, beauty, and creativity, in continuous expansion and infinite abundance. You have emanated from that universal mind, and, as I say incessantly, the universal means at all times and in all places, or in other words, infinity. As long as your desires are aligned with the movement toward that imperishable principle, there is nothing in nature that prevents you from fulfilling those desires. It is only when you decide that the ego opposes the expansive and receptive movement of the infinite mind of intention that your desires are not realized. Life itself is eternal, and you arise from that nothingness, from that non-thing called life. Your ability to connect with the eternal and live in the here and now will decide whether you remain connected to intention. Life is eternal. We all live in a scenario in which multiple infinities converge. Take a look tonight and contemplate the infinity of space. There are stars so far away that they are measured by the distance that light travels in one Earth year. Beyond those stars that you can see there are countless galaxies that extend into what we call eternity, and the space that you occupy is infinite. Its immensity is so excessive that we cannot encompass it. We are in an infinite universe, without beginning or end. Look at this phrase, if life is infinite, this is not life. Read it again and realize that life is truly infinite. We can see it in everything, if we look closely at it. Therefore, we have to come to the conclusion that life, in terms of our body and all its achievements and possessions, which without exception begin and end as dust, is not life itself. Understanding the true essence of life could drastically change your life, for the better. It is a tremendous inner change that eliminates the fear of death. How can you fear something that cannot exist? And permanently connects you with the infinite source of creation that arranges everything from the world of infinite spirit to a finite world. Learn to be comfortable with the concept of infinity and to see yourself as an infinite being. While we are in this finite world of beginnings and ends, the force of intention maintains its infinite nature because it is eternal. Anything you experience that is not eternal is simply not life. It is an illusion created by your ego, trying to maintain a distinct identity and domicile from its infinite source. This shift to see yourself as an infinite spiritual being with a human experience and not the opposite, that is, a human being with an occasional spiritual experience, carries a load of fear for most people. Please examine those fears and deal with them immediately. The result will be a permanent connection with the abundance and receptivity of the universal source that disposes of all creation in a temporary way. Your fear of infinity. We are all in a body that is going to die, and we know it. However, since we cannot imagine it for ourselves, we act as if it were not so. It's almost as if we said to ourselves, everyone dies except me. This can be attributed to something that Freud observed. Since our own death is unimaginable to us, we limit ourselves to denying it and living life as if we were not going to die, because of the terror that our own death instills in us. As I began to write this chapter, I told a friend that my goal was to leave the reader with a total absence of the fear of death. I would like to know, reader, if it affects you in that way, even on a small scale. When I was 7, I lived with my older brother, David, in a foster home in Michigan at 231 Town Hall Road, Mt. Clemens. The people who took us in while my mother worked to reunite her family were Mr. and Mrs. Scarf. There is something I remember as if it happened yesterday. David and I were sitting on the back porch of our house, and Mrs. Scarf came out crying, 2 bananas in her hand. He gave one to each of us and said, "Mr. Scarf died this morning." It was the first time that I had experienced the concept of death in a human being. With the innocence of my 7 years, trying to alleviate his pain, which was evident, I asked him, "When is he going to come back?" Mrs. Scarf responded with a word that I will never forget. He simply said, "Never." I went upstairs to my bunk, peeled the banana, and tried to understand the concept of never. What does it really mean to be dead forever? I could have gotten used to the idea of 1,000 years, or 1,000 light years, but the idea of never was so overwhelming, so endless, that it almost made me want to vomit. What did I do to deal with this incomprehensible idea of never? I just forgot about it and dedicated myself to being a 7-year-old in a foster home. That's what Castañeda was referring to when he said that we are all in body types on the way to death, but we act as if it were not like that, and that is our greatest downfall. Death itself. There are 2 fundamental views on the dilemma of death itself. According to the first, we are physical bodies that are born and live for a certain time, finally we deteriorate, the flesh wears out, we die and remain dead forever. Whether you accept this perspective consciously or not, it is appalling from the point of view of the living. Unless you accept the second point of view, the fear of death is very understandable. Or perhaps you will embrace it if you hate or fear life. According to the second point of view, we are simply eternal, an eternal soul in a temporary expression of flesh, that is, that only the physical body dies, that we are perfect as we are created, and that our physical condition emanates from the universal mind of the intention. That universal mind is and remains amorphous, the pure energy of love, beauty, generosity, creativity, and it cannot die, since it has no form, no death, no limits, no decay, no flesh, no possibility of being consumed. Which of these 2 points of view offers you the most comfort? Which is associated with peace and love? Which one causes fear and anguish? There is no doubt that the idea of an infinite self keeps you on good terms with infinity. Knowing that, first and foremost, you are an infinite being consciously connected to your source, which is eternal and omnipresent, is the most comforting prospect. By its infinite nature, it is everywhere, and from there it follows that the totality of spirit must be present at every point in space at the same moment. The spirit is present, entirely, everywhere, you included. You can never be separate from him. You will learn to laugh at the absurd idea that you can be separate from the universal mind. It is your source, you are it. God is the mind through which you think and exist. She is always connected to you, even if you don't believe in her. Even an atheist doesn't have to believe in God to experience it. The question that arises is not whether your body is going to die, but which side of infinity you wish to live on. You have 2 possibilities, to live on the inactive side or on the active side of infinity. In any case, you have a date with infinity, and there is no way around it. Your date with infinity. Reread the Joseph Campbell quote at the beginning of this chapter. Eternity is now. Right now, right here, you are an infinite being. Once the fear of death as the end is overcome, you merge with the infinite and feel the relief and comfort that realization provides. In this material world we identify everything with a space-time continuum. However, infinity has no preference for either time or space. You are not the elements that make up your body, you just use those elements. You cross space and time and merge with the infinite, universal mind. If you have not recognized it yet, it is because you are afraid. You can keep your date with infinity while you are in your temporary body, with its slave adherence to time and space. My goal in this chapter is to help you become aware of this as you do it. If you reach that fusion, I guarantee you a life without fear of death. We are going to take a look at the elements of the space-time prison in which we find our material body and all its treasures. The space factor means that we experience a separation from everyone and everything. According to my limits, this is my space, that's your space. Even your soulmate lives in a world other than yours. As much as you get closer in space, the limits separate you. In space, we are always separate. Trying to imagine an infinite world without space and separation is extremely difficult, until we make an appointment with infinity. Time is also a factor of separation. We are separated from all the events and memories of our past. Everything that has happened is separate from what is happening now. The future is also separate from the here and now in which we live. We cannot know the future, and the past has been lost. Therefore, we are separated from all that has been and what will be by that mysterious illusion called time. When the infinite soul leaves the body, it is no longer subject to the constraints of time and space. Separation can no longer intervene. So the question I ask is not whether you think you have an appointment with infinity, but when you will go to that inevitable appointment. You can do it now, while you are alive in your body, in the illusion of space and time, or you can do it at the time of death. If you decide to go to the appointment with infinity while you are still alive and breathing, it will be like learning to die while you are alive. Once you have made that transition to the active side of infinity, the fear of death dissolves and you laugh at its stupidity. Understand your true essence, look death in the eyes and break the bonds that enslave you to that fear. We do not die. Announce it. Meditate on it. Consider it from this point of view. If you were not an infinite being, what use would your life be? Without a doubt, not only do the movements of being born, working, accumulating, losing everything, getting sick and dying. By awakening to your infinite essence and staying connected to the 7 faces of intention, you begin to free yourself from the limitations imposed by the ego. You set in motion the orientation of the infinite universal mind, which will help you and, above all, you feel the peace that takes hold of you when you expel the fear of death and the condition of being mortal. I am moved by the stories of great spiritual teachers when they leave this earthly plane feeling blissful and fearless. Here are the last words of some of the people I admire. The time that I had waited for so long has come. Teresa de Avila. Let's be kinder to each other. Aldous Huxley. If this is death, it is easier than life. Robert Louis Stevenson. The earth is over. I am happy. John Quincy Adams. I will hear in heaven. Ludwig van Beethoven. Light, light, the world needs more light. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. I am going to that country where I have wanted to go all my life. William Blake. There it is very beautiful. Thomas Edison. Ramph Kampf Kam. God, God, God. Mahatma Gandhi. Why don't you write your last words and become an infinite being while still occupying your body? As you ponder your date with infinity, notice how most of us live. We know that we are in a body that will die, but we behave as if it were not going to happen to us. This viewpoint belongs to the inactive side of infinity, where we do not see the connection to intention or our ability to stay in harmony with the creative spirit. Let's examine the fundamental difference between keeping rendezvous with infinity now or at the hour of death. In the first case, you will be on the active side of infinity, on the other, you'll avoid it by staying on the idle side. The active and inactive side of infinity. On the active side of infinity you are fully aware of being in a body that is going to die. Also, deep down you know that you are not that body, his mind, or any of his accomplishments and possessions. On the active side of infinity you cling to that trolley strap I was talking about earlier, which is connected to intention, and you are an observer of all your sensory experiences. It may not seem like a big deal, but I assure you that as soon as you move your inner consciousness to the active side of infinity, you begin to notice miraculous events in your daily life. On the active side of infinity you are, first and foremost, a spiritual being living a temporary human experience, and you live all your relationships from that perspective. On the inactive side of infinity your experience of life is the opposite. There, first and foremost, You are a human being who occasionally has a spiritual experience. Your life is guided by fear of death, separation from others, a competitive attitude, and the need to dominate and win. The inactive side of infinity separates you from the force of intention. Below I explain some of the differences that I observe between those who live on the active side of infinity and those who deny its eternal nature and choose the inactive side. The sense of destiny. On the active side of infinity, your connection with intention will no longer be considered an option to become a call that you have to answer. The inactive side leads you to see life as chaos, nonsense, while being on the active side leads you to fulfill a destiny that you feel in the depths of your being. When I think about my past life, I realize that my sense of destiny showed me the way from an early age. I knew since I was a child that I could manifest abundance in my life. While in college and university classrooms, mortally bored with teachers pouring their lack of passion into depressing classes, I dreamed of speaking before a wide audience. I vowed in those younger days that I would live my passion, and I knew I was here for a reason. I couldn't allow anyone or anything to get me out of my way. I have always felt that I was an infinite soul, disguised at various times as a husband, father, writer, lecturer, and an American over 1.80 tall. Because I live on the active side of infinity, I have a sense of destiny that will not allow me to die with all the music that I still carry in me. We can all choose the same. Simply give up the idea that you are a body destined to die and seek to become aware of your immortal self. On the active side of infinity you will find your larger self, a small part of which has materialized in your body. I guarantee that simply by acknowledging that you are infinite and therefore indestructible, your connection to intention and the ability to manifest all that you desire within the confines of your universal source will become your reality. There's no other way. The sense of destiny lets you know that you are playing this game of life on the active side of infinity. Before accessing the sense of destiny, your motivation was what you wanted from life and what you would like to do. On the active side of infinity, you understand that it is time to do what your destiny directed you to do. Stop looking good fooling around in the hope that things will work out, waiting for your luck to change and for others to come and help you. The sense of destiny allows you to understand the following: I am eternal, and that means that I appeared here from the infinity of spiritual intention to fulfill a destiny and act accordingly. You begin to state your goals in the language of intention, knowing that they will materialize. You gain the support of the force of intention to go your way. You cannot fail, because in infinity there are no failures. This 13th century poem may make you understand that you have your own destiny. You were born with potential. You were born with trust and kindness. You were born with dreams and ideals. You were born great. You were born with wings. You are not meant to crawl, you have wings. Learn to use them and fly. Rumi. If Rumi had written this poem from the inactive side of infinity, his words might look more like the following. You are a fluke of nature. You are subject to the laws of luck and chance. They can easily boss you around. Your dreams are absurd. You were destined to live a normal life. You have no wings. Forget about flying and stay on the ground. The sense of the possible. Creation acts on the imperishable possibility that what you think can be. Think of some of the great inventions that are now an everyday occurrence: airplanes, electric light, the telephone, television, fax machines, computers. They are the result of creative ideas, of individuals who ignored the ridicule to which they exposed themselves when they focused on the possible rather than the impossible. In other words, the feeling of the possible grows on the fertile ground of the active side of infinity. I have in my work zone the wonderful story of 4 children who refused to allow the word impossible to enter their hearts. Eddie was born without hands or feet. When he was 5 years old, when he went to South Africa, he saw a mountain and wanted to climb to the top, did it in 3 hours. At 13 years of age he decided to play the trombone. He sees no reason not to get what he sets out to do. Live on the active side of infinity, keeping in mind that world of infinite possibilities. Abby was terribly ill, he needed a heart transplant. Seeing his mother crying, he said, "Don't cry, Mom. I'll get better." When she was 11 years old, she was miraculously offered a heart, and Abby is doing better. Abby's intention came from that world of infinite possibilities. It is the active side of infinity where intentions are manifested. Stephanie was 5 years old when she came down with meningitis and both of her legs had to be amputated. Today, at 12 years old, he rides a bicycle and has dreams that exceed those of most completely healthy adolescents. His personal motto is, "Go to the limit." After 2 major heart operations when she was very young, the doctors told Frankie's parents that there was nothing more they could do. Frankie lived off a machine that maintained vital signs. When the parents were advised to unplug the machine because if Frankie survived it would be through suffering, they agreed. But Frankie survived. Somehow he was on the active side of the world of infinite possibilities. Under his photo there is a caption that says it all: "You wouldn't think you were going to get rid of me just like that, would you?" The force of intention means staying on the active side of infinite possibilities. It is said that George Bernard Shaw, who was still creating in his 90s, said, "You see things as they are and you ask why. But I dream things that never were and I ask, why not?" Think about Shaw's words as you practice staying on the active side of infinity and seeing the endless possibilities accessible to all. The sense of reverence. Admittedly, the concept of infinity inspires reverence and respect. Neither beginning, nor end, nor time. All sights at once. And all here and now. The fact that you are part of the infinite universe and that you have passed to the finite is inconceivable, indescribable. The active side of infinity instills a sense of reverence and respect. When you are in that state, you are also in a constant state of gratitude. Perhaps the surest path to happiness and fulfillment in life is to thank and praise your source for everything that happens to you. So even when disaster strikes, you can be sure that you will transform it into a blessing. On the inactive side of infinity you assume that you are here temporarily, and therefore have no obligation to the universe, the planet, and its inhabitants. By denying your infinite nature, you go through life as if everyday miracles were the most normal thing in the world. As you become more familiar with your eternal nature, your point of view changes. You are in a continuous state of gratitude for everything that comes your way. This state is the secret to carrying out all your individual intentions, and without it your most sincere efforts will be reduced to nothing. Being in a state of gratitude creates magnetism, and naturally a magnet attracts things. Thanking you from the heart for all the good that comes to you, as well as the challenges, more good things will begin to flow into your life thanks to that magnetism. All the successful people I know are grateful for everything they have. This appreciation process opens the doors to more things. This is how the active side of infinity works. The sense of reverence and respect for the miracles you see around you allows you to think more about these miraculous events, see them and experience them more. On the contrary, a state of ingratitude interrupts the infinite flow of abundance and health. It is a closed door. The sense of humility. The active side of infinity fosters a sense of humility. When humility enters your soul, you know that you are not alone in this world, because you feel the heart of the force of intention, which exists in each and every one of us. As the Talmud says, even if you are perfect in other ways, you fail if you lack humility. When you accept the active side of infinity, you are faced with something so immense that your little ego is overshadowed. You are contemplating eternity, and your little life is but a tiny parenthesis in eternity. One of the reasons for so much depression and boredom today is the inability to see ourselves connected to something bigger and more important than our insignificant ego. Young people who focus primarily on their possessions, their looks, their image to their peers, in short, their ego, have very little sense of humility. When you only think about yourself and how you appear to others, you distance yourself from the force of intention. If you want to feel connected to your intention, rest assured, you will only find your purpose in serving others, and in being connected to something much larger than your body, mind, or ego. In counseling sessions I always told my young clients, some of whom were desperately seeking acceptance from their age, that the more they tried to gain that acceptance, the less they would achieve it, because no one likes to be with those who are on their way. 6. The most accepted people are those who do not worry about being accepted. So if you really want to be accepted, stop thinking about yourself and focus on reaching out to others. The active side of infinity keeps you humble, the inactive side keeps you focused on me, and no one but me, and ultimately hinders you from connecting to intention. Wilhelm Stekel said some extraordinary phrases about the importance of humility, collected by J.D. Salinger in The Catcher in the Rye. What distinguishes the immature man is that he wants to die nobly for a cause, while what distinguishes the mature man it is that he wants to live humbly for her. The sense of generosity. If I asked the sun, why do you give us light and heat, I think it would answer me, because it is my nature. We must be like the sun and position and offer our giving nature. The more you give of yourself, no matter how little, the more you will open the door for life to flow in. This not only compensates you for your gift, but increases the desire to give and, consequently, the ability to receive. When you find yourself on the inactive side of infinity, you focus life on scarcity and hoarding becomes a way of life. When you think in these terms, you lose generosity, as well as the inclination to achieve your intentions. If you are not able to see an infinite universe, with an equally infinite supply, time, and source, you will tend to hoard and be stingy. Paradoxically, the force of intention is experienced through what you are willing to give to others. The intention is an energy field, with an infinite supply. What can you give if you don't have money to give? I like Swami Sivananda's advice, and I think you should reflect on it. You will possess what he suggests in infinite quantities. The best thing you can give your enemy is forgiveness, tolerance to your adversary, to a friend, your heart, to your son, the good example, to your father, consideration, to your mother, the behavior that makes her feel proud of you, to yourself, respect, everyone, charity. Let giving become your way of life. After all, this is what source and nature do forever. Trees bend with ripe fruit, the clouds are loaded with delicate rain, noble men bow gracefully, that's how nature is, that's how generosity works. The sense of knowing. The infinite source of intention harbors no doubt. He knows and, consequently, acts according to that knowledge. That is what will happen to you when you live on the active side of infinity. All doubts are dispelled, forever. As an infinite being in a temporary human form, you will fundamentally identify with your spiritual nature. This sense of knowing that arises from the active side of infinity means that you no longer have to think in a limited way. You are the source. The source is unlimited. It knows no limits, it is unlimitedly expansive and unlimitedly abundant. That's how you are. Dismissing doubt is a decision to reconnect with your original self. That distinguishes people who lead a life of self-fulfillment. They think in a limitless, infinite way. One of the limitless qualities is the ability to think and act as if what you want to have is already here. This is another of my 10 secrets for success and inner peace in the book of the same title. The force of intention is without doubt to such an extent that when you are connected to it, your sense of knowing sees what you would like to have as if it were already present. There are no conflicting opinions. Here's my advice for getting to the force of intention: stay on the active side of infinity, where there is an eternal supply of creation energy. It sounds night and day in what you intend to do and to be, and those dreams will interpret your intentions. Do not allow doubt to enter your dreams and intentions. Dreamers are the saviors of the world. Just as the visible world is sustained by the invisible, the manifestations of man are nourished by the visions of our lonely dreamers. Be one of those dreamers. The sense of passion. The Greeks have contributed one of the most beautiful words in various languages, enthusiasm. The word enthusiasm is translated as an inner God. Inside you there is an infinite and passionate soul that wants to express itself. It is the God that exists within you, encouraging you to satisfy a deep sense of who you were meant to be. All our actions are measured by the inspiration from which they arise. When your actions show the faces of intention, they come from a God who resides within you. That is enthusiasm. When you emulate the force of intention is when you feel the passion that you were destined to feel and live. The beauty of feeling passionate and enthusiastic is the wonderful feeling of joy and exhilaration that goes with it. Nothing gives me as much joy as being here writing for you with all my heart. I am excited to let these teachings from the source of all intention, the universal mind of all creativity, pass through me. Put more simply, I feel good, I am in a good mood and my inspiration brings me joy. If you want to feel great, look in the mirror and say to your reflection, I am eternal, this image will fade, but I am infinite. I'm here temporarily for a reason. I will be passionate in everything I do. Notice how you feel as you gaze at your reflection. Feeling joyful is a wonderful side effect of enthusiasm, which derives from being on the active side of infinity, where there is nothing to feel bad about. The sense of being part of something. In a world that lasts forever, you have to feel part of it. The active side of infinity not only inspires this strong feeling, but also a strong sense of connection with everyone and everything in the cosmos. It is impossible that you are not part of the world, because your presence here is proof that a universal and divine source arranged for you to come here. However, when you live on the inactive side of infinity, you feel alienated from others. The idea that this is all temporary and that you are not a piece of the infinite perfection of God leads you to doubt yourself, to reject yourself, to depression, anguish and many other lower energies that I talk about in this book. What is needed to let go of that painful sensation is to move into infinite consciousness. As Sivananda taught his devotees, all life is one. The world is one home, all are members of one human family. Creation is an organic whole. No man is independent of that whole. Man inflicts pain on himself by separating himself from others. Separation is death. Unity is eternal life. With this I finish exposing my ideas about the active and inactive sides of infinity. I beg you to remember daily, as often as possible, your infinite nature. It may seem like an intellectual change of little impact, but I assure you that staying on the active side of infinity and remembering it regularly will put you in a position to manifest your desires. Of all the quotes on this subject that I have read, a phrase by William Blake stands out: if the doors of perception were cleaned, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. Remember it, we are trying to clear the link that connects us with the field of intention. 5 suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. 1. Since you already know that you have a rendezvous with infinity and that you will ultimately be required to leave this corporeal world, make the decision to do so as soon as possible. Actually, today, right now, is a good time to go to that appointment and fix the matter once and for all. Simply proclaim to yourself, this body/mind no longer identifies me, and I reject that classification from now on. I am infinite. I am one with all humanity. I am one with my source, and this is how I have decided to consider myself from this very day. 2. Repeat this mantra to yourself every day while remembering that God would not want and could not create something that did not last. I will exist for all eternity. Just as love is eternal, so is my true nature. I will never be afraid again, because I am forever. This inner affirmation aligns you with the active side of infinity and dispels doubts about your true higher identity. 3. In meditative posture, consider the 2 options about belief in the concept of infinity. As I have said, you are, in the truest sense, a human being who has an occasional spiritual experience, or an infinite spiritual being who temporarily lives a human experience. Which of the 2 gives you a feeling of love and which one inspires you with fear? As love is our true nature and the source of everything, anything that causes fear cannot be real. As you can see, the feeling of love is associated with you as being infinite. That is why you must trust that feeling tells you the truth. Your place on the active side of infinity guarantees you a sense of security, love, and a permanent connection to intention. 4. The moment low-energy thoughts such as fear, despair, worry, sadness, anguish, or guilt assail you, take a moment to think about whether it makes sense from the perspective of the active side of infinity. Knowing that you are here forever and always connected to your source will give you a completely different perspective. In the context of infinity, living any moment in your life that is not in the midst of love and gratitude is a waste of vital energy. You can quickly dissipate those lower energies and connect to the force of intention at the same time by clearing the lenses of perception and seeing everything as it is, infinite, as William Blake says. 5. Take a few minutes to reflect on the deceased people you loved and were close to. Being aware of your infinite nature and staying on the active side of infinity allows you to feel the presence of those souls, who cannot die and have not died. In his book on Celtic wisdom titled Anam Cara, John O'Donohue offers these words, which I not only agree with, but know to be true from personal experience. I think our friends among the dead really care about us and take care of us. We could connect in a very creative way with our friends in the invisible world. We don't have to mourn the dead. Why should we? Now they are in a place where there are no longer shadows, no darkness, no loneliness, no isolation, no pain. They are home. They are with God, where they came from. Not only can you communicate with the deceased and feel their presence, you can die while you are alive and rid yourself of those shadows and darkness right now by living on the active side of infinity. Here concludes the first part of the force of intention. The second part consists of a series of chapters that explain how to put this new connection to intention to work in your life, in different ways. Like the first part, read it with your mind not only open to the possibility that you can achieve whatever you imagine, but also knowing that on the active side of infinity everything is possible. So what is excluded? Second part. Put the intention into operation. We are already one and we imagine not being one. And what we have to recover is our original unity. What we have to be is what we are. Thomas Merton. 7. It is my intention to respect myself at all times. A person cannot feel comfortable without accepting himself. Mark Twln. Here is a simple truth to start this chapter: you did not emerge from a material particle as you have been led to believe. Your conception at the time of your parents' joyous union was not your beginning. You had no beginning. That particle emanated from the universal energy field of intention, like all particles. You are a piece of that universal mind of creation. You must see God within you and consider yourself a divine creation to have access to the force of intention in your life. Pay close attention to this idea right now, in this moment, as you read these words. Meditate on the importance of what you are reading. You are a part of God. You are a living creation emanating from the universal mind of the all-creating source. God and you are the same. In very simple words, when you love and trust yourself, you love and trust the wisdom that created you, and when you fail to love or trust yourself, you are denying that infinite wisdom in favor of your ego. It is very important to remember that at every moment of your life you have the possibility of being a guest of God or a hostage of your ego. Guest or hostage? Your ego is the series of beliefs that I have spoken about earlier, which define you as what you accomplish and accumulate in a material sense. Your ego is solely responsible for feelings of self-doubt and rejection. When you try to live according to the low-level scales of your ego, you are hostage to that same ego. Your worth as a person is calibrated by what you have acquired and what you have achieved. If you have less things, you are less valuable and, therefore, you do not deserve the respect of others. If others do not respect you and your worth depends on how others see you, you cannot even conceive of self-respect. You become hostage to that low ego energy, which constantly prompts you to respect yourself through respect for others. Your ego's conviction that you are separate from everyone, separate from what is lacking in life, and something even more heinous, that you are separate from God, further hinders your ability to live up to the intention of the Lord. Respect yourself. The ego-holding idea of separation fosters feelings of competing with everyone and gauging your worth by the times you end up winning. As a hostage of the ego, you will not be able to respect yourself because you feel judged for your failures. Out of this bleak situation, caused by the negative ego, arises the rejection of yourself. He captures you and makes you his hostage, without allowing you to be a guest of what you come from. Being a guest of God means always seeing your authentic connection to Source. It is understanding that it is impossible to disconnect from the Source from which you come. Personally, I greatly enjoy being a guest of God. As I write here every morning, I notice how I receive ideas and words from the force of intention, which allows me to put those words on the pages. I trust that Source to provide me with the words, and therefore I trust the Source that brought me into this physical world. I am eternally connected to it. There is simply no room in this awareness for a lack of respect for intending for this book to take shape. I have come to the conclusion that I am worthy of my intention to write this book, to have it published, and to have it in your hands today. To put it another way, I respect the part of God that I am. I plug into the power of intention, and my respect for it increases my respect for myself. By loving and respecting yourself, you embrace God and invite the energy of creation into your consciousness, into your daily life, while connecting to the force of intention. The energy of intention and self-respect. If you do not consider yourself worthy of fulfilling your intentions regarding health, wealth, or love relationships, you are creating an obstacle that will prevent the flow of creative energy from reaching your daily life. Remember that in the universe everything is energy, which moves at different frequencies. The higher the frequency, the closer you will be to spiritual energy. At the lower frequencies you meet scarcity and trouble. The intention itself is a unified energy field that is willing to give life to everything. This field houses the laws of nature and is the inner domain of every human being. It is the field of all possibilities, yours by the work and grace of your existence. Holding a belief system that denies your connection to intention is the only way to avoid reaching the force of intention from the field of infinity. If you are convinced that you are not worthy to enjoy that field of all possibilities, you will radiate that kind of low energy, which will become the pattern of the energy that you attract, and you will send the message to the universe that you are unworthy to receive the unlimited abundance of the creative spirit. In a short time you will begin to act with that inner conviction of disrespect for yourself. You will consider yourself cut off from the possibility of receiving loving support from the creative field of intention, and you will stop the flow of that energy into your life. Why? Because you consider yourself unworthy. This lack of respect is enough to prevent your intentions from reaching your life. By the law of attraction, you attract disrespect when you declare yourself unworthy of being respected. Send the message that you are unworthy to the provider of everything, and you will literally say to the universal source, "Stop the flow of all I desire that comes to me, because I do not believe myself worthy of receiving it." Universal source will respond by stopping it, reaffirming your inner conviction of not being worthy, and attracting more disrespect in multiple ways. You will disrespect your body with too much food and toxic substances. You will show the lack of respect for yourself in the way you act, in the way you dress, in not exercising, in treating others, and the list is endless. The antidote to this terrible panorama is to commit yourself internally to respect yourself and to feel worthy of everything the universe has to offer you. If someone has the right to success and happiness, we all have it, because we are all always connected to intention. More simply, if you disrespect yourself, you are not only disrespecting one of God's greatest creations, but God. When you do not respect your source, you are saying no and turning your back on the force of intention. This stops the flow of energy that allows you to put your firm individual purpose into practice. Not all the positive thinking in the world will do you any good if those thoughts do not emanate from respect for your connection to intention. You must love and revere the source of your thoughts, and that means having the self-respect that harmonizes with the omniscient source of intelligence. What is the source of your thoughts? Your condition of being, where your thoughts and actions come from. When you do not respect your being, you activate a chain reaction that culminates in the frustration of your intentions. Respect for yourself should be your natural state, as it is for the entire animal kingdom. You will not see any mice that are deemed unworthy of what they intend to have. If so, the animal would simply die acting on the basis of its intimate conviction that it does not deserve food or shelter, or whatever the mice want. He knows that he is respectable, he sees no reason to reject himself, and he lives his condition of being a mouse in perfect order. The universe provides, and he draws those provisions into his world. What you think of yourself is what you think of the world. How do you see the world you live in? What do you think people are really like in general? Do you think that evil triumphs over good? Is the world full of self-centered, selfish people? Can the little one get ahead? Are all representatives and government entities corrupt and untrustworthy? Is life unfair? Is it impossible to get ahead without good contacts? All these attitudes arise from the assessment you make of your personal interaction with life. If your thoughts reflect a pessimistic view of the world, that's what you feel about yourself. If your thoughts reflect an optimistic view of the world, then that is how you feel about your life. Your attitude to the world in general is a good indicator of the respect you feel for your ability to bring into this world what you want. Pessimism implies that you do not subscribe to the idea of having access to the force of intention to help you create your own joyous reality. I remember hearing the following conversation after the events of 9/11 in New York. A man was talking to his grandson, and he said, "There are two wolves howling inside me. One is full of anger, hatred, bitterness, and desire for revenge. The other wolf in me is full of love, generosity, compassion, and a desire for forgiveness. Which wolf do you think will win?" asked the boy. "To the one who feeds him," answered Grandpa. There are always two ways of looking at the conditions of our world. We can see hatred, prejudice, mistreatment, hunger, poverty, and crime and come to the conclusion that this world is terrible. We can feed that howling wolf, and then we'll see even more of what we hate. But that will only help fill us with the very things that we consider so evil. Or we can look at the world from a position of love and respect for ourselves and see the improvements that have occurred in relations between races, the fall of so many dictatorships, the decline in crime, the dismantling of the terrible apartheid systems, the heightened awareness of the environmental movement and the desire on the part of so many to rid the world of nuclear weapons and mass destruction. We must remember that for every act of evil in the world there are a million acts of kindness, such as feeding the second wolf that howls from the posture of hope for humanity. If you see yourself as a divine creation, that you will look for in your vision of the world, and the naysayers and catastrophists will not exert any influence on you or your self-respect. When you have a gloomy view of the world, you are not receptive to the potential support that exists to help you with your individual intentions. Why should others come to your aid when you consider them despicable? Why should the universal force be attracted to what repels it? How could such a corrupt world be of help to someone with such noble intentions? The answers to these questions are obvious. You attract into your life what you feel inside. If you feel unworthy of being respected, you attract disrespect. Disrespect for yourself is the result of an exceptionally rusty connection to the field of intention. You have to clean and purify that connection, something that takes place in the mind. I have purposely chosen self-respect as the first chapter of the second part on the application of intention, because without high self-esteem the intention process is completely paralyzed. Without constant self-respect, the intention process works at the lowest levels. The universal field of intention is love, goodness, and beauty, which he lavishes on whatever he brings to the material world. Those who wish to reproduce the works of the universal omni-creating mind must be in harmony with the attributes of love, goodness, and beauty. If you don't respect someone or something created by God, you disrespect that creative force. You are one of those creations. If you don't treat yourself with respect, you abandon, push aside, or at least tarnish your connection with the force of intention. It is important that you recognize that your view of the world is based on how much you respect yourself. If you believe in infinite possibilities, you will earn a vote for your own possibilities. If you lean firmly on the potential of human beings to live in peace and are receptive to everything, you will be someone at peace and receptive to the possibilities of life. If you know that the universe is abundant, prosperous, and accessible to all, you will place yourself on the side where that abundance will also come to you. Your level of self-esteem should derive from knowing deep down that you have a sacred connection. Let nothing shake those sacred foundations. This will cleanse your bond with intention, and you will always know that self-respect is a personal choice. It has nothing to do with what others may think of you. Respect for yourself derives solely from yourself. The self in self-respect. Perhaps the biggest mistake we make, caused by loss of self-esteem, is to give more importance to the opinions of others than to the opinion we have of ourselves. Self-respect literally means that, since it comes from the self. This self emerged from a universal field of intention that had arranged to bring you here, from the infinite formless state to a being composed of molecules and physical substance. If you do not respect yourself, you despise the process of creation. Opinions about you will not be lacking. If you allow them to weaken your self-respect, you will seek the respect of others above your own and you will renounce yourself. Then you will try to reconnect with the field of intention with low-energy attitudes like censorship, hostility, and anxiety. You will slide into low-energy vibrations that will force you to attract more and more of these low energies into your life. Remember that it is the high energy that cancels and transforms the low energy. Light destroys darkness, love dissolves hate. If you have allowed any of these negative thoughts and opinions to direct you to form the basis of your self-portrait, you are asking the universal mind to do the same. Why? Because at high frequencies, the universal source of intention is creativity, love, goodness, beauty and abundance in its purest form. Self-respect attracts the highest energy, and self-respect attracts the lowest. He knows no other way. The negative opinions of others represent their low-energy ego acting on you. In other words, if you judge someone, you don't love them at that moment. In the same way, the judgments they make about you do not come from love, but they have nothing to do with respect for yourself. Their judgments and yours also distance you from your source, and therefore from the force of intention. As my friend and colleague Gerald Jampolsky says, when I can resist the temptation to judge others, I see them as teachers of forgiveness in my life, and they remind me that I can only feel calm when instead of judging I forgive. This is how you turn to yourself in self-respect. Instead of judging those who judge you and thereby diminishing your self-respect, you send them a silent message of forgiveness and imagine that they do the same to you. This is how you connect with intention and guarantee that you will always respect your own divinity. You will have cleared the way to be able to enjoy the great strength that is yours in its own right in the field of intention. Make your intention your reality. Finally, in this part I offer 10 ways to cultivate your intention to respect yourself at all times. First step. In front of a mirror, look into your eyes and say, I love myself as many times as possible during the day. I love myself. These 2 magic words help you maintain your self-respect. Keep in mind that at first it may be difficult for you because of the circumstances to which you have been exposed throughout your life and because those words can bring to the surface remnants of disrespect that your ego wants you to keep holding on to. Your most immediate impulse may be to see it as an expression of your ego's desire to be superior to everyone else. But that is not an affirmation of the ego, but of self-respect. Transcend that ego mentality and proclaim your love for yourself and your connection with the Spirit of God. That does not make you superior to anyone, but equal to everyone, and exalts the fact that you are a part of God. Proclaim it for your self-esteem. Proclaim it out of respect for what He arranged for you to come into this world. Proclaim it because it is the way to stay connected to your source and regain the force of intention. I love me. Say it without shame. Say it with pride and be that image of love and self-respect. Second step. Write the following and repeat it over and over to yourself: I am as healthy and perfect as I was created. May this thought accompany you wherever you go. Laminate it and put it in a pocket, or put it on the dashboard of the car, in the refrigerator or by the bed. May those words become a source of high energy and self-esteem. Just by having those words with you and sharing the same space, their energy will flow directly to you. Respect for yourself arises from the fact that you respect the source from which you came and that you have made the decision to reconnect with it, regardless of what others think. It is very important that you do not forget to remember at the beginning that you are worthy of the infinite respect of the only source you can always count on, the part of the energy of God that defines you. If you remember it, it will work wonders for your self-esteem, and consequently for your ability to use the force of intention in your life. Remember the following: I am not my body. I am not what I accumulate. I am not my achievements. I am not the fame that I have. I am as healthy and perfect as I was created. Third step. Show more respect to others and to the whole of life. Perhaps the greatest secret of self-esteem is to value others more. The easiest way to do this is to see in them the expression of God. Stop judging the appearance, successes, and failures of others, their social position, their wealth, or their poverty, and prolong the appreciation and love of the source from which they came. We are all children of God, everybody. Try to see it even in those who seem to act in an ungodly way. Know that by lavishing love and respect you can turn that energy around and direct it back to its source instead of away from it. In short, radiate respect because that is what you have to offer. Radiate censorship and low energy and that is what you will attract. Remember that when you judge others you do not define them, but you define yourself as someone who needs to judge. The same applies to those who judge you. Fourth step. Declare to yourself and to everyone you know, I'm from here. The feeling of knowing that you are in your place is one of the highest attributes in Abraham Maslow's pyramid of self-actualization, which I discuss at the beginning of the next chapter. Feeling that you have nothing to do with where you are or that you are where you should not be may be due to a lack of respect for yourself. Respect yourself and your divinity knowing that everyone has their place. It's something you should never question. Your presence in the universe proves that you are in your place. Nobody can decide if you are on your side. You are part of an intelligent system. The wisdom of creation arranged for you to be here, in this place, in this family, with these brothers and parents, occupying this unique space. Repeat it and proclaim it as necessary: I'm from here. And the same goes for the others. No one is here by chance. Fifth step. Remember that you are never alone. My respect for myself will remain intact as long as I know that it is impossible for me to be alone. I have a boss who never leaves me and is by my side even when it seems I have left my source. I think that if the universal mind has enough respect to allow me to come here and function through me and protect me in the moments when I have strayed down dangerous unspiritual paths, that association deserves reciprocal respect. I remember my friend Pat McMahon, a KTAR radio talk show host from Phoenix, Arizona, telling me about his encounter with Mother Teresa in the studio before interviewing her for his show. She begged him to let him do something for her. Whatever, my friend assured me. She looked at him and said, "Get up tomorrow at 4 in the morning and hit the streets of Phoenix. Find someone who lives there who thinks he is alone, and convince him that he is not." Great advice, because those who take pleasure in doubting themselves and seem lost have lost their self-esteem, because they have forgotten that they are not alone. Step 6. Respect your body. You have been given a perfect body to house your inner, invisible self for a few brief moments of eternity. Regardless of size, shape, color, or any diseases, it is a perfect creation for the purpose you came here for. You don't have to strain to be healthy. Health is something you already have, if you don't alter it. Perhaps you've upset your healthy body by overfeeding it, depriving it of exercise, or overstimulating it with toxins or drugs that have left it sick, fatigued, nervous, distraught, bloated, or with an endless list of illnesses. You can begin to make your intention to live a self-respecting life come true by honoring the temple that houses you. You know what you have to do. You don't need another diet, a gym manual, or a personal trainer. Go inside yourself, listen to your body and treat it with the dignity and love that self-respect requires. 7th step. Meditate to stay in conscious contact with your source, which always respects you. I will not tire of repeating it. Meditation is a way of experiencing what the 5 senses cannot perceive. When you are connected to the field of intention, you are connected to the wisdom that exists within you. That divine wisdom has great respect for you, and continues to respect you while you are here. Meditation is a way of ensuring that you maintain a state of self-respect. Regardless of what happens around you, when you enter the sacred space of meditation, all doubts about your worth as a creation are dispelled. You will emerge from the solemnity of meditation feeling connected to your source and enjoying respect for all beings, especially yourself. 8th step. Make amends to adversaries. The act of making amends sends a sign of respect to your adversaries. As you radiate that forgiving energy, you will notice that the same kind of positive, respectful energy flows to you. By being great enough to make amends and replace the energy of anger, bitterness, and tension with that of kindness, even if you keep insisting that you are right, you will respect yourself much more than before your act of forgiveness. If you are full of anger towards someone, that means that a huge part of you is bothered by the presence of that debilitating energy. Take a moment to think, right now, and confront that person who stands out in your mind as someone you have hurt, or who has hurt you, and tell him that you would like to make amends. You'll see how much better you feel. That pleasant feeling of having clarified things is self-respect. It takes a lot more courage, strength of character, and conviction to make amends than to keep holding on to low-energy feelings. 9th step. Remember the self in self-respect. To do this, you have to recognize that the opinions of others about you are not facts, but opinions. When I speak in public, before 500 people, at the end of the afternoon there are 500 opinions about me in the room. I am neither of those opinions. I am not responsible for what they think of me. The only thing I can be responsible for is my character, and that applies to everyone. If I respect myself, I trust that self of self-respect. If I doubt myself, or if I punish myself, not only do I lose respect for myself, but I attract more doubts and more low-energy opinions with which to continue to punish myself. You cannot maintain the link with the universal mind, which provides that we are all here, if you cannot trust yourself for self-respect. 10th step. You have to keep yourself in a state of gratitude. In the following chapters, you will discover that gratitude is the final step. You better appreciate and not despise everything that comes your way in life. When you say thank you, my God, for everything, and when you express gratitude for your life and for all that you see and experience, you respect creation. That respect exists within you, and you can only give what you have inside. The state of gratitude is the same as the state of respect, respect for yourself, that you give by hand and that will be returned to you multiplied by 10. I am going to conclude this chapter with the words of Jesus of Nazareth, spoken through the mouth of one of his apostles, Saint Matthew, Matthew 5:48. Be therefore perfect, as your heavenly Father is perfect. Reconnect with the perfection from which you emerged. There can be no greater respect for oneself. 8. It is my intention to live life with a purpose. Those who have failed to get closer to the truth have missed the purpose of living Buddha. The only thing you have to deal with in life is to achieve understanding of God. Everything else is useless and despicable. Sivananda. The sense of purpose is at the apex of the pyramid of self-realization created by Abraham Maslow more than 50 years ago. In the course of his research, Dr. Maslow discovered that those with a purpose in life possess the highest qualities humanity can offer. During the many years that I have dedicated to human development, motivation, and spiritual awareness, it is the topic that most people ask me about. They ask me the question over and over again, how can I find my purpose? Is there really such a thing? Why don't I know my purpose in life? Maintaining a purpose is what the people who go the furthest in self-realization on the journey of life achieve, but many others have little that sense of purpose and may even doubt that there is such a thing in their life. The purpose and intention. The central theme of this book is that intention is a force in the universe and that everything and everyone is connected to that invisible outside. Since it is an intelligent system of which we are all part and everything that arrives here derives from that intelligence, we have to deduce that, if it was not destined to come here, it would not be here. And if it's here, it was meant to be here, and that's enough for me. The very fact of your existence indicates that you have a purpose. As I have already said, the key question for most of us is this: what is my purpose? And that question is asked over and over again, each person with their own theme. What should I do? Should I be an architect, florist, veterinarian? Should I help people or fix cars? Have a family or go to the jungle to save chimpanzees? The infinite options before us stun us, and we wonder if we are doing what we should be doing. In this chapter I would like everyone to forget about such questions. What you should do is move to a place of faith and trust in the universal mind of intention, remembering that we have emanated from that mind and that we are part of it at all times. Intention and purpose are as beautifully and naturally intertwined as the double helix of DNA. Chance does not exist. You are here to fulfill the purpose for which you signed up before entering the world of particles and shape. Many things you think of as problems stem from being disconnected from intention and therefore oblivious to your true spiritual identity. The process of refining and re-establishing that connection is fundamental to your intention to live with a purpose. By clearing that connection, you will make two very important discoveries. First, you will discover that your purpose is not so much about what you do as it is about what you feel. The second discovery will be that feeling that you want to carry out that purpose activates your intention force to create anything that agrees with the 7 phases of intention. Feeling that you have a purpose. In answer to the question, what should I do with my life? I suggest that you can only do one thing, since you came into this life with nothing and you will leave with nothing: give it. You will feel that you have a purpose when you give your life to the service of others. When you give to others, to your planet and to your source, you have a purpose. Whatever you decide, if you are motivated by serving others and at the same time sincerely disinterested in the possible outcomes, you will feel that you have a purpose, regardless of the abundance you receive in return. So your intention is that your life has a purpose. But how is the spiritual source in this regard? It is continually immersed in the process of giving its life force to create something out of nothing. When you do the same, regardless of what you give or create, you are in harmony with intention. Then you have a purpose, just as the universal mind always acts with a purpose. Let's go a little further. Does the universal source of life have to think about what it is doing with its powers? Are you worried about producing gazelles or centipedes? Are you worried about where you live or what you ultimately believe? No. Your source is simply concerned with expressing itself through the 7 phases of intention. Details are resolved automatically. Likewise, your feelings about your purpose in life flow through the expression of the 7 phases of intention. Let yourself be carried away to that intimate place where there is no concern for things like your vocation or dedicating yourself to what you were destined to be. When you are in the service of others, or extend goodness beyond your own limits, you will feel united to your source. You will feel happy and satisfied knowing that you are doing what you should. I have that feeling of fulfillment and satisfaction knowing that I am acting in accordance with my purpose when I read the mail or hear comments, very frequent, while passing through an airport or as in a restaurant: "You have changed my life, Wayne Dyer. When I felt lost, you were there." It is something very different from copyright or a good review in a magazine, which I also like. Personal expressions of gratitude are what confirm to me that I have a purpose in life. Aside from the job I've chosen, I feel like I have a purpose that takes thousands of forms almost every day. When I lavish myself to help someone in need, when I take a moment to cheer up a disgruntled employee in a restaurant or a store, when I make a child in his stroller laugh without being listened to, or even when I pick up some waste and I throw it in a garbage can, I feel that I am giving myself to others and, therefore, that I have a purpose. The bottom line, in my opinion, is this: stick with your purpose by expressing the 7 phases of intention, and the details will be revealed to you. You won't have to ask again what your purpose is or how to find it. Your purpose will be revealed to you. In a previous chapter, I have discussed the obstacles to connecting with intention, and I have pointed out that our thoughts are one of the biggest obstacles. It emphasized the fact that we become what we think about throughout the day. What are your thoughts to keep you from feeling like you have a purpose in life? For example, if you think that you have no connection to your purpose and that you are lurching through life, that is precisely what you will attract. But suppose this is a purpose-driven universe in which your thoughts, emotions, and actions are part of your free will and are both connected to the force of intention. Suppose that what you think, that you do not have a purpose, a goal, is actually part of your purpose. Just like the idea of losing someone makes you love them even more, or an illness makes you appreciate health more, imagine that you have to think that no one cares about you to realize your worth. When you are awake enough to question your purpose and ask how to connect to it, what pushes you to do so is the force of intention. The act of questioning why you are here indicates that your thoughts are pushing you to reconnect with the field of intention. What is the source of your thoughts about your purpose? Why do you want to have a purpose? Why is a sense of purpose considered the greatest attribute of a fully functioning person? The source of thought is an infinite reservoir of energy and intelligence. In a sense, thoughts about your purpose are actually your purpose trying to reconnect with you. This infinite reservoir of loving, caring, creative and abundant energy emerged from primal intelligence and encourages you to express the universal mind in a unique, personal way. Reread the 2 quotes at the beginning of this chapter. Buddha speaks of the truth, and Sivananda suggests that our true purpose is to understand God. This book is dedicated to connecting with the force of intention and the abandonment of the ego, which tries to make us believe that we are separated from our divine and creative source and to separate us from the understanding of the ultimate truth. That ultimate truth is the source of thoughts. That inner condition of being knows why it is here, but your ego pushes you to pursue money, prestige, popularity, and sensory pleasures and lose sight of the purpose of living. You may feel satiated and have gained fame, but inside you will be corroded by that feeling typified in the old Peggy Lee song, "Is that all there is?" Focusing on the demands of the ego leaves a feeling of dissatisfaction. Within you at the level of your being, is what you were destined to be, to achieve, what you were to become. In that nowhere place you are connected with the force of intention. She will find you. Make a conscious effort to get in touch with her and listen to her. Practice being what you are at the source of your soul. Go to the level of your soul, where intention and purpose fit together so perfectly that you get a very simple revelation. Know what this is. The silent inner knowing. The esteemed psychologist and philosopher William James says this: we know vaguely, in the back of our minds, what we should be doing. But we can't decide to start. We wait every moment for the spell to be broken. But it continues, one pulse after another, and we float with it. From my experience as a therapist and as someone who has spoken to thousands of people about their lives, I have come to the same conclusion, that somewhere, buried deep within all of us, there is a call to purpose. It is not always something rational, something clearly defined, and sometimes it may even seem absurd, but the knowledge is there. There is a silent something inside us that wants us to express ourselves. That something is the soul that tells you to pay attention and connect to the force of intention through love, kindness, and receptivity. That silent inner knowing will not leave you alone. You can try to ignore it, as if it did not exist, but when you are alone, in authentic communion with yourself, you will notice that the void awaits you to fill it with your music. He wants you to accept the risks involved and stop paying attention to your ego and the ego of others who tell you that an easier or safer path is convenient for you. The irony is that it is not necessarily about performing a specific task, or having a specific occupation or living in a specific place. It's about sharing yourself in a creative, loving way, using the skills and interests that are an inherent part of you. It can be any activity: dancing, writing, healing, gardening, cooking, parenting, teaching, composing, singing, surfing, whatever. The list is endless. But on that list everything can go to inflate your ego or serve others. Ultimately, satisfying your ego means feeling frustrated and questioning your purpose, because your source is egoless, and you are trying to connect with that source, where the purpose originates. If the activities on the list are in the service of others, you feel the joy of living with a purpose, while, paradoxically, you attract more of what you would like to have in life. My daughter Sky is an example of what I am trying to expose. Sky has known since she learned to speak that she wanted to sing. It was almost as if he appeared in this world with the destiny of singing for others. Over the years he has sung in my public appearances, the first time at 4 years of age, and at all ages until now, when he is 21. She has also sung on my TV shows and has always been gratified by the audience's reaction. Sky was studying a music course at a major university from academic and theoretical perspectives. One day in the first year, we had a focused conversation about his purpose and the quiet inner knowing that he has always possessed. "Would you be upset if I dropped out of college?" he asked me. "I think that I cannot do what I know I have to do studying music theory in a classroom. I want to compose my own music and sing. It's all I think about, but I don't want to disappoint you and Mom." How was I going to tell my 21-year-old daughter, when I tell my readers not to die with the music they still have inside, to stay in college because that's the right thing to do and what I did? I encouraged her to listen to the silent knowing that I have seen evidence of since she was a baby and to follow the promptings of her heart. As Gandhi once said, "To give your heart is to give everything." That's where God exists in Sky, and in everyone. I asked my daughter to make a supreme effort to live out her purpose by serving those who would listen to her music rather than focusing on fame or money. "Let the universe take care of those details," I reminded him. "You compose and sing because you have to express what is in that beautiful heart of yours." Then I asked her to think from the end and to act as if what she wanted to create was already here, waiting for her to connect. She recently explained to me that she felt dejected that she hadn't brought any CDs into the world, and she acted with the thought of not having brought any records into the world. Consequently, no records and a lot of frustration. I encouraged her to start thinking from the end, with the studio prepared, the musicians willing to collaborate with her, the album as a finished product and her intention as a reality. I gave him a deadline to finish a record that he could make available to the public at my lectures. I also told him that he could sing on those occasions, as he had done sporadically, just like on my television shows. By thinking from the end, all that he needed came true, and the universal spirit began to cooperate with his firm determination. He found the studio, the musicians he needed appeared as if by magic, and he brought out his compact disc. Sky worked tirelessly day after day singing her favorite songs, and also some that I wanted her to sing in my public appearances, such as Infinite Grace, the St. Francis Prayer, and one composed of her, Lavender Fields. Lavender, who sings with pride and passion. And here we are that her album, titled "The Sky Has No Limits," has already been released and is offered to the public when she sings at my lectures. Sky's presence on the stage with me brings so much joy and love to the ceremony because she is one of the human beings most aligned with the 7 faces of intention that I have ever known, so it is not surprising that this book is dedicated to her, one of my angels of spiritual intention. Inspiration and purpose. When you feel inspired by a great purpose, everything will start to go well for you. Inspiration comes from going back inside the spirit and connecting with the 7 faces of intention. When you are inspired, What seemed risky turns into a path that you feel compelled to follow. The risks disappear because you go after your happiness, the truth that exists within you, love harmonized with your intention. If you don't feel love, you don't feel the truth, and your truth is wrapped in connection with spirit. This is why inspiration is such an important part of realizing the intention to live with a purpose. When I left the job that no longer inspired me, every detail that worried me was resolved almost magically. I had worked for several months in a large company where I was paid 3 times what I was paid as a teacher, but I was not inspired. The inner knowledge did not stop pricking me and told me, "Do what you came here to do," and teaching and therapy became the daily manifestation of my purpose. When I left a chair at a major university to dedicate myself to writing and lecturing, it was not a risk, it was something I had to do because I knew I wouldn't feel good if I didn't follow the promptings of my heart. The universe took care of the details, because I felt love for what I did and, consequently, I lived my truth. In teaching love, that same love guided me toward my purpose, and financial retribution flowed to me with the same energy of love. I didn't know how all this would turn out, but I listened to my inner knowing and never regretted it. You might think that it is too risky to give up a salary, a pension, job security, or an environment known for a faint little light in your mind that attracts you to see why it has turned on. I think there is no risk to pay attention to that light, which is your knowledge. By combining your deep knowing with the faith that the Spirit will give you, you will realize that the force of intention is in full swing. All you need is to trust that inner knowing. I call it faith, not faith in an external God who provides you with a purpose, but faith in the call that you hear from the very core of your being. You are an infinite, divine creation that makes the decision to have a purpose and to connect to the force of intention. Everything revolves around a harmonious connection with your source. Faith eliminates risk when you decide to trust that inner knowing of your purpose and become a channel for the force of intention to flow through you. Make your intention your reality. Here are 10 ways to carry out your intention to live with a purpose from now on. First step. Declare that in an intelligent system no one appears by chance, and neither do you. The universal mind of intention is responsible for all creation. You know what to do. You come from that mind, and you are infinitely connected to it. Your existence has meaning, and you have the ability to live with the perspective of purpose. The first step is knowing that you are here for a purpose, which is not the same as knowing what you are supposed to do. What you do will change throughout your life. In reality, changes can occur from 1 hour to the next every day of your life. Your purpose does not consist in what you do, but in your condition of being, that place in yourself where your thoughts arise. That is why we are known as human beings and not as human doers. Affirm with your words, as you write and think, that you are here for a purpose, and aim to live with this knowledge at all times. Second step. Take advantage of any occasion, no matter how small, to put your life at the service of others. Let the ego not influence your intention to live with a purpose. Regardless of what you want to do in life, that the fundamental motivation of your efforts is not the desire for gratification or reward. Ironically, the personal rewards will multiply when you focus on giving rather than receiving. Fall in love with what you are doing, and let that love spring from the depths in which the Spirit dwells. Then you can sell the feeling of love, enthusiasm, and joy that your efforts generate. If you believe that your purpose is to be a supermom, put all your energy and dynamism at the service of your children. If you think it consists of writing poetry or fixing teeth, get rid of the ego and do what you like to do. Do it from the perspective of influencing someone or some cause, and let the universe handle the details of your personal rewards. Live your purpose by doing what you do with pure love, and then you will create in collaboration with the force of the universal mind of intention, which is ultimately responsible for all creation. Third step, align your goal with the field of intention. This is the most important thing to carry out your intentions. Being aligned with the universal field means having faith that your Creator knows what you are here for, even if you don't. It means submitting the small mind to the big mind, and remembering that your purpose will be revealed to you in the same way that you were revealed. Also, the purpose is born of creativity, kindness, love, and receptivity to an infinitely abundant world. Keep that connection pure, and you will be guided in all your actions. It is not fatalism to say that if something is meant to be, it cannot be stopped. That means having faith in the force of intention, which created you and is within you. When you are aligned with your creative source, that same source will help you create the life of your choice. So it seems that what happens was meant to be. And that's because it is. You can always choose how to line up. If you stay focused on making demands on the universe, you will feel as if there are demands being placed on your life. Stay focused on lovingly asking, how can I use my innate talent and desire to serve? And the universe will answer you with equal energy by asking, how can I serve you? Step 4, ignore what others say about your purpose. Regardless of what anyone tells you, the truth about the feeling of having a purpose is that only you can know it, and if you do not feel it in that inner place where a burning desire dwells, it is not your purpose. Your family and friends may try to convince you that your destiny is what they think. Perhaps they see in you a talent that, in their opinion, will help you earn a lot of money, or perhaps they want you to follow in their footsteps because they think that you will be happy doing what they have been doing all their lives. Your math, decorating, or electronic skills may indicate a great aptitude for a certain activity, but in the end, if you don't feel it, nothing will make it resonate with you. Your purpose is between you and your source, and the closer you get to how that field of intention looks and acts, the better you will understand that you are being guided with a purpose. You may lack skills in a particular field and yet you feel drawn to him. Forget about aptitude test results, forget about lack of experience and skill, and most importantly, ignore the opinions of others and listen to your heart. Step 5, remember that the omni-creative field of intention will work in your favor. Albert Einstein once said that the most important decision we make is to believe that we live in a friendly or hostile universe. It is essential that you know that the omni-creative field of intention is cordial and that it will act with you as long as you see it that way. The universe supports life, it flows freely into everything and is infinitely abundant. Why decide to see it differently? All the problems we face arise from believing that we are separated from God and from each other, leading to a state of conflict. This state of conflict creates an opposing force causing the confusion of millions of human beings regarding its purpose. Know that the universe is always willing to act with you, in your favor, and that you are always in a friendly world, not hostile. Step 6, study and imitate the lives of people who have known their purpose. Who do you admire the most? Please read the biography of these people and find out how they lived and what motivated them to maintain their purpose when obstacles arose. I have always been fascinated by Saul of Tarsus, later known as Saint Paul, whose letters and teachings are the source of much of the New Testament. Taylor Caldwell wrote an imaginary biography of Saint Paul called The Great Lion of God, which inspired me greatly. I was also deeply moved by the meaning that Saint Francis of Assisi gave to his life, as shown in the novel Saint Francis by Nikos Kazantzakis. I always spend my free time reading about people who are role models of a purposeful life, and I encourage you to do the same. 7th step. Act like you're leading the life you were meant to live, even if you're feeling confused about what we call purpose. Invite into your daily life as much as it makes you feel closer to God and brings you joy. Consider events that seem like obstacles unique opportunities to test your resolve and find your purpose. See everything from a broken nail to geographic displacement to illness or job loss as an opportunity to step away from your daily routine and move on to your purpose. By acting like you have a purpose and treating obstacles as cordial reminders to trust what you feel deep inside, you will realize your intention to be a person with a purpose in life. 8th step. Meditate to keep your purpose. Use the japa technique, which I have talked about earlier, and focus your inner attention on asking your source to guide you to fulfill your destiny. This letter from Matthew McQuaid describes the fascinating results of purposeful meditation. Dear Dr. Dyer, Michelle, my wife, has become miraculously pregnant, by a manifest miracle of the Spirit and thanks to all the recommendations that you make. Michelle and I have faced infertility for 5 years. We try everything there has been and to have. None of the very expensive and complex treatments worked. The doctors left it as impossible. Each cycle of treatment tested our faith over and over again. Our doctor managed to freeze embryos from previous treatment cycles. Michelle had more than 50 embryos implanted in her uterus over the course of several years. The chances of an embryo leading to a pregnancy were practically zero in our case. As you know, zero is a word that is not found in the spiritual vocabulary. A special embryo that survived 250 degrees below zero for 6 months has found its new home in the womb of Michelle, who is in the second trimester of pregnancy. One could say, that's good. I receive letters like that every day. However, this letter contains proof of God's hand. As you have so eloquently put it many times, a tiny particle of protoplasm, a physical mass of living cells with the future pull of a human being connected in a laboratory and then disconnected in a freezer. The molecular movement and the biochemical process are interrupted, and yet the essence of being was there, before the freezing. Where did the spirit essence go during the freeze? The cells were connected and then disconnected, but the spiritual essence had to be maintained despite the physical state of the cells. The frequency of the vibration of the frozen cells was low, but the frequency of the vibrations of his spirit was immeasurable. The essence of being had to be outside the physical plane or the mass of cells. He could not have gone but to the realm of the spirit, where he waited. He waited until he melted and manifested into the being he had always been. I hope you find this story as compelling as it does me, nothing less than a miracle, an example of the spirit in a body and not a body with a spirit. And now, the million-dollar question. Could that embryo have survived the hostile conditions of freezing and yet manifest because I practiced japa meditation, because I opened my mouth and said, "Ah"? Of course he had some knowledge. Japa meditation and surrender to infinite patience are daily practices. In quiet times, I can even smell the child. Michelle will thank me for my conviction and my faith during times of darkness. Praise your work, which has served as my guide. Thanks. Now nothing seems impossible to me. When I compare what I have manifested in Michelle's womb with anything else I could wish for, the process is effortless. When you really give yourself, it seems as if everything you could wish for comes out exactly as planned. The next demonstration will be to help other infertile couples make their dream come true. In a way, I will help those who think they have nothing to look forward to. Affectionately, Matthew McQuaid. I have received letters from many people telling me that they have managed to stay on track thanks to japa meditation. I am deeply moved by the force of intention when I learn that practicing japa helps some people achieve a pregnancy that they considered their divine mission. I especially like Matthew's decision to help other infertile couples with their experience. Ninth step. Keep your thoughts and feelings in harmony with your actions. The surest way to understand your purpose is to eliminate any conflict or disagreement that exists between what you think and feel and how you live your days. Yes, there is disharmony, active attitudes of the ego, of fear, or failure or of disappointing others, that take you away from your purpose. Your actions must be in harmony with your thoughts. You have to trust harmonious thoughts and always be ready to act accordingly. Refuse to consider yourself false or cowardly, because those thoughts will prevent you from acting on what you know you were meant to be. Take steps daily to harmonize your thoughts and feelings about your heroic mission with daily activities and the ever-present field of intention. Harmony with God's will is the highest state you can achieve in your purpose. 10th step. Stay in a state of gratitude. Give thanks even for being able to think about your purpose. Give thanks for the wonderful gift of being able to serve humanity, the planet, and God. Give thanks for what seem like obstacles to your purpose. Remember, as Gandhi tells us, divine guidance sometimes comes when the horizon is darkest. See the kaleidoscope of your life, including how many people have crossed your path. Look at all the jobs, the successes, the apparent failures, the gains, the losses, the victories, everything from a gratitude perspective. You are here for a reason, that's the key to feeling like you have a purpose. Be grateful for the opportunity to live with a purpose in tune with the will of the source of all. There are many reasons for appreciation. It seems to me that seeking our purpose is like seeking happiness. There is no path to happiness, happiness is the way, and so is living life with a purpose. It is not something you find, it's how you live your life serving others and giving purpose to everything you do. This is precisely how you make the intention that gives this chapter its title come true. When you live life with a purpose, you live in love. When you don't live in love, you have no purpose. This applies to individuals, institutions, businesses, and governments. When a government extorts excessive amounts from its citizens for any service, it serves no purpose. When a government resorts to violence as a means of resolving conflict, it is purposeless, regardless of how it justifies its actions. When religions allow prejudice and hatred or mistreatment of their faithful, they have no purpose. And the same is applicable to all. Your goal in reaching the force of intention is to return to your source and live according to that consciousness, reproducing the acts of the intention itself. That source is love, and therefore the fastest way to understand and live your purpose is to ask yourself if you think with love. Do your thoughts spring from an ulterior source of love? Do you act by following those thoughts of love? If the answer is yes, you live with a purpose. I cannot say anything more. 9. It is my intention to be authentic and peaceful with all my family members. Your friends are God's way of apologizing for your family members. Ueinda. We let the expectations and demands of our family members create tensions and bad times, when what we want is to really be ourselves and be at peace with them. All too often the conflict seems to be between being authentic, which means not being at peace with some family members, or having peace in exchange for not being authentic. Establishing the connection with the force of intention to treat the family may seem like a contradiction, but it is not. Being peaceful and authentic can define your relationship with your family, but first, you may need to assess your relationship with your closest relative, you. You will discover that how others treat you has a lot to do with how you treat yourself and thus teach others to treat you. They treat you like you teach others to treat you. In a previous chapter I urged you to pay attention to your inner dialogue. One of the biggest obstacles to connecting to intention is what you think about what others expect or want from you. The more you focus on how much it bothers you that your family does not understand or value you, the more you will attract misunderstandings or undervaluation. Why? Because what you think expands, even when you think about something that bothers you and what you do not want in your life. If that intention attracts you, you most likely already know which members of your family make you nervous. If you think that their expectations influence you too much, or that you are a victim of their way of being, you will have to start by changing your thoughts, what they do to what you think. Tell yourself, I have taught all these people how to treat me because I am willing to give more importance to their opinions about me than to mine. You could develop this by asserting forcefully, and my intention is to show you how I want you to treat me from now on. Taking responsibility for how your family members treat you will help you create the kind of relationship with all of them that is consistent with the universal mind of intention. You may wonder how you can be responsible for teaching people to treat you. To a large extent, the answer is not just being willing to heed those family pressures, some of which are traditions dating back countless generations before, but consenting to disconnect from your divine source and indulging in low-energy emotions like humiliation, guilt, despair, regret, anxiety, and even hatred. You and only you have taught yours to treat you thanks to your willingness to accept critical comments from that well-intentioned but sometimes nosy and boring tribe. Your family relationships are on your mind. When you close your eyes, your family disappears. Where has it gone? Nowhere, but this exercise helps you recognize that your family members exist as thoughts in your mind. And remember that God is the mind with which you think. Do you use your mind to treat your family members in harmony with intention, Or have you abandoned or mentally detached yourself regarding your family as something that is opposed to the universal source of intention? All those people related to you are ideas in your head. If they have acquired power, it is because you have granted it to them. If you think that something is wrong or that something is missing in those relationships, that indicates that something is happening, since, in general, anything you see in anyone is a reflection of some aspect of you, because if not, you would not care and you would not even realize it. To change the character of family relationships, you will have to change the way you think about them and reach the inconceivable with a somersault. And what is the inconceivable? The idea is that you are the source of the distress in your relationships and not the individual who has been labeled as unbearable, irritating and despicable. These individuals have treated you over the years precisely as you have allowed them with your reactions and your behavior. All of them exist in your head as ideas that have separated you from your source of intention, something that can miraculously change when you decide to be at peace with all the people in your life and especially with your family. If your inner dialogue with your family members focuses on what they are doing wrong, this is precisely how you experience your relationship with them. If your inner speech focuses on what bothers you about them, that is what you will notice. As much as you blame them for your irritation, that irritation is your business, and it comes from your thoughts. If you make the decision to direct your inner attention, your vital energy, towards something different, it will change your relationship. In your thoughts, where your family relationships exist, you won't feel upset, angry, hurt, or depressed. If you think, my intention is to be authentic and peaceful with this relative, that is what you will experience, even if that relative continues to act as usual. Changing your mind means changing your relationships. Being authentic and peaceful with your family members only means changing the way you think. You can learn to change your thoughts by aiming to create authentic and peaceful feelings within yourself. No one can bother you without your consent, and you have consented too often. When you start practicing the intention to be authentic and peaceful, you stop consenting to being in the lower energy. You connect with peace itself and decide to bring it to your family, so that you immediately acquire the power to change the energy of family gatherings. Think about the family members you have blamed for your feelings of anxiety, irritation, or depression. You have focused on what you dislike about them or how they have treated you, and your relationship has always had an unpleasant touch. Imagine doing this from another point of view. Instead of reacting to their low energy hostility or boastfulness with hostility or boastfulness lowering the energy field for everyone, bring your intention of peace into the interaction. Remember that it is the high energy of love that can dissolve the low energies. When you react to the low energy with the same, you are not authentically peaceful nor connected to the force of intention. In low energy, you say or think phrases like the following: I don't respect you because you don't respect me. I'm mad at you for being so mad at the world. I don't like you because you are a braggart. By focusing your attention on what you intend to manifest rather than the very low energy that you run into, you make the decision to connect to intention and bring the attributes of your universal source in the presence of that low energy. Imagine Jesus of Nazareth saying to his disciples, I despise those who despise me and I don't want to know anything about them. Or, I am angry that people judge me. How can I live in peace with so many hostile people around me? It would be absurd, because Jesus Christ represents the highest level of love energy in the universe. That is precisely what he wore in the presence of hostile, skeptical people, and with his very presence he raised the energy of those around him. I know you are not Jesus Christ, but you can learn great spiritual lessons from our great teachers. If you intend to bring peace to a situation and you are living on the level of intention, you will leave that situation with a sense of peace. I learned that lesson years ago with my wife's family. Before awakening to the force of intention, family visits were events that depressed me due to the attitude and behavior of some members of my wife's family. I prepared for these Sunday visits by getting nervous and angry about an experience that I imagined boring and horrible. I was rarely disappointed. I focused my thoughts on what I did not like and thus defined my relationship with my in-laws. Little by little, As I came to understand the force of intention and put the ego aside, I began to replace anger and annoyance with kindness, receptivity, love, and even beauty. Before a family reunion, I remember that I am who I choose to be in all circumstances, and I decide to be genuinely peaceful and have a good time. In response to something that bothered me before, now I say to my mother-in-law, lovingly, "I've never thought about it like this. Explain me better." In response to a comment that previously seemed stupid to me, I say, "It's a very interesting point of view. How did you find out about that?" In other words, I bring my intention to a state of peace for those encounters, and I refuse to judge. Something incredible started to happen. I loved that those family members came to our house. I began to consider them more intelligent. I even enjoyed his company, and whenever something came up that bothered me before, I would let it go and respond with love and kindness. At an earlier stage in my life, expressions of religious or racial prejudice triggered my anger and resentment. Now I react calmly, expressing my opinions with kindness, and move on to another matter. Over the years I have observed not only that racist comments have decreased to practically zero, but my in-laws have expressions of tolerance, and even affection, towards minorities and towards those who practice religions different from their own. Although my intention was in principle to stay in a state of peace, I discovered that by not adding to the low energies of my in-laws, not only did we all feel more at peace, but we had fun and even intelligent conversations. He had so much to learn from those relatives like me to teach them. Even when criticism made me feel bad, if I remembered my intention to have a peaceful relationship with them, I did it. I stopped thinking about what bothered me, what I was missing or what had always happened. My focus was on making these meetings fun, loving, and most importantly peaceful. Let's see below the steps that must be taken to make the intention expressed in this and the following chapters come true. First step. Acknowledge your intention verbally and in writing, and want it wholeheartedly. When you create a great desire to experience a peaceful family, everything will begin to develop in such a way that that desire is fulfilled in a spontaneous and natural way. Instead of entrusting yourself to God or a saint for a miracle to occur, pray for the miracle of inner awakening that will never abandon you. Once experienced, the awakening of that inner light will always accompany you, regardless of who or where you are. The dynamic force is within you, and you will notice that force as a great joy that runs through your body. In the end, your thinking will become sublime, and your inner and outer world will become one. You want that awakening to the inner light, you want your intention to manifest. Second step. Wish for your relatives what you wish for yourself. When someone criticizes you, judges you, gets angry with you, shows hatred or censures you, they are not at peace with themselves. Wish him that peace even more than yourself. With such an intention towards these people, you stop focusing on yourself. It is something that does not require you to speak or act. You simply have to imagine the people in your family with whom you do not feel at peace and feel the peace that you wish for them. Your inner speech will change and you will begin to experience the peaceful authenticity of your two selves. Third step. Be you the peace you seek in others. If what is lacking in your relationship with your family is peace, that means that within you there is a place that the absence of peace occupies. That place can be filled with anxiety, fear, anger, depression, guilt, and any low-energy emotion. Instead of trying to rid yourself of these feelings, treat them the same as your family members. Welcome them quietly and let them be. Thus you send a peaceful feeling to the feeling of the absence of peace. The low energies you experience will be strengthened by that peaceful hello and will eventually fade as the divine unfolds within you. This peace is achieved through whatever form of tranquility and meditation works for you. Even if you can only take a 2-minute break in silence, focus on the name of the divine or repeat the sound Aha as an inner mantra. Fourth step. Correspond to the 7 faces of intention. In case you have forgotten the characteristics of the universal mind of intention, it is creative, kind, loving, beautiful, ever-expanding, infinitely abundant and receptive to all life. Participate in the game of correspondence that I speak of in this book, and calmly and with firm determination wear the face of the universal source in the presence of all those you think are putting you down or annoying you. This kind of spiritual energy will transform you, but not only you, but also your family. Your intention to maintain peaceful relationships is taking shape first in your mind, then in your heart, and will eventually materialize. Fifth step. Examine all the obstacles that have stood in your way to achieve family peace. Pay attention to any self-talk that revolves around how much what others expect of you bothers you. Remember that when you think about what bothers you, you act on what you think, and you attract just as much of the same. Examine your energy level to understand your tendency to react to your low energies in the same way, and remind your ego that you will no longer choose to be offended or need to always be right in these relationships. Step 6. Act as if. Begin the process of acting as if what you intend to manifest is already reality. See all of your family in the light and with the love that are their true identity. When someone asked Muthananda, the great Indian holy man, "What do you see in me when you look at me, Baba?" he replied, "I see the light." "How is that?" replied that person. "I get very angry, I am terrible." "You have to see it." Baba insisted, "No, I see light." This story is told by Swami Chidvilasananda Gurumaya on Kindle My Heart. That is what you must do, see the light in others, and treat them as if that is the only thing you see. Seventh step. Download the results. Don't let your authentic and peaceful attitude depend on the behavior of your family. As long as you stay connected to intention and radiate high energy, you will achieve peace. It is not up to you that all the members of your family think, feel, or believe the same as you. Most likely, you will observe drastic changes in your family members when you teach them by example how you want them to treat you, but if they do not change, and if they continue with non-peaceful attitudes, forget about the need to see them transformed. Everything works according to divine order, and it will help you to remember the saying, "Leave it to God." This ensures your own peace and dramatically increases your chances of helping others to do the same. Eighth step. Affirm, "I only bring peace into my life." I remember this statement many times on specific days, especially with my children and other more distant family members. I also repeat it to myself in stores, when I greet flight attendants, when I go to the post office, and while driving my car. I say it to myself as an absolute truth with firm determination, and it always works for me. People respond to me with a smile, with gratitude, with friendly gestures and greetings. I also remember a compelling observation from A Course in Miracles: when I am not exactly at peace with my family at any given moment, I can choose peace instead of this. Ninth step. Don't hold a grudge against anyone and practice forgiveness. The key to peace in all your family relationships is forgiveness. Your family is limited to doing what they have been taught to do all their lives, and what their ancestors were taught to do. May your heart fill them with understanding and forgiveness. The following lines from A Course in Miracles offer great help in making that intention come true. Do you wish for peace? Forgiveness offers it to you. Do you want happiness, a calm mind, the certainty of a goal, and a sense of worth and beauty that transcends the world? Do you want a tranquility that cannot be disturbed, a tenderness that can never be hurt, a deep and lasting comfort, and a rest so perfect that it cannot be disturbed? All of that is offered to you by forgiveness. 10th step. Stay in a state of gratitude. Instead of being in a state of absence of peace with your family members, say a prayer of gratitude for their presence in your life and for all that they can teach you. These are the 10 steps that you can practice on a daily basis. As you try to achieve the absolute knowledge that this intention will manifest, also remember daily that a bad relationship cannot be solved by condemning it. 10. It is my intention to feel that I have succeeded and attract abundance into my life. God is able to provide you with all the blessings, and in abundance. St. Paul. When you realize that nothing is missing, the whole world is yours. Lao Tzu. One of my secrets to feeling that I have succeeded and to attracting abundance into my life consists of an inner axiom that I use practically every day of my life. It is the following: change the way you see things and the things you see will change. It has always worked for me. The truth of this maxim is found in the field of quantum physics, an issue that, according to some, is not only stranger than you think, but stranger than you might think. It turns out that at the tiny, subatomic level, the very act of observing a particle changes the particle in question. How we look at these tiny elements of life is a determining factor in what they ultimately become. If we apply this metaphor to larger particles and begin to think of ourselves as particles of a larger body called humanity, or even larger, life itself, it won't be too hard to imagine that the way we look at the world we live in affects our lives. That world. It has been said in many and very different ways. As the microcosm is, so is the macrocosm. As you read this chapter, remember the little foray into quantum physics as a metaphor for your life. Therefore, your intention to feel that you are successful and experience prosperity and abundance depends on your opinion of yourself, the universe and, above all, the field of intention from which success and abundance come. This maxim of mine about changing the way you see things is an extremely powerful instrument that will allow you to carry the intention of this chapter into your life. First, examine how you look at things and then how the spirit of intention does the same. How do you see life? Your way of seeing life is above all a barometer of your expectations, based on what you have been taught that you are worth and what you are capable of achieving. These expectations are largely imposed on you by external influences, such as family, community, and institutions, but they are also influenced by that all-pervading internal companion, the ego. To a large extent, your expectations are based on belief in limitation, scarcity, and pessimism about your possibilities. If these beliefs form the basis of your perception of life, that perception of the world is what you expect of yourself. It is impossible to attract abundance, prosperity, and success from that limited perspective. In the bottom of my heart I know that it is possible to attract abundance and feel that you have succeeded, because, as I have pointed out before, I also led a life of enormous scarcity in previous times. I lived in foster homes, away from my mother and father, an alcoholic, always away from home and imprisoned on many occasions. I know that these truths can work for all, because if it works for one it works for all, since we share the same divine force, so abundant, and we arise from the same field of intention. Take a questionnaire on how you see the world, asking yourself how much of your vital energy is focused on discarding potentially optimistic points of view by preferring to see the injustices and incongruities in the philosophy of abundance for all. Can you change the way you see things? Can you see potential for prosperity where you've always seen scarcity? Can you change what it is by simply changing the way you see it? I answer with a resounding yes to these questions, and the way to try to change the way you see things is to stare at something that you may not have noticed before. How does the universal and all-creative field of intention view life? The field of intention, responsible for all creation, gives continually. What's more, your generosity has no limits. It does not stop converting the pure, amorphous spirit into thousands of material forms. When it comes to the creative source, concepts such as scarcity or lack are worthless. So we are faced with two fundamental conceptualizations when we think of the natural abundance of the universal mind. The first is that it gives continuously, and the second is that it offers an infinite supply. It seems clear that since the force of intention is constant and infinitely giving, you would have to adopt these two attributes if you want to realize your personal intention to live successfully and attract abundance into your life. What is the message that you would have to send back to the universe if you want to be abundance and success and not fight for them? Your source is abundant and you are your source, therefore, you have to transmit the same. As your source does not stop serving and giving you, and you are your source, you must maintain yourself in a state of serving and giving. This source can only collaborate with you when you are in harmony with it. If you send to the field of intention my message that says, please, more money, it will be interpreted as that you consider yourself in a state of scarcity, but that source does not know the concept of scarcity. You don't even know what it means to not have enough money. That is why he will answer you the following: you are in a state in which you need more money because that is what you think, and, as I am the mind with which you think, I give you what you do not want and what you do not have. Your ego-dominated response will say, my wishes are being denied. But the truth is that the universal source only knows how to give in abundance and will respond with a flow of money if your intention is the following: I have enough money, and I allow that of which I already have enough to flow to me. Maybe it sounds like Chinese to you and it seems like a simple play on words, but I assure you that this is exactly how the universal mind of intention works. The more you come back to being in line with what brought you here with an intention, the more you will experience limitless abundance. Put aside the concept of scarcity, because God does not know about these things. Creative Source reacts to your belief in scarcity by making your belief come true. Let's go back to the comment that opens this chapter: change the way you see things and the things you see will change. I guarantee that the universal mind only flows in harmony with its own nature, which is to provide infinite abundance. Stay in harmony with that nature, and all your desires will be revealed. The universe knows no other way to be. If you say what you want to the universal mind, it will respond by leaving you in a state of desire, never fulfilling it and always needing more. However, if you think that what you intend to manifest has already manifested, you are attached to your intention. If you do not allow yourself a single moment of doubt or listen to the naysayers, you will be in the presence of the field of all creative intention. You cannot arise from scarcity, you cannot arise from lack. You have to emerge from the same attributes as what allows everything. Allow is a key word. Let's see how that permission is ignored when trying to manifest success and attract abundance. The art of allowing. The universal mind of creation is a constant state of supply. He never disconnects, doesn't take vacations or days off, and gives constantly. Everything and everyone, without exception, emanates from that universal mind that we call intention. So, if everything comes from that infinite field of invisible energy, why do some participate and others seem so separate from it? If you give continually, creating an infinite stream of abundance, there must be some resistance to it entering your life if you experience any kind of scarcity or lack. Allowing into this all-giving source means becoming aware of the resistance that you may be opposing to the abundance that is continually supplied. If the universe is based on energy and attraction, this means that everything vibrates with specific frequencies. When the frequency with which you vibrate is opposite to the frequency of the supply of the universe, you create a resistance and prevent abundance from flowing through your living space. Your individual vibrations are the key to understanding the art of allowing. Inharmonious vibrations largely take the shape of your thoughts and feelings. Thoughts that highlight what you don't think you deserve cause a contradiction in energy. That contradiction stops the connection of identical energies, and you create a rejection field. Remember that it is about being in harmony with your source. Your thoughts may arise from a condition of being that communicates with the intention or is in contradiction with it. Keep in mind that, as you are part of the universal mind, if you see yourself in a harmonious way with the 7 faces of intention, the universal mind can only function harmoniously with you. Let's say, for example, that you want a better, higher paying job. Imagine that you already have it, that you know that you have the right to it, without harboring doubts that you will be presented with that job because you see it within yourself. The universal mind has no choice, since you are part of the all-creative mind and there is no contradiction in the vibrations. What can go wrong, then? The art of allowing is hampered by the habit of rejecting. There is a long series of thoughts that have created a field of resistance that does not allow the free flow of abundance. This habit of rejecting arises from the belief system that you have cultivated over the years and on which you depend. Furthermore, you have allowed the resistance of others to become part of the situation, and you surround yourself with the need for their approval in these matters. You ask them for their resistant opinion, You read in the newspapers the stories of those who have failed to reveal the job they had chosen, the government reports on the poor job prospects and the deterioration of the economy. You watch the television reports that censor the sorry state of things in the world, and your resistance is strengthened with even greater conviction. You have aligned yourself with the advocates of rejection. What you have to do is examine that belief system and all the factors that continue to maintain it and say, it's too much work to change everything. Instead, I'm going to start changing the thoughts that trigger rejection right now. It does not matter what you thought before, or for how long, or how much pressure you are subjected to maintain your resistance. Stop activating thoughts of rejection today, one thought at a time. You can do this by affirming, I feel that I have succeeded, and I intend to feel the abundance that is here and now. Repeat these words, or say it in your own words, to continually flood your thoughts during waking hours with a new belief in success and abundance. When you have activated those thoughts enough times, they will become your normal way of thinking and you will have taken the necessary steps to eliminate your resistance to allowing. Then those thoughts will become what you say to yourself in silent messages, like prayers, I am the success, I am abundance. When you are the triumph itself, when you are the abundance itself, you are in harmony with the all-creating source, which will do the only thing it knows how to do, give and help infinitely to what does not resist, that is, you. You have stopped vibrating with scarcity, each of your individual vibrations matches the one you ask of your source. You and your source are one in your thoughts. You have decided to identify the thoughts of resistance and at the same time not get in your own way. When you practice allowing and living the faith of least resistance, success is no longer something you choose, it is something that you are. Abundance is no longer slipping from your hands. You are her, and she is you. It flows unhindered, breaking through your resistance. And here is another key to the free flow of abundance, you should not get attached to what arises in your life or accumulate it. Abundance, release, and your feelings. While it is critical that you maintain a strong vibrational match with the all-encompassing abundance of intention, it is no less critical that you know that you cannot cling to or possess the abundance you will encounter. That's because the you who would want to hold onto and cling to success and wealth is not really you, but rather that troublesome ego of yours. You are not what you have and what you do, you are an infinite, divine being, disguised as a successful person who has accumulated a certain amount of things. Things are not you. That is why you should avoid feeling attached to them at all costs. Detachment occurs in knowing that your true essence is a part of the field of intention, infinitely divine. It is then that you become aware of the importance of your feelings. Feeling good takes on much more value than all your jewelry. Feeling abundant is more important than the money in your checking account and transcends what others may think of you. It is possible to feel truly abundant and successful when you detach yourself from the things you want and allow them to flow to you and, equally important, through you. Anything that prevents the flow of energy stops the creative process of intention right where the obstacle is erected. Attachment is one of those pitfalls. When you hold on to what comes to you instead of allowing it to move through you, you stop the flow. You hoard it or decide to own it, and the flow is interrupted. You must keep it in circulation, knowing at all times that nothing can prevent it from coming into your life, except for any type of resistance that you oppose. Your feelings and emotions are prodigious barometers for detecting endurance and evaluating your ability to experience success and abundance. Pay attention to your feelings. Your emotions are the inner experiences that communicate to you how much divine energy you are obtaining to manifest your desires. Feelings can serve as instruments to evaluate your performance in the process of that manifestation. An exceptionally positive emotional response indicates that you are drawing on the divine energy of intention and allowing it to flow to you without resistance. Feelings of passion, sheer bliss, reverence, total optimism, unreserved confidence, and even enlightenment indicate that your desire to manifest success and abundance, for example, draws an extraordinary force of attraction from the universal source. You must learn to pay close attention to these feelings. Those emotions are not just facets of your life without energy, they are the agents in charge of cleansing and purifying the connection with the intention. These emotions tell you exactly how much vital energy you are obtaining, and how much attractive force you are receiving at that moment. Abundance is the natural state of nature of intention. Your desire for abundance must flow without resistance. Any discrepancy between your individual intention or desire and what you believe about the possibility of it coming into your life creates resistance. If you want it but believe that it is impossible, that you are not worthy of it, or that you do not have enough capacity or perseverance, you will have created resistance and rejection. Your feelings indicate how you attract the energy necessary to fulfill your wish. Strong feelings of despair, anguish, guilt, hatred, fear, shame, and anger send you the message that you want to succeed but don't believe it is possible. Those negative feelings give you a clue to set yourself to the task of contrasting your desires with those of the universal mind of intention, which is the only source of what you desire. Negative emotions communicate to you that your force of attraction of intention is weak or does not exist. Positive emotions tell you that you are connecting and reaching the force of intention. In terms of abundance, one of the most effective methods to increase that pulling force of intention is to stop focusing on money and dedicate yourself to establishing friendships, security, happiness, health, and high energy. Thus you will begin to feel those higher emotions, which will make you understand that you have returned to the game of correspondence with the all-creative source. As you focus on having happiness, health, security, and friendship, in abundance, the means to acquire them will flow to you. Money is only one of those means, and the faster the vibratory energy surrounding abundance radiates, the more money will appear, in significant quantities. These positive feelings as indicators of your pull for success and abundance will put you in an active mode to help create your intentions. I do not mean by this that you just wait for everything to fit. I mean that declaring I intend to feel triumphant and to attract prosperity will shift your emotional energy and you will act as if your wish has already been fulfilled. Your actions will be in harmony with the phases of intention, and you will be provided with what you are, rather than trying to be provided with what you lack. At this point in my life I refuse to participate in any desire unless I know, without hesitation or resistance, that it can manifest itself in my life and that it will do so from the all-creating source of intention. My desires for personal indicators of abundance have been manifested by practicing what I write here and with the following 10-step program. I have been able to allow by eliminating resistance and connecting with my original and all-creating source of intention. I fully trust her. I've learned over the years that when I wanted something seemingly impossible, I felt bad. Then I thought I should want less, but all it did was feel further away from the limitless force of intention. I was still in vibrational disharmony with the abundance of the universe. I began to understand that being in harmony with abundance did not mean that others would go hungry or hardship. On the contrary, the abundance it created gave me the opportunity to help eradicate poverty and hunger. But the most important part of that awareness was realizing that I had fewer opportunities to help others when I was in the lower frequencies. I understood that I had to harmonize with the vibrations of my source. One of the reasons I have written this chapter this way is to convince you that you do not need to ask for less, or feel guilty about wanting abundance. It is there, available to you and everyone, with an unlimited supply. I live and breathe what I am writing about success and abundance. I know without a doubt, resistances, that you can attract abundance and feel triumphant by absorbing the messages in this chapter that, like the abundance you desire, have flowed through me from the universal source to reach them. Pages. There is no discrepancy between my desire to put it all together on these pages and my decision to allow it to flow unhindered to you. How do I know? What I feel in these moments is an indescribable happiness, serenity, and respect. I trust this emotional state, which indicates to me that I have used a great force of attraction to create these messages from the all-creative spirit of intention. I am in vibrational harmony and abundance, and the feelings of success are the intentions that are manifested together. Try anything that you would like to flow abundantly into your life. Make your intention your reality. Here is a 10-step program for carrying out the intention of this chapter, namely, feeling triumphant and attracting abundance into your life. First step. Consider the world an abundant, generous, and cordial place. I insist that when you change the way you see things, the things you see change. When you see the world as an abundant and welcoming place, your intentions are real possibilities. In reality, they will become certainties, because you will experience your world from the highest frequencies. In that first step you are receptive to the world that provides rather than restricts. You will see a world that wants you to succeed and have abundance, that does not conspire against you. Second step. Affirm, I bring success and abundance into my life because that is who I am. This puts you in vibrational harmony with your source. Your goal is to eliminate any distance between what you want and what you get it from to bring it into your life. You already are, and the source cannot but provide you with what it is and, consequently, what you already are. Third step. Maintain an attitude of permission. Resistance is a disharmony between your desire for abundance and your beliefs in your ability or lack of worthiness. Allowing means perfect alignment. An attitude of permission means ignoring the efforts of others to dissuade you. It also means that you do not rely on your previous ego-based beliefs about whether or not abundance is part of your life. In an attitude of permission, any resistance that accommodates the thoughts of negativity or doubt is replaced by the simple knowledge that you and your source are one and the same. Visualize the abundance you want flowing freely to you. Refuse to do anything and to think anything that would jeopardize your alignment with source. Fourth step. Use the present moments to activate thoughts that are in harmony with the 7 phases of intention. The key phrase in this case is present moments. See right now, at this very moment, if you are thinking that at this point in your life it is impossible to change the thoughts that make up your belief system. Do you reject yourself thinking that after a lifetime of affirming scarcity and resisting success and abundance, you no longer have time to counteract the thoughts that make up your old belief system? Make the decision to let go of those lifelong beliefs and start activating thoughts that allow you to feel good right now. Say I want to feel good every time someone tries to convince you that your wishes are futile. Say I want to feel good when you are tempted to revert to low energy thoughts that are out of harmony with intention. Your present moments will eventually activate thoughts that make you feel good, and that is an indicator that you are reconnecting with intention. The desire to feel good is synonymous with feeling God. Remember, God is good, and everything created by God is good. Fifth step. Start taking actions that support your feelings of abundance and success. In this case, the key word is acts. I have called it in this book acting as if or thinking from the end and acting that way. Put your body at the speed that propels you towards abundance and the feeling of success. Act with those passionate emotions as if the abundance and success you desire are already a reality. Speak in a passionate tone to strangers. Answer the phone with inspiration. Go to a job interview with confidence and joy. Read the books that are presented to you as if by magic and pay attention to conversations that seem like a call to something new. Step 6. Remember that your prosperity and your success will bring benefits to others and that not because you have chosen abundance will there be those who have deficiencies. The usual, the supply is unlimited. The more you accept universal generosity, the more you have to share with others. In writing this book, a prodigious abundance has flowed into my life. But there is something even more important. The editors, the graphic designers, the van drivers who deliver the books, the mechanics who build the vans, the peasants who feed the mechanics, the booksellers, they all get the abundance because I've kept up with my happiness and I have written this book. Seventh step. Watch your emotions to guide you in connecting with the universal mind of intention. Strong emotions, such as passion and bliss, indicate that you are connected to spirit, or if you prefer, inspired. When you are inspired, you activate latent forces, and the abundance you seek comes into your life like a torrent. When you experience low-energy emotions like anger, rage, hatred, anxiety, or despair, they give you a clue to understand that while your desires may be strong, they are out of harmony with the field of intention. Remember in those moments that you want to feel good and try to activate a thought that helps you feel good. 8th step. Distribute the abundance that comes to you with the same generosity with which the field of intention floods you. Do not stop the flow of abundant energy by accumulating or possessing what you receive. Let it move. Put your prosperity at the service of others, and for causes more important than your ego. The more you practice detachment, the more you will remain in vibrational harmony with the all-granting source. 9th step. Take the time to meditate on the spirit within as the source of your success and abundance. There is no substitute for meditation, that it takes on special importance with abundance. You must understand that your awareness of presence is your supply. By repeating like a mantra the sound that is in the name of God, you use a technique to manifest yourself as old as history. I am especially drawn to the form of meditation that I have already mentioned, japa. I know it works. 10th step. Adopt an attitude of gratitude for everything that manifests itself in your life. Give thanks and be filled with respect and gratitude, even if what you want has not yet arrived. You must live with gratitude even the darkest days of your life. Everything that comes from the source has a purpose. Be grateful as you reinforce your connection to that from which everything, including you, has emerged. The energy that creates worlds and universes is within you. It works through attraction and energy. Everything vibrates, everything has a vibrational frequency. As St. Paul says, God can provide you with all kinds of blessings in abundance. Tune into the frequency of God, and you will see. 11. It is my intention to lead a calm, stress-free life. Anxiety is a sign of spiritual insecurity. Thomas Merton. As long as we believe deep down that our capacity is limited and we feel distressed and miserable, we will lack faith. Whoever really trusts in God has no right to be anxious about anything. Paramahansa Yogananda. Realizing your intention to lead a stress-free and peaceful life is one way to make your greatest destiny manifest. It seems to me that what our source had in mind when he arranged for us to come here is for us to have happy and joyous experiences on earth. When you are in a state of bliss and elation, you have returned to the pure, creative, blissful joy, no judgment required, which is really the intention. Your natural state, from which you were created, is that feeling of well-being. This chapter is about how to return to and access the natural state. You were created from a peaceful and joyful source. When you are in that state of overflowing joy, you are at peace with everything. That was the intention for you to come here and what you are determined to agree with in your thoughts, feelings, and actions. In a state of joy, you feel satisfied and inspired in all facets of life. Ultimately, getting rid of anxiety and stress is a way to rejoice in the field of intention. The moments in your life that you spend happy and joyful and allowing yourself to be fully alive and with purpose are the moments when you are aligned with the universal and all-creative mind of intention. It is not natural to lead a life of stress and anxiety, with feelings of despair and depression and the need to take pills to calm you down. Restless thoughts that cause hypertension, nervousness, persistent feelings of discomfort, inability to sleep or relax, and frequent displays of displeasure or outrage disturb your natural state. Believe it or not, you have the power to create the stress-free, peaceful life you want. You can use that power to attract frustration or joy, anguish or peace. When you are in harmony with the 7 phases of intention, you can access the source of everything to make your intention to live a calm and stress-free life come true. So if it is natural to have feelings of well-being, why do we experience so much discomfort and tension? The answer to this question will give you the key to reach the life of peace that you want. Stress is an ego desire. That pesky ego is at work when you experience stress or anxiety. Perhaps your ego feels more effective when it is dedicated to stress and to bear it because you think that you are really doing something in the world. Perhaps it is the custom, the habit, or the belief that this is the way it should be. Only you can analyze why, but the fact is, since stress is known and tranquility is not, the ego wants stress. But there is no real stress or anguish in the world, it is your thoughts that create these false beliefs. Stress cannot be packaged, touched, or seen. The only thing that exists is people dedicated to stressed thoughts. When we think under stress, we provoke reactions in the body, valuable messages or signals to which we must pay attention. These messages can take the form of nausea, high blood pressure, stomach and digestive problems, breathing difficulties, ulcers, headaches, arrhythmia, and lots of sensations, from minor annoyances to serious illnesses. We talk about stress as if it were in the world to attack us. We say things like "I have an anxiety attack" as if anxiety were a competitor, but stress on your body is rarely the result of external forces or entities attacking you, it is rather a consequence of the weakening of the connection with the intention caused by believing that the ego is what you are peace and joy, but you have allowed the ego to dominate your life. Here is a list of stress-provoking thoughts that originate from the ego. It is more important to be right than to be happy. Winning is the only thing that counts. When you lose, you have to feel stress. Your reputation is more important than your relationship with your source. Success is measured by money and what you accumulate, not by feeling happy and content. Being superior to others is more important than being nice to them. To stop taking yourself so seriously, here are some light-hearted paragraphs from a book by Rosamund and Benjamin Zander. He is the conductor of the Boston Philharmonic Orchestra, entitled The Art of Possibility. It illustrates in a lovely way how to allow the ego to create many of the problems that we label with the names of stress and anxiety. Two prime ministers are in a room discussing problems of state. Suddenly a man bursts in, almost apoplectic with fury, and starts screaming, kicking, and punching the table. The Prime Minister of the host country tells you, "Peter, please remember rule number 6, whereupon Peter regains his composure, apologizes, and leaves. The politicians resume the conversation, but after 20 minutes they are interrupted again, this time by a hysterical woman, with the creeps, who does not stop gesturing. The same words are repeated before the intruder. "Please, Marie, remember rule number 6. Calm reigns again and the woman leaves, apologizing with a nod. The third time the scene is repeated, the Prime Minister who is visiting the country asks his colleague the following: "My friend, I have seen many things in my life, but nothing as extraordinary as this. Would you mind sharing the secret of rule number 6 with me?" "Very simple," replies the Prime Minister of the host country. "Rule number 6 is don't be an idiot, don't take yourself so seriously." "Ah, an excellent rule," says the other politician. After thinking for a few moments, he asks, "And may I ask you what the other rules are?" "They do not exist. When faced with stress, pressures, or anxiety, remember rule number 6 the moment you realize you are having thoughts of stress. By becoming aware of the self-talk that stress causes and ignoring it, you can avoid the physical symptoms it causes." What are the thoughts that produce stress? "I am more important than those around me. My expectations are not met. He wouldn't have to wait, I am too important. I am the client, and I demand that they attend to me. No one else is under so much pressure." All of the above, along with a potentially infinite list of rule number 6 thoughts, are typical ego tricks. You are not your job, your achievements, your possessions, your home, your family, your nothing. You are an aspect of the force of intention, physically clad in a human body destined to experience and enjoy life on earth. That is the intention that you want to carry in the presence of stress. Bring the intention in the presence of stress. You have hundreds of opportunities, any day, to put rule number 6 into practice by bringing the force of intention into the moment and eliminating the potential for stress. Here are several examples of how I have used this strategy. In each of them I activated a thought that was in vibrational harmony with the universal field of intention and made my personal intention to become a reality. These examples took place over the course of 3 hours on a typical day. I present them to remind you that stress and anxiety are choices we make to process events, not entities that lie in wait to invade our lives. I'm at the pharmacy to fill a prescription and the person in front of me is talking to the pharmacist, asking him a series of questions that seem absurd to me and that my stress-producing ego tells me are meant to upset and slow me down. Purpose. My internal dialogue can be the following: it is unfair. There is always someone in front of me who has to rummage through his pockets to find the money. He cannot find what he needs to prove that he has insurance, and he has to ask stupid questions so that I cannot give the prescription. These thoughts signal me to change my inner dialogue. Don't be an idiot, Wayne. Stop taking yourself so seriously. I immediately went from feeling pissed off to being delighted. I stop focusing on myself and at the same time remove resistance to my intention to lead a calm and stress-free life. I begin to see that person as an angel helping me to reconnect to intention. I stop criticizing and see beauty in slow, deliberate gestures. I feel kind of mentally towards that angel. I have moved from hostility to love in my thoughts, and my emotions have been transformed from feeling upset to feeling at ease. Stress is completely impossible at the moment. My 17-year-old daughter tells me that she has argued with a member of the school administration who has taken action against several of her friends, something she considers totally unfair. It is Saturday morning and nothing can be done until Monday. What are the possibilities? Spending 2 days of suffering repeating the details of the story and a stressful weekend, or reminding her of how she can activate thoughts that make her feel good. I ask you to describe your feelings to me. She responds that she feels angry, sad, and hurt. I ask you to think about rule number 6 and see if you can activate another thought. He laughs at me and tells me I'm crazy. But the truth is that it's not worth spending the whole weekend sad, he admits, and I'm going to stop thinking about things that make me feel bad. On Monday we will do what we can to fix the situation, I tell him. But now, and now is the only thing you have, put into action the rule number 6 and rejoin the field of intention, where there is no stress, no anxiety or pressure. To make the intention come true in this chapter, lead a calm and stress-free life, you must become aware of the need to activate responses that coincide with your intention. These new responses will become habitual and will replace your old habit of responding in stressful ways. When looking at certain stressful incidents, you always have a choice: do I stick with stressful thoughts or do I try to activate stress-making thoughts? Here's another simple tool to help you replace the habit of opting for anxiety and stress. 3 magic words: I want to feel good. In a previous chapter I explained that your emotions are a system that serves as information and guidance to know if you are resisting your emotions. If you feel bad, you will know that you are not connected to the force of intention. Your intention is to be calm and stress-free. When you feel good, you are connected to your intentions, regardless of what surrounds you or what others expect you to feel. Even if there is a war, you have the option to feel good. If the economy keeps sinking, you have a choice to feel good. In the face of any disaster, you can continue to feel good. Feeling good does not indicate that you are insensitive, indifferent, or cruel. It is a decision that you make. Say it loud. I want to feel good. And then transform it into I intend to feel good. Feel the stress, and then send love and respect from the 7 faces of intention. The 7 faces smile and say hello to what you consider to be feeling bad. That is the feeling of wanting to feel good. You have to be to your feelings what your source is to you in order to counteract your ego's desires. There will be many events in which your conditioned response will be to feel bad. Be aware of these external incidents and speak the magic words, I want to feel good. At that very moment, ask yourself if feeling bad can improve the situation. You will discover that the only thing you get from feeling bad in response to external situations is plummeting into anxiety, despair, depression and, of course, stress. Instead, ask yourself in that moment what thought you can have to make yourself feel good. When you discover that it consists of responding with kindness and love to feeling bad, something completely different from wallowing in that feeling, you begin to experience a change in your emotional state. You are in harmony of vibrations with your source, since the force of intention only knows peace, goodness, and love. That newly activated thought, which allows you to feel good, may last only a few moments, and you could revert to the old way of processing unpleasant events. You must treat that old way with respect, love, and understanding, but always remembering that it is your ego, trying to protect you from its perception of danger. Any sign of stress is a prompt for you to speak the three magic words, "I want to feel good." Stress always wants to get your attention. By saying the three magic words and extending love to your bad feelings, you will have started the process of making your intentions to live calm and stress-free come true. Now you will be able to start activating those thoughts even in the most difficult moments, and without much delay you will live the message that is offered to all of us in the book of Job: all you undertake will be successful, and the light will shine on your paths. Job 22:28. The word light in this biblical reference means that you will have the help of the divine mind of intention once you have decided to do something consistent with that light. I can assure you that choosing to feel good is a way to connect with spirit. It is not a response of indifference to events. Feeling good, you become an instrument of peace, and in this way problems are eradicated. Feeling bad, you stay in the energy field that creates resistance to positive change, and consequently you experience a state of anguish and stress. What you call problems will continue to present themselves to you. They will never disappear. When you solve one, another will emerge. You will never finish it. In chapter 6 he spoke of the infinite nature of the human being. As you are an infinite spiritual being disguised as a temporary human being, you have to understand that in infinity there is neither the beginning nor the end. Consequently, your wishes, goals, hopes and dreams will never end. As soon as you make one of your dreams manifest, another will most likely come along. The nature of the universal force of intention from which you migrated to a material and temporal being does not stop creating and giving. In addition, it is in a continuous state of expansion. The desires that you bring out in your life are part of that infinite nature. Even if you wish to have no wishes, that is also a wish. I beg you to accept the fact that you will never finish everything and that you begin to live more fully in the only moment you have now. The secret to eliminating them, the harmful effects of feeling pressured and stressed, is being in the now. Proclaim it to yourself and to those who want to hear you: I am an incomplete being. I will always be incomplete because I can never finish everything. Therefore, I have decided to feel good while I am in the moment and to attract the manifestations of my desires into my life. I am complete in my incomplete condition. I can assure you that putting this statement into practice will eradicate anxiety and stress, topics to which this chapter is dedicated. All resistance disappears when you are able to feel complete in your incomplete condition. The path of least resistance. We live in a universe with unlimited potential for the joy inherent in the process of creation. Your source, which we call the universal mind of intention, loves you beyond imaginable limits. When you love yourself in the same proportion, you correspond to the field of intention, and that means that you have chosen the path of non-resistance. As long as you retain a bit of ego, you will put up some resistance, and so I beg you to take the path where that resistance is reduced. The shape and amount of your thoughts determine the amount of resistance you put up. The thoughts that generate feelings of discomfort are thoughts of resistance. Any thought that erects a barrier between what you would like to have and your ability to attract it into your life is resistance. Your intention is to lead a calm life, free of stress and anxiety. You know that stress does not exist in the world, and that there are only people with thoughts of stress. These thoughts are by themselves a form of resistance. You don't need those kinds of thoughts, resistance, and stress to react in the usual way to your world. By putting into practice thoughts of least resistance, you will get used to this being your natural way of reacting, and in the end you will be the calm person you want to be, a person free of stress, free of restlessness, the disease that produces stress in the body. Stressful thoughts are themselves the resistance you build and prevent you from connecting with the force of intention. We live in a world that encourages reasons for anxiety. We have been taught that feeling good in a world where there is so much suffering is an immoral posture. They have convinced us that choosing to feel good in bad times for the economy, in times of war, in times of insecurity or death, or in the face of imminent catastrophe anywhere in the world is something in bad taste, something that is not right. As these types of situations will always occur somewhere in the world, you convince yourself that you cannot feel happy and still be a good person. But maybe it has not occurred to you to think that in a universe based on energy and attraction, the thoughts that cause feeling bad have their origin in the same source of energy that attracts the same thing to your life. Those are thoughts of resistance. Below I present a series of sentences on the path of resistance that then change to sentences on the path of least resistance. I am concerned about the state of the economy. I have lost a lot of money. I live in a universe of abundance. I have decided to think about what I have and feel good. The universe will provide. I have so much to do that I can never concentrate. I feel at peace right now. I will only think about what I am doing now. I will have thoughts of peace. I will never progress in this work. I have decided to value what I am doing at the moment, and I will attract greater opportunities. My health is a huge problem. I worry about old age, getting sick and being dependent. I am healthy and my thoughts are healthy. I live in a universe that attracts healing, and I refuse to anticipate illness. My family members make me feel anxious and afraid. I have chosen the thoughts that make me feel good, and that will help me support family members in need. I have no right to feel good when there are so many people suffering. I have not come to a world where everyone is going to have the same experiences. I will feel good, and with that support I will contribute to eradicate at least part of that suffering. I cannot be happy when the person I really care about loves another and has abandoned me. Feeling bad is not going to change the situation. I trust that love will return to my life if I am in harmony with the source of love. I decide to feel good right now and focus on what I have, not what I lack. All thoughts of stress represent a form of resistance that you want to eliminate. Change those thoughts by observing your feelings and choosing joy, not heartbreak, and you will have access to the force of intention. Make your intention your reality. Here is my 10-step program for creating a peaceful, stress-free life. First step. Remember that your natural state is that of joy. You are a product of joy and love, feelings that you experience in a natural way. You have come to convince yourself that it is natural to feel bad, distressed or even depressed, especially when the people around you and the events that happen to you are in low energy modes. Remember the following, as many times as necessary. I come from peace and joy. I must stay in harmony with what I come from to make my dreams and wishes come true. I have decided to stay in my natural state. When I feel anxiety, stress, depression, or fear, it means that I have abandoned my natural state. Second step. It is your thoughts, not the world, that cause you stress. Your thoughts trigger stress reactions in your body. Thoughts of stress provoke resistance to the joy, happiness, and abundance that you want to create in your life. Such thoughts are as follows: I can't, I'm overworked, I'm worried, I'm scared, I'm worthless, I'm not going to make it, I'm not smart enough, I'm too old, or young, and so on and so forth. Those thoughts are like a program to resist living calmly and without stress, and they prevent you from making your wishes manifest. Third step. You can change your thoughts of stress at any time and eliminate anxiety for the next few moments or even for hours and days. By consciously making the decision to let go of your worries, you will begin the process of stress reduction, while reconnecting yourself to the field of all creative intention. In this place of peace and tranquility you get to collaborate with God in creation. You cannot be connected to your source and stressed at the same time. They are two things that are mutually exclusive. Your source does not create from a position of anxiety, nor does it need to take antidepressants. You lose the ability to express your desires when you do not decide in the moment to eliminate a stressful thought. Fourth step. Control your thoughts of stress by checking your emotional state the moment they arise. Ask yourself the key question, am I feeling good right now? If the answer is no, repeat the magic words, I want to feel good and then I intend to feel good. Control your emotions and detect the amount of thoughts of stress and anxiety they carry. This process keeps you informed whether you are following the path of least resistance or going in the opposite direction. Fifth step. Make a conscious decision to select a thought that activates feelings of well-being. I beg you to choose your thinking based solely and exclusively on how it makes you feel, not on how well it looks or how much it sells. Ask yourself this, does this new thought make me feel good? No. Well, let's move on to another. Doesn't it work either? Well, another one. In the end, someone will come up with whom you will agree that it makes you feel good, even if only for a few moments. Maybe you decide to think of a wonderful sunset, the expression on the face of a loved one, or a fascinating experience. All that matters is that it resonates within you as a sense of well-being, physically and emotionally. The moment you experience an anxious or stressed thought, move on to the thought of your choice, the one that makes you feel good. Plug into it. Think about it and, if you can, feel it in your body. That new thought that makes you feel good will be one of appreciation, not contempt. It will be a thought of love, beauty, receptivity to happiness, or, in other words, it will align perfectly with the 7 phases of intention that I have been insisting on since the first pages of this book. Step 6. Take time to observe young children and promise to emulate their joy. You have not come to this world to suffer, feel anxiety and fear, or to be stressed or depressed. Look at the newborns. They have done nothing to make them so happy. Do not work, they poop in their diapers, and they have no other goals than to grow, expand, and explore this amazing world. They love everyone, they have a wonderful time with a plastic bottle or the silly faces that we put on them, and they are in a permanent state of love. However, they have no teeth, no hair, and are plump and gassy. How can they be so happy and content so easily? Because they are still in harmony with the source that arranged for them to come here, and they do not resist joy. Be like that little boy you were in your time in terms of joy. You don't need any reason to be happy. The desire to be is enough. 7th step. Remember rule number 6. This means abandoning the demands of your ego, which separates you from intention. When you have the choice between being right or being generous, make up your mind to be generous and forget about the demands of the ego. You stemmed from generosity, and by practicing it instead of trying to be right, you eliminate the possibility of stress in your moment of generosity. When you notice that someone is making you nervous, say to yourself, rule number 6, and you will laugh at your petty ego that wants you to be first, fastest, number 1, and treated better than anyone else. 8th step. Accept the guidance of your source of intention. You will only get to know the Father by being as He is. You will only have access to the guidance of the field of intention being what it is. Stress, anxiety, and depression will disappear with the help of that same force that created you. If He can create entire worlds out of thin air, and you out of thin air as well, there is no doubt that it will not be an extraordinary task for Him to remove a little stress. I am convinced that God wants you not only to know joy, but to transform yourself into it. 9th step. Practice silence and meditation. Nothing relieves stress, depression, anxiety, and all low-energy emotions like silence and meditation. In that situation you make conscious contact with your source and clear the connection with intention. Spend a few moments each day in silent contemplation and make meditation part of the stress-reducing ritual. 10th step. Stay in a state of gratitude, reverence, and respect. Value how much you have, what you are and what you observe. Gratitude is the 10th step in any 10-step program to manifest your intentions, because it is the surest way to stop that incessant inner dialogue that takes you away from the joy and perfection of Source. You cannot feel stress and gratitude at the same time. I am going to conclude this chapter on intending to lead a quiet life with a poem by the famous Bengali poet Rabindranath Tagore, one of my favorite spiritual teachers. I fell asleep and dreamed that life is joy. I woke up and saw that life is service. I acted and observed that service is joy. In your inner world everything can be joy. Sleep and dream of joy and, above all, remember the following: you don't feel good because the world is good, but your world is good because you feel good. 12. It is my intention to attract ideal people and divine relationships. The moment you commit yourself definitively, Providence also takes a step. All kinds of things happen that help you and that otherwise would never have happened, unforeseen situations, encounters and material help that no one could have imagined would be presented to you. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. You may have seen a 1989 movie, The Field of Dreams, and remember the concept that if you go after a dream, you will achieve it, or if you build it, it will come. I thought about this when I began to write this chapter because I would like to recommend that, if you commit to correspond with the field of intention, anyone will appear whom you want or need to make your personal intention come true. How is it possible? Goethe, one of the most gifted scholars and creators in human history, gives you the answer in the quote at the head of this chapter. The moment you commit yourself definitively to be part of the force of intention, Providence also takes a step, and unforeseen help is presented to you. The right people will appear to help you in all aspects of life. There will be those who support you in your career. People will emerge to help you create the perfect home and solve the financial aspects of anything you want. The driver you need to go to the airport will be waiting for you at the door. The designer you admire will want to work with you. The dentist you urgently need in the middle of your vacation is in the same place as you, and finds you your soulmate. The list is endless, because we are all interrelated, we all emanate from the same source, and we all share the same divine energy of intention. There is no place in this universe where the universal mind is not, and, therefore, you share it with all those you attract into your life. You have to get rid of all resistance that prevents you from attracting the right people, because otherwise you will not recognize them when they appear in your daily life. It can be difficult to recognize resistance at first, because it is a form of your thoughts, emotions, and energy levels that is very familiar to you. If you think you are powerless to attract the right people, you have drawn powerlessness into your experience. If you feel attached to the idea of being with people you should not, or no person, your energy is not aligned with the force of intention and you are dominated by resistance. The intention field has no other option but to send you what you want in greater quantity. Take another somersault into the inconceivable, where you have faith and trust in the universal mind of intention, and allow the right people to come into your living space in due time. Eliminate resistance with permission. Your intention is completely clear in this regard. You want to attract people who are destined to be a part of your life, and to maintain a happy and fulfilling spiritual relationship. The universal and all creative field is already collaborating with your intention. Obviously, those people are already here, because otherwise it would assume that you want something that has not been created. Not only do the right people already exist, but you share with them the same divine source of life, since we all emanate from that source. You are already spiritually connected, in an invisible way, with those perfect for you people. So why can't you see, touch or hug them, and why aren't they there when you need them? What it takes for the right people to come to you is that you are willing and ready to receive them. They have always been there. They are there at this very moment. They will always be there. What you have to ask yourself is this: am I ready? I am willing? To what extent am I willing? If you answer these questions with a complete willingness to experience your desires, you will begin to see people not only as bodies with souls, but as spiritual beings wrapped in a single body. You will see the infinite souls that we all are, infinite, in the sense of forever and everywhere, in the sense that they are with you at this very moment if that is your spiritual desire. Give what you want to attract. Once you have formed a mental image of the person or people you want to appear in your immediate living space and you know how you want to be treated and what they will be like, you must be what you are looking for. We live in a universe of attraction and energy. You can't want to attract a trusting, generous, kind, and non-censorious partner and expect that desire to show up if you think and act in a suspicious, selfish, critical, or arrogant way, which is why most people don't. They attract the right people at the right time. Almost 30 years ago I wanted to attract an editor into my life for my book Your Erroneous Zones. The editor should have been very understanding, because then I was not known as a writer and he should have taken a risk and put aside any doubts he had about me. My literary agent made an appointment with an executive, I'll call George, from a major New York publisher. As I sat down to start talking to him, I realized that he had some personal problem. I asked him what was wrong with him, and we spent the next 3 or 4 hours talking about a terrible personal matter that had taken place the night before. George's wife had told him that she wanted a divorce, and he was dumbfounded. I put aside the desire to publish my book and became what I was looking for, an understanding person, self-confident, willing to take risks. By being that same and distancing myself from ego-dominated desires, I was able to help George that afternoon, which I will never forget. I left his office without ever having spoken about the publication of my book. When I told my literary agent, he told me that he was convinced that I had missed a unique opportunity to give my book a good boost with a major publisher. The next day George called my agent and said, "I don't even know what Dyer's book entails, but I want him to be one of our authors." At the time I did not realize what was happening. Now, after a quarter of a century living in this world of spiritual search, I see it very clearly. The right people appear precisely when you need them and you are able to correspond with them. You must be what you want. When you are what you want, you attract it by radiating it. You have the ability to correspond with the force of intention and make your intention to attract ideal people and divine relationships come true. Attract spiritual partners. It is absurd for an unloving man or woman to complain about not finding a partner. They are condemned to infinite frustration because they do not recognize the person who corresponds to them when it appears. That caring person could be right there, right now, but their resistance doesn't allow them to see it. The person who does not feel affection blames bad luck or a series of external factors for not having a loving relationship. Love can only be attracted and returned with love. The best advice I can give for attracting and keeping spiritual partners, as I have highlighted in this chapter, is to be who you are looking for. Most unsustainable relationships are based on one or both partners feeling as if their freedom is in some danger. On the other hand, in spiritual relationships it is not about the other person feeling inferior or relegated. Spiritual couples simply means that the energy that holds you together is in close harmony with the energy of the source of intention. That means that a philosophy of permission flows through the relationship and that there is no need to fear that your freedom will be questioned in order for you to realize the inner knowledge of your purpose. It is as if one person had said to the other, "You are the source energy in a physical body, and the better you feel, the more this loving, caring, beautiful, receptive, abundant, creative and expanding energy flows through you. I respect that source energy and share it with you." When one of us feels demoralized, less energy of intention flows. We have to remember that the universal mind does not reject anything. What does not allow us to be happy is because we reject it. I am committed to staying in this field of intention energy and not letting go. That is the source that has united us, and I will endeavor to be in harmony with it. It is to this internal commitment that Goethe refers to in the quotation that begins the chapter. Allow Providence to step forward and help things happen that no one could have imagined would be presented to him. You have already connected with who you want in your life, act accordingly. From a mystical point of view, there is no difference between you and the other person. A perhaps somewhat strange, but nonetheless valid concept that explains why you cannot harm another person without harming yourself, nor can you help another person without helping yourself. You share the energy of Source, and therefore you must begin to think and act in a way that reflects your awareness of this principle. When you feel the need for the right person to show up, start changing your inner dialogue to reflect that awareness. Instead of saying, "I wish this person would show up because I need to get out of the rut," activate a thought that reflects your connection, such as, "I know the right person will arrive according to divine order at the right time." This is how you will act based on that thought. You will think from the end and foresee the arrival. The forecast will put you on your toes. You have modified your energy level until you reach the same receptivity as the force of intention that directs everyone and everything to arrive here. When you reach the highest energy levels, you have access to higher information. Your intention is put into operation, and you notice the presence of the person or people you want in your life. You act according to that intuition, knowing from the depths that you are on the right track. You act in accordance with your new consciousness, and you become a collaborator of creation, while a new understanding is activated within you. You are looking at the face of the Creator, and you see yourself as His co-worker in creation. You know who to call, where to look, when to trust, and what to do. They are guiding you to connect with what you are raising. If a friendship or a partner requires the submission of your original nature and your highest dignity, it means that something is wrong. When you really know what it is to love, how your source loves you, you will not experience the pain of the past when your love went unnoticed or was rejected. It is more like the description of the experience of a friend of mine when she decided to leave a relationship. "I was heartbroken, but I also realized that its doors were still open. I felt that love flowed towards that person who could not love me the way I wanted to be loved, although I had left that relationship to seek the love that I felt inside. I was surprised to feel that pain, and at the same time to notice that he was still holding an open position. I kept thinking, my heart is broken, but wide open. I moved to a completely different level of loving and being loved, and the relationship I had dreamed of appeared after 18 months. You are love. You emanated from pure love. You are connected to the source of love at all times. Think like this, feel like this, and in a little while you will act like this. And everything you think, feel, and do will be reciprocated in the same way. Believe it or not, the principle of the right person showing up at the right time has always worked. The only thing preventing you from seeing it clearly is your ego. Everything unfolds according to divine order. You should already be proclaiming that how many people you need will appear for that journey you have undertaken and that they will be perfect in every way for the needs you have. Furthermore, they will arrive at the right time. In this intelligent system of which you are a part, everything arises from the field of intention in which the infinite and invisible life force flows through everything and everyone, among which you are included. Trust in that invisible life force and the all-knowing mind that arranges life for everything. I recommend that you do a quick review and take note of all the people who have appeared as characters in that play that is your life. Everything has been perfect. Your ex-spouse showed up at the right time, when you needed to have those children you love so much. The father who abandoned you so you could learn to be independent left at the right time. The lover who dumped you was part of that perfection. The lover who stayed with you also followed the example of the source. The good times, the struggles, the tears, the insults, in all this, people who came into your life and then left. And not all your tears will be able to erase a single word of all that. It's your past, and whatever your energy level, your needs, your social position were then, you attracted the right people and events. It may seem to you that they did not appear when you needed them, that when you were alone no one appeared, but I beg you to see it from the perspective of the whole of life that follows a divine order. If no one appeared, it is because you had to take care of something by yourself and therefore you did not attract anyone who satisfied your energy level at that time. Examining the past as a play in which all the characters and their entrances and exits from the stage are part of the script written by your source and are what you attracted at the time, frees you from the low energies of guilt, regret and even revenge. In the end, you will go from being an actor influenced by those who play the roles of producer and director to being the author, director, producer, and protagonist of your wonderful life. You will also be the casting director, and you will be able to give a test to whoever you want. Make your decisions based on the path of non-resistance and staying in harmony with the supreme producer of the work, the universal, all-creative mind of intention. A few words about patience. There is a phrase as paradoxical as it is wonderful in A Course in Miracles: infinite patience gives immediate results. Being infinitely patient means knowing without a doubt that you are in vibrational harmony with the all-encompassing force that arranged for you to arrive here. In fact, you collaborate in the creation of your life. You know that the right people will appear according to a program of divine order. Trying to speed up that program with your own schedule is like plucking a tulip bud for having insisted that you need the flower immediately. Creation reveals its secrets little by little, not according to your plans. The immediate result that you will get with infinite patience will be a deep sense of peace. You will feel the love of the process of creation, you will stop demanding, and you will begin to be vigilant to find the right person. I am writing this with the idea that infinite patience gives immediate results. I know that I am not alone as I write. I know the right people will show up, as if by magic, to provide the incentives or materials I may need. I have absolute faith in this process, and I stay in harmony with my source. Someone calls me on the phone, and they have a recorded tape that might interest me. A couple of weeks ago it might not have caught my attention, but today I listened to that tape while exercising and it provides precisely what I need. I see someone while taking a walk and they stop to chat with me. He tells me about a book that, he tells me, I will like. I write down the title, I look for it, and I find what I need. The same thing happens every day, one way or another, as I surrender my ego mind to the universal mind of intention and allow the right people to help me with my individual intention. The immediate result of infinite patience is the inner peace that comes from knowing that I have a boss who will send someone or leave me alone to figure things out for myself. This is called practical faith, and I beg you to trust it, be endlessly patient with it, and maintain an attitude of utter reverence, respect, and gratitude whenever the right person mysteriously appears in your immediate living space. Make your intention your reality. Here is my 10-step program to put the intent of this chapter into practice. First step. Don't wait, wish, pray, and beg for the right person or people to appear in your life. Understand that this universe works with energy and attraction. Remember that you have the power to attract the right people to help you fulfill any desire as long as you are able to let go of the ego-driven energy and correspond with the all-creative source of intention. This first step is essential, because if you cannot dispel all doubts about your ability to attract creative people, who help you and love you, the next 9 steps will not do you much good. Attracting ideal people and divine relationships begins with knowing deep down that it is not just a possibility, but a certainty. Second step. Conceptualize your invisible connection with the people you would like to attract into your life. Forget unique identification with the appearance of your body and its possessions. Identify yourself with the invisible energy within you that maintains your life by regulating bodily functions. Recognize that same source of energy that flows through people who, according to your perception, are absent from your life, and then realign yourself in thought with that person or those people. Have the inner conviction that this force of intention connects you. Your thoughts of creating that fusion also emanate from the same field of universal intention. Third step. Make a mental image of the encounter with the person or people that you would like to help you or who have a relationship with you. Manifesting is a function of spiritual intention that corresponds to your wishes in vibrational harmony. You can be as explicit as you want, but do not share this visualization technique with anyone, because they will ask you to explain yourself, to defend yourself, and you will have to face the low energy of doubt that will inevitably arise. It is a private exercise, something between God and you. Do not allow under any circumstances that negativity or doubt cloud or wear down that image. No matter how many obstacles may arise, hold on to that image and stay in harmony of love, kindness, creativity, and peace with the ever-expanding and infinitely receptive source of intention. Fourth step. Act on that inner image. Start by acting as if everyone you meet is part of the intention of attracting the ideal people into your life. Share your needs and desires with others without going into detail about your spiritual methodology. Go to the experts who might be of help to you and state your wishes. They will be willing to help you. Don't expect anyone else to do the job of attracting the right people for what you're looking for, whether it's a job, college admission, a financial boost, or a mechanic to fix your car. Be proactive and be alert to the signals of synchronicity, do not miss them. If a truck passes you with a phone number announcing what you need, write down the number and call. Consider what may seem strange coincidences surrounding your desires, messages from source, and act immediately. I assure you that they will occur repeatedly. Fifth step. Follow the path of least resistance. I use the term resistance in the same sense as on various occasions in the second part of this book. Thoughts like the following are a form of resistance to letting your wishes come out. This is not practical at all. I'm not going to make my ideal person materialize with my thoughts alone. Why are they going to treat me better than others, who also expect the perfect person? I've already tried, and what appeared in my life was a perfect jerk. They are thoughts of resistance that you bring to the source when it is going to send someone to you. Resistance is a low energy, while source is a high, creative, expansive energy. When your thoughts have low energy vibrations, you cannot attract the high energy people you need or want. Even if they pounced on you saying, "Here I am, ready to serve you," even with a sign that said "I am yours," you would neither recognize them nor believe them because you are too busy trying to attract more than you cannot or deserve to have. Step 6. Practice being the kind of person you want to attract. As I have already pointed out, if you want to be loved unconditionally, practice unconditional love. If you want help from others, give help whenever you can. If you want to receive generosity, be as generous as you can and as often as possible. This is one of the simplest and most effective ways to attract the force of intention. Correspond to the communicativeness of the universal mind from which everything arises, and you will attract to yourself whatever you intend to reveal. Seventh step. Distance yourself from the result and practice infinite patience. This is the crucial step of faith. Don't make the mistake of judging your successes or failures based on your little ego and its timing. Bring out your intention and practice what is written in this chapter and in this book and rest easy. Create inner knowing and let the universal mind of intention take care of the details. Eighth step. Practice meditation, especially japa, to attract ideal people and divine relationships. Repeat the sound that is in the name of God like a mantra, literally and mentally seeing the energy that you radiate, attracting the people you want into your life. You will be stunned by the results. In this book I have provided numerous examples of how japa meditation helps many people realize their dreams, almost as if by magic. Step 9. Consider how many people who have played a role in your life have been sent to you for your benefit. In a universe inhabited by a creative, divine, organizing intelligence, which I call the force of intention, there are no coincidences. The wake of your life is like the wake of a ship. It is neither more nor less than the trail it leaves. The wake does not direct the ship, as it does not direct your life. In your personal life, everything and everyone had to be there when they were, and what proves it? That they were there. That is the only thing you need to know. You are not fencing as a reason for not being able to attract the right people today what resulted from that stela, or the people who appeared on that stela and who weren't the right ones. It's the past, nothing but a trail you've left. 10th step. Stay, as always, in a state of eternal gratitude. Be grateful even for the presence of those who may have caused you pain and suffering. Give thanks to your source for having sent them to you and to yourself for having attracted them. They all had something to teach you. From now on, give thanks to all those God puts in your path, and understand that, as a collaborator of creation that you are, it is up to you to resonate with the high energy of love and intention and to keep those people with similar energy in your mind. Life, or let them go with a silent blessing and a gracious no thanks. And the most important thing is the thank you, because that is true gratitude in action. In Lynn McTaggart's fabulous book The Field, The Quest for the Secret Force of the Universe, we are given a scientific perspective on what I have written in this chapter. Our natural state of being is a relationship, a tango, a constant state in which we influence each other. Just as the subatomic particles of which we are composed cannot be separated from space and the particles that surround them, neither can human beings be isolated. Through the act of observation and intention we have the ability to extend a species of super-radiance towards the world, italics mind through relationship with others, using the force of intention, we can radiate all the energy necessary to attract what we want. I beg you to become aware of that fact right now and to know it from the bottom of your heart, as the farmer from the field of dreams knew, that if you build that inner dream, it will certainly come. 13. It is my intention to optimize my ability to heal and to be cured. No one can ask anyone to heal you, but you can allow yourself to be cured and thus offer what you have received to others. Who can offer what they don't have? And who can share what he denies to himself? A Course in Miracles. Every person who inhabits this planet has an inner potential to heal. To make conscious contact with the healing powers that are inherent in you, you must first make the decision to be healed. As A Course in Miracles reminds us, those who are cured become instruments of healing, and the only way to heal is to be cured. Therefore, there is a double advantage in the intention to be cured. Once you have accepted the power you have to heal yourself and optimize your health, you will become a person capable of healing others. One of David Hawkins' many fascinating observations in his book Power vs. Force is the ratio of a person's energy level to their ability to heal. People who rated above 600 on the consciousness scale map, an exceptionally high energy score, a hint of enlightenment and supreme enlightenment, radiated healing energy. As we know it, illness cannot exist in the presence of such high spiritual energy, which explains the miraculous healing powers of Jesus of Nazareth, Saint Francis of Assisi, and Ramana Maharshi. Its exceptionally high energy is sufficient to counteract the disease. As you read this, do not lose sight of the fact that you too emanated from the field of intention, the one with the greatest spiritual and loving energy, and that you possess that capacity within you. To make the intention of this chapter come true, and as Gandhi says, you must be the change you wish to see in others. You must focus on healing yourself in order to offer others that healing ability. If you reach a level of blissful enlightenment where you reconnect with Source and harmonize your vibrations, you will begin to radiate the energy that transforms illness into health. In his shocking prayer, Saint Francis asks his Source, wherever there is injury, let me sow forgiveness, that is, allow me to be a person who grants others the healing energy. It is a principle that is insisted upon throughout the pages of this book. Bring the higher spiritual energy into the presence of the lower energy, and it will not only nullify the low energy, but transform it into a healing spiritual energy. In the field of energy medicine where these principles are applied, tumors are bombarded with exceptionally high laser energy that dissolves them and transforms them into healthy tissue. Energy medicine is the discipline of the future, and it is based on the ancient spiritual practice of being the change, that is, healing others by first healing oneself. Become healing. Reconnecting with the disease-free, loving perfection from which you emerged is a very succinct exposition of what the self-healing process requires. The universal mind knows exactly what you need to optimize your health. What you have to do is become aware of your thoughts and your behavior, which are creating resistance and preventing healing, which is the flow of the energy of intention. Recognizing resistance is something that only depends on you. You have to dedicate yourself to this awareness to move on to the intention of pure healing. While I was yesterday on the treadmill at the gym, I spoke with a man for about 5 minutes, and during that short period of time he presented me with the entire list of his ailments, operations, heart problems, various diseases, and future prosthetics in various joints, all in 5 minutes. It was like his business card. Such thoughts and repetitions of bodily afflictions represent the resistance to healing energy that we have access to. As I spoke to that complaining man, I tried to push him away, even for a few moments, from his resistance to receiving the healing energy, but he was determined to gloat over his multiple handicaps, as if it were an honorary medal, defending his limitations with cape and skill. Sword. He gave the impression that he loved to hold on to that self-loathing for his deteriorated body. I tried to surround him with light and sent him a silent blessing while he was still on the treadmill and I with my exercise board. But it astonished me to what extent this man was focused on disorder, disharmony, restlessness, and illness in relation to his body. Regarding the role of thoughts in cases of spontaneous recovery from irreversible and incurable diseases, Dr. Hawkins tells us the following in Power vs. Force. In all the cases studied of recovery from intractable and incurable diseases, there was a great change in consciousness, so that the attractive patterns that led to the pathological process were no longer dominant. In all cases. Let's look at the term's attractive guidelines. We attract into our life through the level of consciousness, and we can change what we attract. It is a very important idea, the basis for accessing the power of intention, not only in healing, but in all fields in which we have individual desires, aspirations, and intentions. Hawkins adds, in spontaneous recovery there is often a marked increase in the capacity to love and the awareness of the importance of love as a healing factor. You will facilitate your intention of this chapter by considering a larger objective, that of returning to your source, and vibrating more in harmony with the energy of the force of intention. That source never focuses on what is wrong, what is missing, or what is sick. True healing returns you to your source. Any solution that does not reach that connection is temporary. When you clear the link with your source, the attractive patterns of energy come closer to you. If you do not consider it possible, you are resisting your intention to heal and be healed. If you consider it possible, but not for yourself, you put up even more resistance. If you think you are being punished for poor health, that also means resistance. Those thoughts about your ability to be healed play a dominant role in your physical experience. Healing by healing means another imaginary somersault into the inconceivable, after which you land upright and balanced in your thoughts, face to face with your source. You realize, perhaps for the first time in your life, that you and your source are one when you free yourself from the ego-dominated mind that has convinced you that you are separate from the force of intention. Heal others by healing yourself. In the book by Lynn McTaggart, to which I have already alluded, the author takes the time and trouble to present the research in this field that I call of intention carried out around the world during the last 20 years. In a relevant chapter, entitled The Field of Healing, McTaggart describes a series of investigations. Here are 5 of the interesting conclusions that researchers have reached regarding intention and healing, in order to stimulate awareness of your potential for healing the physical body that you have chosen in this life, as well as the ability to offer healing to others that emerges as a corollary. I do not insist on something obvious, a healthy diet and a good exercise table, since I assume that you already follow them. In bookstores there are entire sections dedicated to healthy alternatives for this purpose. 5 conclusions about healing from the world of research. 1. Ordinary people may have access to healing through intention, and healers may be more experienced or have a natural talent for coming into contact with the field. There is physical evidence that those who are capable of healing by intention have greater coherence and greater ability to gather quantum energy and transmit it to those in need of healing. My interpretation of these physical tests is that choosing to focus life energy on being consistent with the force of intention provides the ability to heal oneself and others. Fundamentally, this means letting go of the fear that permeates your consciousness, and also acknowledging the fear-based energy that fosters much of the healthcare industry. The field of intention does not harbor fear. Any illness shows that something is wrong. Any fear related to the disease process is further proof that something is wrong with the mind. Health and peace are the natural state when what prevents them is removed. Research shows that healing through intention, which is actually healing through connection to the field of intention, is possible for everyone. 2. The most authentic healers claim to have drawn their intention and then step back and submit to another kind of healing force, as if opening a door to make way for something greater. The most effective healers ask for help from the universal source, knowing that their task is to empower and allow the flow of the source of healing. They also know that the body is the protagonist, and the force of life itself does the healing. Healing is facilitated by eliminating the ego and allowing that force to flow freely. Instead of empowering and allowing this flow, medical professionals do just the opposite on many occasions. They frequently convey the message that it is the medicine that does the healing, and they spread disbelief in everything other than their procedures. Patients often feel anything but empowered and hopeful, and diagnoses and prognoses are often based on fear and too pessimistic to avoid legal problems. Tell them the worst and good luck, is often the philosophy by which medicine works. The ability to heal oneself seems within the reach of those who possess an intuitive knowledge of the power of the spirit. The inner discourse of healing is about relaxing, eliminating thoughts of resistance, and allowing the spirit of light and love to flow. A powerful healer from the Fiji Islands once told me about the effectiveness of native healers. He told me, when knowledge faces a belief in the disease process, knowledge always triumphs. Knowledge is faith in the force of intention. It also implies the awareness of being always connected to that source and, finally, it means removing the ego and surrendering to the omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient source, the force of intention, which is the source of everything, including all kinds. Healing. 3. The method used did not seem to matter as long as the healer kept the intention for the patient to heal. The healers were based on completely different techniques, from an image, a Kabbalistic motif of energy, a Native American spirit, a totem, to the effigy of a saint, passing through incantations and chants dedicated to a healing spirit. As long as the healer held firmly to an intention and knew beyond a doubt that he could touch the patient with the spirit of the intention, the healing was effective and scientifically valid. It is essential that you maintain a full intention to heal, regardless of what happens around you or what others may offer to discourage you or put your feet on the ground. Your intention is firm because it is not the intention of the ego, but a correspondence with the universal source. It is the realization of God in full operation in your attitude to healing yourself and others. As an infinite being, you know that your death and that of everyone else is programmed into the energy field from which you emanated. Just as all your physical characteristics were determined by that future force, so is your death. It is better then that you free yourself from the fear of death and decide to maintain the same intention that ordered you to come here from the world of the amorphous. You arose from a natural state of well-being and in your mind you try to stay there, regardless of what happens in your body and around it. Keep that intention to yourself until you leave this body and keep the same intention invisible to others. It is the only quality that all healers shared. I encourage you to emphasize this too, here and now, and not let anyone or any prognosis deter you. 4. Research shows that intention itself heals, but also that healing constitutes a collective memory of the spirit of healing, which can be seen as a medicinal force. Healing itself can be a force that all humanity has access to. It is the universal mind of intention. Research also suggests that individuals and groups of individuals can collect this collective memory and apply it to themselves and also to those with epidemic diseases. As we are all connected to intention, we all share the same life force and we all emanate from the same universal mind of God. It is not so exaggerated to suppose that by plugging into that energy field we can collect healing energy and extend it to all who enter our lives. Illuminated spheres, that would explain the enormous power of collective healing of the saints, and that each one of us can maintain the intention of eradicating diseases such as AIDS, smallpox, flu worldwide and even the cancer epidemic that we suffer in the present. When disease is considered in isolation, it is disconnected from the collective health of the universal field. According to several studies, it appears that the AIDS virus feeds on fear, the kind of fear that a person experiences when rejected or isolated by the community. Studies on patients with heart problems reveal that those who feel isolated from their family, their community, and especially from their spirituality are more likely to get sick. Longevity studies show that those who live longer have a deep spiritual belief and a sense of belonging to a community. The ability to heal collectively is one of the great benefits accessed when you raise your energy level and connect with the faces of intention. 5. The most important treatment the healer can offer is hope for the health and well-being of those who suffer from illness or trauma. Healers do a self-analysis of what is present in their consciousness before focusing on someone in need of healing. The key word is hope. The presence of the transmitted hope is reduced to faith. I would also call her knowing that the connection with the source itself is a connection with the source of all healing. When we live like this, we always have hope. We know that miracles are always a possibility. By maintaining that way of thinking, doubt and fear disappear from the map. If you give up hope, you change the energy level of your life and vibrate at the levels of fear and doubt. However, we know that the all-creating source of intention knows neither fear nor doubt. My favorite quote from Michelangelo speaks of the value of hope. The greatest danger for most of us is not having a goal that is too high and not reaching it, but that it is too low and we reach it. Think about it, the intention of healers and the hope they have for themselves and others may be even more important than the medicine they offer. A simple unpleasant thought about another person hampers the potential for healing. Lack of faith in the healing power of the Spirit plays a deleterious role in the healing process. Any low-energy thoughts you have weakens your ability to heal yourself. These 5 research findings lead us to realize the importance of shifting focus and connecting with and harmonizing with the all-inclusive field of intention. From sick thoughts to health intentions, you probably know the Old Testament phrase, "And God said, let there be light. And there was light." In an English-Hebrew dictionary we see that the English term could be translated into Spanish as "and God disposed." The decision to create is the decision to dispose. To create healing, you cannot have thoughts of illness and anticipate that your body will be the victim of illness. Become aware of the thoughts that contribute to the idea of illness as something to look forward to. Begin to observe the frequency of those thoughts. The more place they occupy in your mental landscape, the more resistance you will have to putting your intention into action. You know that your resistance thoughts are something like, "I can't do anything about this arthritis. It's flu season. Now I feel fine, but before the weekend it will drop to my chest and I will have a fever." We live in a carcinogenic world. Everything is fattening or carries chemicals. I am always tired. And so on. They are like huge barricades that hinder the realization of your intention. Observe the thoughts that the decision to take action represents in the mentality of the disease of the pharmaceutical companies and the healthcare industry, with its enormous benefits, which are fed by your fears. But don't you remember that you are divine? You are part of the universal mind of intention, and you don't have to think of it that way. You can choose to think that you have the ability to raise your energy level, even though everything they are trying to sell you leads you to think otherwise. You can reach within and hold on to the intention, "I want to feel good, I intend to feel good, I intend to return to my source, and I refuse to admit any more thoughts of disorder or restlessness." That is the beginning. That exceptional experience empowers you, and anytime you're not feeling well, choose thoughts of healing and wellness. In that instant, feeling good takes control, even if only for a few seconds. When you refuse to live in low energy and continually strive to harbor thoughts that support your intention, you have truly decided that wellness is what you want and that healing is part of that decision. At that moment the wheels of creation are set in motion, and what you have imagined and mentally created begins to take shape in your daily life. The next time a low energy thought occurs to you, try one thing: see how quickly you can change your mood by refusing to have thoughts that are not in harmony with your source of intention. It works for me, and I encourage you to do the same. I just stop thinking that I have to be a victim of illness or disability, and I don't waste the precious moments of my life talking about illness. I am a healer. I heal myself by helping God create health, and I offer that gift to others. That is my intention. Illness is not a punishment. Sickness became an element of the human condition when we parted company with the perfect health that we were provided with when we arrived here. Rather than trying to intellectualize the reasons why we get sick and construct a logic to understand the disease, I advise you to consider that you have the potential to heal. Try to visualize all human diseases as something that the human race has earned for itself by identifying with the ego rather than holding onto the divinity from which it has emanated. From this collective identification with the ego has derived everything that accompanies the problems of the ego: fear, hatred, despair, anxiety, depression. The ego feeds on these emotions because it insists on maintaining its own identity separate from the force divine who arranged to bring us here. In one way or another, practically all human beings have bought into shares of this idea of separation and ego identification, and consequently illness and the need for healing come hand in hand with being human. However, there is no reason to get stuck there. The force of intention consists in returning to the source of perfection, in knowing that the power to heal does not think but in establishing that divine connection, and that the source of life does not punish to offer karmic reimbursements with the sufferings and hardships. You do not need healing for being bad or ignorant, or in retaliation for crimes committed in the past. You have assumed what you are experiencing from the lessons you have to learn on this journey, which is organized by the all-encompassing intelligence that we call intention. In an eternal universe you have to consider yourself and others in infinite terms. Infinite terms means that you have an infinite number of opportunities to manifest yourself in a material body to collaborate in the creation of anything. As you consider the disease of body and mind that pervades your life and that of the rest of humanity, try to see it as a part of the infinite nature of our world. If hunger, plague, or disease are part of the perfection of the universe, so is your intention to end those things as part of perfection itself. Decide to stick with that intention, first in your life, and then in the lives of others. Your intention will correspond with the intention of the universe, which knows no egos or separations, and thoughts of sickness, punishment, and karmic reimbursements will cease to exist. Make your intention your reality. Here is my 10-step plan for putting the intent of this chapter into practice, aimed at optimizing your ability to heal and be healed. First step. You cannot heal anyone as long as you allow them to heal you. Work in collaboration with your source to create the feeling of your own healing. Focus all your energy on knowing that you can heal yourself from all your physical and emotional disorders and enjoy perfect health. Connect to a gentle, loving energy receptive to healing, which is the field that set out to bring you here. Be willing to accept the fact that you are a part of the healing energy of life. The same force that heals a hand wound and develops new skin to repair permanently is in your hand and in the universe. You are her, she is you. There is no separation or difference. Be aware of staying in touch with that healing energy, because it is impossible to separate from it except in your ego-diminished thoughts. Second step. The healing energy that you are connected to at all times is what you have to give to others. Offer this energy willingly and leave your ego completely on the sidelines of the healing process. Remember what Saint Francis answered when asked why he did not cure himself of his illnesses, which caused his death at the age of 45, "I want the whole world to know that it is God who works this healing." Saint Francis was cured of ego domination, and he purposefully clung to his illnesses to teach others that it was God's energy working through him that provided the energy for all his miraculous healings. Third step. By raising your energy into a vibrational correspondence with the field of intention, you strengthen the immune system and increase the production of wellness enzymes in the brain. Moving from a personality dominated by resentment, pessimism, anger, and sadness to one dominated by passion, optimism, kindness, joy, and understanding is often the key when we witness miraculous spontaneous healings after a fatalistic diagnosis. Fourth step. Practice delivery. Leave it up to God is a great theme in the recovery process, and also a wonderful reminder in the world of healing. As you surrender, you can reverence and commune with the source of all healing. Remember that the field of intention knows nothing of healing per se, because it is already spiritual perfection and creates from that perspective. It is ego consciousness that creates disorder, disharmony, and disease in our world, and it is in that return to spiritual perfection that harmony of body, mind, and spirit becomes reality. When that balance or symmetry is restored, healing occurs, but Source knows nothing of healing because it only creates perfect health. It is to that perfect health that you must surrender. Fifth step. Do not ask to be cured, but to be restored to that perfection from which you emanated. This is where you must maintain an intention for yourself and for others, with a firm determination, without possible negotiation. Let nothing interfere with your intention to heal and be healed. Get rid of all the negativity that comes your way, and pass it on to others. Remember that you are not asking your Source to heal you, because with that you assume that health is absent from your life. Source assumes scarcity, but can only recognize and respond to what already is, and you are also an element of Source. Approach it whole and complete, banish all thoughts of illness and understand that by re-establishing the connection with that Source, by filling yourself with it and offering it to others, you become the healing itself. Step 6. Understand that you are loved. Find reasons to praise and feel good. The moment you experience thoughts that make you feel bad or sick, do what you can to transform them into thoughts that help you feel good, and, if that seems impossible, do your best to say nothing. Refuse to talk about illness, and strive to activate thoughts that predict recovery, well-being, and perfect health. Imagine yourself healthy and without disabilities. Be on the lookout for an opportunity to literally tell yourself, I feel good. I intend to attract more well-being, and to give it to everything and everyone who needs it. Seventh step. Seek and appreciate the silence. Many people who have suffered long illnesses have managed to return to their Source by way of nature and contemplative silence. Spend time in meditation visualizing yourself attached to the field of intention with your perfect health. Commune with that Source of all that is good and practice accessing that high spiritual energy, flooding your being with that light. Meditation always heals me. When I'm tired, a few moments in silence rising to higher, kinder, loving vibrations, energize me. When I'm not feeling well, a few quiet moments making conscious contact with God gives me what I need not only to feel good, but to help others feel the same way. I always remember the timely words of Herman Melville, silence is the only voice of our God. The following is an excerpt from a letter that Dyer, who now lives in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, wrote to me. She struggled for more than 2 decades, feeling used as she watched her physical condition deteriorate. He decided on nature, silence, and meditation. With your permission, I repeat your words. I lived in an empty house, with things stored in boxes, for a year. Then, to get rid of that negative energy field and the scorn of those who censured me, I moved 5,000 kilometers, to Jackson Hole. The magnificence, splendor, and peace of this sacred, enchanted place, began to work its magic almost immediately. I have been living in silence for almost 2 years. Meditation and appreciation have become my way of life. Abandoning low energy and moving into high energy, with your help, has worked miracles. I have gone from suffering from eye bleeds, internal injuries, aseptic meningitis and severe muscle aches to such a healthy state that I hike for whole days and cross-country ski. I am slowly getting rid of the dangerous drugs I use to control diseases, and I know I can do it. You have shown me the way of well-being, and I am eternally grateful. May God bless you 1,000 times, Wayne, for maintaining your bliss and helping others find theirs. I hope that one day I can express my gratitude personally. Until then, see you in the distance. 8th step. To be health, you have to identify yourself completely with the totality that you are. You can stop considering yourself a physical body, immerse yourself in the idea of absolute well-being, and that becomes your new identity document. In this space you only breathe well-being, you only think about perfect health and detach yourself from the aspects of illness in the world. After a short time you will only recognize perfection in others. You will stand firm in your truth, reflecting only thoughts of well-being, and you will only speak of the infinite possibility of curing any disease processes. It is your legitimate identity of wholeness, and you live it as if you and the source that creates everything are one and the same. This is your supreme truth, and you can let that dynamic aura of totality saturate and enliven each and every one of your thoughts until it is all you have to give. This is how you heal, from the inner knowing and trust of your totality. Ninth step. Let health flow through your life. Become aware of resistance that interferes with the natural flow of health energy. That resistance takes the form of your thoughts. Any thought that is not in sync with the 7 faces of intention is one of resistance, as is any thought of doubt or fear. When you observe these thoughts, take a good look at them and deliberately activate others that maintain an energetic and vibratory balance with the all-encompassing source of the intention. 10th step. Stay immersed in a state of gratitude. Be grateful for each breath you take, all the internal organs that function harmoniously, the totality that constitutes your body, the blood that circulates through your veins, the brain that allows you to process these words, and the eyes that allow you to read them. Look in the mirror at least once a day and give thanks for that heart that keeps beating and for the invisible force on which its beats depend. Stay in a state of gratitude. It is the surest way to keep the link to perfect health clean and pure. One of the messages of Jesus of Nazareth is relevant to what I have explained in this chapter about the intention of healing. If you bring to light what is inside you, what you bring to light will save you. If you do not bring to light what is inside you, what you do not bring to light will destroy you. What is inside you is the force of intention. It cannot be detected by a microscope. The command center can be discovered with X-rays, but the command center commander will remain invisible to the complex technology. You are that commander. You must be in vibrational harmony with the greatest of all commanders and bring him out to serve you instead of keeping you in bad shape. 14. It is my intention to value and express the genius that I am. Everyone is a genius at birth, but the process of life denializes us. Buckminster Fuller. Let us bear in mind that all human beings have within us the same essence of consciousness and that the process of creativity and genius are attributes of human consciousness. Therefore, genius is a potential that lives inside every human being. In the course of life you have many moments of genius. It's those times when you come up with an unusually brilliant idea that you put into practice even knowing that only you are aware of how fantastic it is. Maybe you create something fantastic and even you will be surprised. It can also happen that you hit the perfect shot in a game of golf or tennis and take immense pleasure from what you have just achieved. You are a genius. Perhaps you have never considered yourself a person with a genius inside. You may think that genius is a word reserved for the Mozarts, the Michelangelo, the Einsteins, the Curies, the Virginia Woolfs, the Stephen Hawkins and other famous people, but keep in mind that they share with you the same essence of consciousness. They emanated from the same power of intention as you. They all shared the same life force as you. Your genius is in your own existence, waiting for the right circumstances to express itself. There is neither luck nor chance in this universe with a purpose. It is not just that everything is connected to everything, but that no one is excluded from the universal source that we call intention. And as it is a characteristic of the universal source, the genius must also be universal, which means that it is not restricted, that any human being can have access to it. Of course, it can show itself in a different way in each one of us, and so it happens. The qualities of creativity and genius are within you, waiting for you to make the decision to reciprocate with the power of intention. Change your energy level to access the genius that exists within you. In the enlightening book Power vs. Force, David Hawkins says the following: genius is by definition a mode of consciousness characterized by the ability to reach attractive patterns of the highest energy. It is not a personal characteristic, it is not something that a person has, not even something that someone is. People we think of as geniuses often deny it. The genius has always attributed his ideas to a superior influence. Genius is a characteristic of the creative force, the first of the 7 faces of intention, that allows all material creation to take shape. It is an expression of the divine. No one considered a genius, be it Sir Laurence Olivier in the role of Hamlet, Michael Jordan gliding gracefully down a basketball court, Clarence Darrow speaking before a jury, Joan of Arc inspiring an entire nation, Mrs. Führer, my 8th grade teacher, bringing a story to life in class can explain where the energy comes from to perform at those levels. They say Sir Laurence Olivier was devastated after one of the best performances of Hamlet in London. When asked why he felt so depressed after the roaring applause from the audience, he said, paraphrasing the answer, "I know it was my best performance, but I don't know how I did it, where it came from, or whether I will be able to repeat it." The ego and genius are mutually exclusive. Genius is a function of surrendering to or reconnecting with Source in such a spectacular way that the ego is greatly reduced. That's what Hawkins refers to by accessing higher energy guidelines. The highest energy is that of light, which is a way of describing spiritual energy, whose elements are the 7 faces of intention. When you transfer your thoughts, emotions, and activities to these grounds and deactivate the lower energies of the ego, it begins to dominate the force of God that exists within you. It is something so automatic that it travels faster than your thoughts. That is why you get so puzzled when you think about how you have done something. The higher energy level transcends thought, bringing itself into vibrational harmony with the energy of the source of intention. When you free yourself from ego-dominated thoughts, which convince you that you are doing and achieving incredible things yourself, you plug into the force of intention. That's where the genius that you really are resides. Many people never get to know that inner world of their individual genius and think that it is only measured by intellectual or artistic endeavors. The genie remains in the shadows of his thoughts, unnoticed in the course of his occasional forays inside, even chained and shackled. If you have been taught not to think highly of yourself and to think that genius is reserved for a select few individuals, you will probably be reluctant to accept this idea. You will not recognize your cool appearance if you have been conditioned to believe that you have to accept your luck in this life, to try to fit into groups of normal people and not to try to go too high to avoid disappointment. I would like you to reflect on an idea that may seem radical to you. Genius can be demonstrated in as many ways as there are human beings. You share whatever anyone has achieved in any field. You are connected to every being that has ever lived and that will live in the future, and you share exactly the same energy of intention that flowed through Archimedes, Leonardo da Vinci, the Virgin Mary, and Jonas Salk. You have access to that energy. At the deepest level, all things and all people are composed of vibrations organized in fields that permeate the entire structure of the universe. You share those vibrations, and you are in that field. The starting point is to know and understand that the level of creativity and functioning called genius is in your later life, and then to begin to deconstruct doubts about your role. Commit to raising your energy levels to vibrate in harmony with the field of intention no matter how much your ego and that of others try to dissuade you. In Infinite Mind, Science of Human Vibrations of Consciousness, the Infinite Mind. The Science of Human Vibrations of Consciousness, Valerie Hunt reminds us of the following: low vibrations exist with material reality, higher vibrations in mystical reality, and a fully vibratory spectrum in expanded reality. To carry out the intention to appreciate and express the genius that you are, you will have to strive to reach that fully vibrational spectrum. That is the idea of expansion, essential to know your true potential. That's what you got into when you left the amorphous world of spiritual intention. You contributed to creating a body and a life to express that inner genius, which you may have left locked in an almost inaccessible chamber. Expand your reality. The universal force that created you is in continuous expansion, and your goal is to reach harmony with that source and consequently to regain the force of intention. So what is preventing you from expanding into mystical reality and the fully vibrational spectrum that Hunt speaks of? I like the response of William James, whom many consider the father of modern psychology. Genius means little more than the ability to perceive in an unusual way. In order to expand your reality and correspond with the expansiveness of the all-creative field of intention, you have to shed your old habits of thought. Those habits have pigeonholed you to the point where you allow labels to be hung on you that define you in many ways. Most of those labels are given to you by people who need to define what you are not, because they feel more confident predicting what cannot be than what can be. That girl is not going to be an artist. As small as he is, that boy cannot be an athlete. Mathematics has never been his strong suit. Shy as he is, that kid can't be good at dealing with people. You have heard such opinions so many times that you have come to believe them. They have become your usual way of looking at your abilities and potentials. As William James points out, genius means changing your mind, so let go of those habits and open yourself up to the possibilities of greatness. I have known stereotypes about writers and speakers from a very young age. If you are a writer, you are an introvert and you cannot be a dynamic speaker. I decided to abandon that stereotypical and programmed way of thinking and stand out in whatever I set my mind to. I decided to believe that when I came to this world of limits and forms, there was nothing that imposed restrictions on me. An expansive field of energy that knows no limitations or pigeonholes arranged for me to come here. I decided to be an outgoing and dynamic introvert writer and speaker. I have also broken other social conventions that pigeonhole people. I can be a genius in any field if, according to the father of modern psychology, I learn to perceive in an unusual way. I can sing delicate songs, write sentimental poems, paint exquisite pictures and stand out at the same time, in this same body, in sports, make precious furniture, fix a car, fight with my children and serve. Focus on yourself in a way that allows for the expansion of the infinite possibilities for which you have potential. As I did, you can come to the conclusion that to fix a car or surfing is not what you like the most. Leave those activities to other people and use your genius in other hobbies that appeal to you and satisfy you. Expand your reality to the point of dedicating yourself to what you like to do and excel at it. Step into the high energy levels of trust, optimism, appreciation, reverence, joy, and love. That means love for what you are doing, for yourself and for your genius, which allows you to immerse yourself in any activity and enjoy the process of fully experiencing it. Trust your intuitions. The process of appreciating your genius involves relying on those inner flashes of creative intuition that are worth expressing yourself, the song you are composing in your mind, the strange script you dream of that would make a great movie, the crazy idea of creating a mixed seed of pea and carrot, the design of that new car that you have always thought of, the new clothing line that will become fashionable, the toy that every child will want to have, the musical that you see in your head. Those ideas are dealings from God. They do not come out of your ego, which drowns them with fears and doubts. Your intuitions have divine inspiration. Your creative mind is the way to harmoniously vibrate your higher self with the field of intention, which you continually create. Dispelling doubts about those flashes of intuition will allow you to express your ideas and begin the process of putting them into practice. To have ideas and squash them because you think they are not good enough or that they are not worth putting into practice is to deny the connection with the force of intention. You have a bond that binds you to intention, but you allow it to weaken by living on ordinary levels of ego consciousness. Remember that you are a part of God, and the inner spark of genius in your imagination, that inner intuitive voice, is actually God reminding you that you are unique. You have those insights because that's precisely how you stay connected to the all-encompassing genius who arranged for you to come here. As I've already said, trusting yourself is trusting the wisdom that created you. Never consider a creative thought that is not a valuable potential expression of your inner genius, except that these thoughts must be in vibrational harmony with the 7 faces of intention. Thoughts of hatred, anger, fear, despair, and destruction do not foster creative insights. You have to replace the low-energy thoughts, dominated by the ego, and convert them to the force of intention. Your creative impulses are real, vital, valuable, and eager to be expressed. Proof of this is the fact that you can conceive them. Your thoughts are real, pure energy, and they ask you to pay attention to them and connect to the force of intention, the bond that you have perfected by living on different levels than what you considered normal and ordinary. Everyone is a genius on those levels. Value the genius of others. Everyone you interact with should notice the inner glow that comes from being valued, especially in the way they express their creativity. Something fundamental to strengthening the flow of the force of intention is wanting for others as much as you want for yourself. Valuing the genius of others attracts high levels of competent energy. By seeing and recognizing creative genius, you open a path within yourself to receive creative energy from the field of intention. My 14-year-old son Sans handles his surfboard in a unique way between the waves. I encourage you to do what comes naturally to you and to express it with pride. He has also created a unique communication language, similar to that of my brother David, that is emulated by other family members and closest friends. Creating a language that others use is the work of a genius. So I tell Sans, and my brother, whose special language I have been speaking for half a century. My daughter Sky has an unmistakable, very personal voice that I love. So I tell you, and that is an expression of your genius. All my children, and also yours, including the child within you, have incomparable characteristics in many of their ways of expressing themselves. From the way he dresses to a small tattoo, passing through the signature, the gestures, the peculiarities of his personality, his genius can be valued. You must also recognize and value your own genius. When you are like everyone else, you have nothing to offer but your conformity. Take the path of seeing the face of God in how many people you meet. Find something to value in others, and communicate it willingly, to them and to those who are willing to listen to you. When you see that quality in others, you will quickly realize that the whole of humanity has that potential within its grasp and that, obviously, you are included in humanity. Recognizing your own genius is a fundamental part of the dynamic. As Hawkins says in Power vs. Force, until we recognize our inner genius, we will have great difficulty recognizing that of others. Genius and simplicity. Begin to understand the intent of this chapter by simplifying your life as much as possible. Genius thrives in a contemplative environment, where every minute is not occupied with obligations or loads of people giving you advice and insisting that you participate in trivial, ordinary events. The genius in you is not looking for the approval of others, but for a quiet space in which to bear fruit. With genius, it is not so much about obtaining a high score on a typical test to calibrate the IQ as well as possessing an exceptionally high level of common sense in any field of human endeavor. A genius in action can be a person who rejoices to tinker with an electronic gadget for hours, or to be enraptured by messing around in the garden or observing the communication patterns of bats on a starry night. A life without complications, with fewer intrusions, in a simple environment, allows your genius to surface and express itself. Simplicity establishes a link with the force of intention, and your genius will prosper. Make your intention your reality. Here is my 10-step program for putting into action the intention to value and express the genius that exists within you. First step. Declare that you are a genius. It doesn't have to be a public statement, but a proclamation of intent between you and your Creator. Remember that you are one of the masterpieces emanating from the universal field of intention. You do not have to prove that you are a genius, or compare any of your achievements with those of others. You have a unique gift that you can offer to this world, and you are unique in the entire history of creation. Second step. Make the decision to pay more attention to your inner intuitions, no matter how small or insignificant you may have previously considered. Those thoughts, which may have seemed absurd or unimportant to you, are your private connection to the field of intention. Thoughts that seem to repeat themselves, especially those related to new activities and adventures, do not occur to you by chance. You should consider those lingering thoughts as the intention that is speaking to you, telling yourself, you have committed to expressing your unique brilliance. Why do you insist on ignoring genius and settle for less? Third step. Take constructive steps to put your intuitive tendencies into practice. Any step you take to express your creative impulses is a step towards the realization of the genius that lives in you. For example, present a plan for a book, Even though you doubt yourself, record your own demo in which you read poetry or sing the songs you have composed, buy yourself an easel and painting supplies and spend an afternoon painting, or see an expert in the field that interests you. During a photo shoot, a photographer told me that a few years ago he had made an appointment with a world-famous photographer and that this meeting helped him to start the work that he really liked. For me, that man is a genius. He had always been curious about photography. The first nudges that he gave his life in that sense allowed him to appreciate the genius that was inside him, and later the encounter with that man taught him to trust that curiosity and to use it as a means to communicate his genius to the whole world. Fourth step. Understand that each and every thought you have about your skills, interests, and preferences is valid. To reinforce the validity of your thoughts, keep them secret. Say to yourself that it is something between you and God. If you keep them in the spiritual realm, you don't have to present them to your ego or expose them to the ego of those around you. That means you won't have to endanger them by explaining and defending them to others. Fifth step. Remember that you will find and transmit your genius to others by aligning yourself with spiritual energy. In Power vs. Force, David Hawkins comes to the following conclusion: according to our research, it seems that the alignment of goals and values with high energy attractants is what is most related to genius. This contributes to understanding and putting into practice the force of intention. Shift your energy to achieve vibrational harmony with the energy of Source. Value life and refuse to have thoughts of hatred, anxiety, anger, and censure. Trust yourself as part of God, and your genius will unfold. Step 6. Practice radical humility. Don't take pride in your talent, your brain power, your aptitudes, or your abilities. Stay in a state of respect and perplexity. Sitting here, pen in hand, watching the words appear before me, I find myself in a state of perplexity. Where do the words come from? How does my hand know how to translate invisible thoughts into decipherable words, sentences, and paragraphs? Where do the thoughts that precede words come from? Is it really Wayne Dyer who writes, or am I watching Wayne Dyer write these words on paper? Is God writing this book through me? Was he destined to be this messenger before appearing here on May 10, 1940? Will these words survive my death? Everything has me perplexed. I am humbled by my inability to know where my abilities come from. Practice radical humility and take pride in everything but your ego. Seventh step. Eliminate resistance to making your genius come true. Resistance always shows in your way of thinking. Observe the thoughts that express your inability to consider yourself a genius. Thoughts of doubt about your ability or that reinforce what you have been taught about your lack of talent or aptitude. These kinds of thoughts get you out of adjustment and do not allow you the harmony of vibrations with the universal field of the omni-creative intention. Your source knows that you are a genius. Any thought that calls into question this idea is a resistance that will prevent you from fulfilling your intention. Eighth step. Look for genius in others. Pay attention to the greatness of as many people as possible, and if you don't see it at first, spend a little mental energy looking for it. The more prone you are to think in terms of genius, the more natural it will be for you to apply the same we will do to yourself. Tell others about your genius. Praise them sincerely. In this way you will radiate loving, caring, abundant and creative energy. In a universe that runs on energy and attraction, you will see those qualities return to you. Ninth step. Simplify your life. Put complications, rules, shoulds, haves, shoulds, and so on out of your life. By simplifying your life and eliminating the banal activities that occupy a large part of it, you will open a way for the genius within you to emerge. One of the most effective techniques to simplify life is to spend about 20 minutes a day meditating on Be Quiet. The more conscious you are in contact with your source, the more you will value your higher self. And from there your genius will manifest. 10th step. Be humble and stay in a state of gratitude. The genius that you are has nothing to do with the ego-dominated mind. Thank the source of intention for providing you with the life force to express the genius that dwells within you. Those who attribute inspiration and success to their ego very quickly lose that ability, or allow the approval and attention of others to destroy them. Be humble and grateful, and in that continuous state of expansion your genius will continue to emerge. Gratitude is a sacred space in which you allow and know that a force more powerful than your ego that you have access to is always at work. One who inspires me every day, Ralph Waldo Emerson, whose photograph I have before me as I write, put it this way: believing in your own thoughts, believing that what is true for you in your heart is also true for everyone the others, that is genius. Become aware of this and apply it to your life. There is another genius who explains how to do it. Thomas Edison said, "Genius consists of 1% inspiration, the remaining 99% perspiration." Are you sweating yet? Third part. The connection. The human being is in a process of change, towards forms that are not of this world. It walks with time towards the amorphous, a plane of the higher cycle. Know that you have to become amorphous before becoming one with the light. Adaptation of the Emerald Tablet by Hermes Trismegistus 15. Portrait of a person connected to the field of intention. People who realize themselves must be what they can be. Abraham Maslow. A person who lives in a state of unity with the source of life does not seem different from other people. She is not surrounded by any halo, nor does she wear special clothes that demonstrate her divine qualities. But when you realize that these people go through life as lucky beings who always have every opportunity, and you start to relate to them, you also realize how different they are compared to those who live at normal levels of consciousness. Talk for a few moments with those people connected to the force of intention and you will see their uniqueness. Those people, whom I call connectors to highlight their harmonious connection to the field of intention, are individuals who have made themselves accessible to success. It is impossible for them to have a pessimistic attitude towards what they want in their life. Rather than using language that indicates that your wishes may not come true, they are expressed with an inner conviction that conveys an insight as deep as it is simple, that the universal source provides everything. They don't say, "With my luck, things won't work out." You are more likely to hear the following words from their lips: "I intend to create this and I know it will work." As much as you try to dissuade them by pointing out all the reasons why they should be less optimistic, they seem completely blind to the repercussions contrasted by reality. It seems like they live in another world, a world where they don't stick to the reasons why things don't work out. If you start a conversation with them about this idea, they will say something like, "I refuse to think about what cannot happen, because I will attract exactly what I think about, so I only think about what I know can happen." They don't care what happened before. They do not identify with concepts such as failure or impossible. Without announcing with great fanfare, they simply are not affected by the reasons for being pessimistic. They have made themselves accessible to success, and they know an invisible, all-encompassing force that they trust. They are so well connected with the all-encompassing source that it is as if they possess a natural aura that prevents anything that might weaken their connection with the creative energy of the force of intention. The connectors do not place their thoughts on what they do not want, because, as they themselves will tell you, the source of everything only responds with what is, and what is infinite supply. It cannot have anything to do with scarcity, or with things not working out, because it is neither of those things. If I say to the source of all things, "It will probably not work," I will receive in return just what I have sent you, and that is why I know that I should not think about anything other than what my source is. Fearing the future, all of this will sound like Chinese. They will tell their connector friend to take a reality check and look realistically at the world he lives in. But there is nothing to the connectors that separates them from their inner knowledge. If you are willing to listen to them, they will tell you that this is a universe of energy and attraction, and that the reason so many people lead lives of fear and scarcity is because they rely on their ego to fulfill their desires. It's very simple, they'll tell you. Reconnect to your source and be like that source, and then your intentions will correspond perfectly to the all-encompassing source. Everything seems that simple to connectors. Keep your thoughts on what you intend to create. Be constantly in correspondence with the field of intention and wait for the keys of what you are asking of the all-creating source to come into your life. For a connector, there are no coincidences. They perceive seemingly insignificant events as something orchestrated, in perfect harmony. They believe in synchronicity and are not surprised that the perfect person appears in a given situation, or that someone they were thinking of appears as if out of the blue, or when they unexpectedly receive a book in the mail that provides them with the information that made them missing, or when the money they needed for a project they had in hand mysteriously appears. Connectors won't try to win you over to their cause by arguing. They don't bother to waste energy on debates or frustrations, because that brings debate and frustration into their lives. They know what they know and are not tempted to build a counterforce to resist people who live differently from them. They accept the idea that there is no chance in a universe that has an invisible force of energy as its source that creates and supplies continuously and inexhaustibly to all who wish to accept it. If you ask them, they will answer you plain and simple: all you have to do to plug into the force of intention is to correspond perfectly with the source of everything, and I have decided to be as aligned as possible with that source. For the connectors, everything that arises in your life is because the force of intention ordered it to be there. That is why they are in a continuous state of gratitude. They are grateful for everything, even things that might seem like obstacles. They have the ability and the desire to see a passing illness as a blessing, and deep down they know that in that setback there is an opportunity, and that is what they look for in everything that comes their way in life. With their gratitude they accept all possibilities instead of asking for anything from their source, because that seems to empower what they lack. They commune with their source in a state of reverent gratitude for all that is present in their lives, knowing that this strengthens their intention to manifest just what they need. The connectors say of themselves that they live in a state of appraisal and perplexity. You will rarely hear them complain about anything. They do not find fault with anything. If it rains, they enjoy the rain, because they know they won't get where they want to go if they only travel on sunny days. This is how they react to nature, valuing it harmoniously. Snow, wind, sun, and all the sounds of nature serve as a reminder that they are part of the natural world. They worship the air, regardless of the temperature or the speed of the wind, because it is the breath of life. Connectors value the world and everything in it. The same connection that they experience with nature they have with all beings, including those who lived before and those that are yet to come. They are conscious of unity, and therefore do not make distinctions such as they or the others. For connectors there is only we. If we could look at their inner world, we would see that pain inflicted on others hurts them. They do not know the concept of the enemy, because they know that all of us emanate from the same divine source. They do not criticize, they do not feel threatened or bothered by differences in customs or the appearance of others, but they like them. Their connection with others has a spiritual character, but they are not spiritually separated from anyone, no matter how different their way of life or customs may be. In the depths of their hearts, the connectors feel an affinity with the whole life, and also with the source of the whole life. Because of this bond, connectors are so adept at attracting the cooperation and help of others into their lives in carrying out their intentions. The very fact of feeling connected means that in your mind there is no one on this planet with whom you are not united in a spiritual sense. Therefore, by living in the field of intention, you can have access to whatever your attention is focused on, because you are already connected to the life-giving energy system and all of its creations. They value that spiritual connection and don't waste energy belittling or criticizing it. They never feel separated from the help that life-giving system offers. So connectors are not surprised that synchronicity or coincidence brings the fruits of their intentions. They know deep down in their hearts that these seemingly miraculous events come into their immediate life space because they were already connected to them. If you ask them about the matter, they will answer the following: sure, that's how the law of attraction works. Maintain the vibrational tune with the source of the entire life that he has arranged for you, and those who live here and all the powers of the field of intention will collaborate with you so that you bring into your life what you want. They know that this is how the universe works. Some will argue that connectors are just lucky, but people who enjoy the power of intention know better. They know that they can manage the presence of anything they fix their attention on as long as it harmonizes with the 7 faces of intention. Instead of boasting about their good luck, connectors are continually kept in a state of radical gratitude and humility. They understand the workings of the universe and tune into it instead of confronting or criticizing it. If you ask them, they will answer that we are part of a dynamic energy system. They will tell you, the energy that moves more quickly dissolves and cancels the energy that moves more slowly. These people have decided to be in harmony with the invisible spiritual energy. They have adapted their thoughts to the levels of the higher vibrations and are consequently able to deflect the slower and slower vibrations. Connectors produce some empowerment in people living at lower energy levels when they come into contact with them. Their tranquility transmits calm and security to others, and they radiate an energy of peace and serenity. They do not want to be successful in discussions or win allies. Instead of trying to convince you to think like them, they will convince you with the energy they ooze. Everyone feels loved by the connectors because they have merged with the source of life, which is love. Connectors tell you bluntly that they have decided to feel good regardless of what is going on around them or how others judge them. They know that feeling bad is a matter of choice, that it is not useful to solve the unpleasant situations that occur in the world. That is why they use their emotions as an orientation system to establish the point of harmony with the force of intention. When you feel bad, for whatever reason, that serves as an indicator to understand that the time has come to change your energy level to correspond with the energy of peace and love of Source. They repeat over and over, "I want to feel good," and harmonize their thoughts with that desire. Even though the world is at war, they decide to feel good. If the economy takes a nosedive, they choose to feel good. Even if crime rates rise or a hurricane strikes somewhere on the planet, they still choose to feel good. If you ask them why they don't feel bad when so many bad things happen in the world, they smile and remind you that the world of spirit that made everything work in peace, love, harmony, goodness, and abundance, and that's where I have decided to reside within me. Feeling bad only assures me that I will bring even more discomfort into my life. The connectors simply do not allow their well-being to depend on anything outside, not the weather conditions, not the wars, not the political situation or the economy, not of course anyone's decision to live in low energy. They function within the field of intention, emulating what you know is the creative source of everything. Connectors are always in touch with their infinite nature. They are not afraid of death, and if you ask them they will tell you that they were never really born nor will they ever die. Death is like taking off a garment or going from one room to another, a simple transition. They consider the invisible energy that arranges the existence of their entire true being. Since connectors always feel aligned with everything and everyone in the universe, they do not experience the sense of separation from anyone or what they would like to attract into their lives. Their connection is invisible and immaterial, but they never question it. Consequently, they trust in that spiritual, inner, and invisible energy that permeates everything. They live in harmony with the spirit without ever considering themselves separate from it. This awareness is the key to seeing the force of intention at work as something everyday. Connectors cannot be convinced that what they intend to do will not materialize, because they fully trust their connection to source energy. They will invite you to choose the possibility with which you will identify, and then they will encourage you to live as if it had already happened. If you can't do it and you get stuck in doubt, worries, and fear, they wish you well, but they keep thinking from the end, as they say. You see what you are trying to manifest in your life as if it has already materialized, and because it is so real in your thoughts, it is your reality. They tell you quite frankly, when harmonized with the field of intention, my thoughts are the thoughts of God, and this is how I have chosen to think. If you look at them carefully, you can see that they are exceptional in realizing the fruits of their intentions. The connectors are exceptionally generous. It is as if what they want for themselves is nothing compared to what they want for others. They love to give. Some may wonder how they can accumulate anything, but their lives are full of abundance, and they do not seem to lack anything that they desire. They will tell you, the secret of the force of intention lies in thinking and acting as the all-encompassing source from which everything arises. He always provides, and I have decided to also be a supplier. The more I give of myself and of everything that flows to me, the more it is returned to me. Connectors are highly inspirational people. They live more in the spirit than in the form. Consequently, they are inspired and inspiring, the opposite of being informed and full of information. They are people with a deep sense of their destiny. They know why they are here, and also that they are more than just a collection of bones, blood, and organs wrapped in a body of skin and hair. They dedicate themselves to living their purpose and avoiding the distractions caused by the demands of the ego. They have great reverence for the world of spirit, and they stay inspired by communing with that source. Their energy level is exceptionally high, the energy that defines them as connectors. It is the energy of source, a frequency of rapid vibrations that brings love into the presence of hate and transforms that hate into love. They present a peaceful countenance in the face of chaos and disharmony and transform the low energies into the high energy of peace. When you are in the company of those who inhabit the field of intention, you feel more energetic, cleaner, healthier, and more inspired. They do not judge others, and the actions or thoughts of others do not immobilize them. They are often considered distant and cold because they are not interested in gossip. They tell you that it is the spirit who gives life, and that everyone on this planet has that spirit within them as an omnipotent force. They are convinced of it, they live it, and they inspire others. They will go so far as to say that the planet's imbalances, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and extreme weather conditions are the consequence of a collective imbalance of human consciousness. They will remind you that our bodies are made of the same materials as the earth, that the fluid that makes up 98% of our blood was previously seawater, and that the minerals in our bones were part of the limited supply of minerals in the earth. They consider themselves one with the planet and feel responsible for staying in balanced harmony with the field of intention to help stabilize and harmonize the forces of the universe that can become unbalanced when we live with an excessive ego. They will tell you that all thoughts, feelings, and emotions are vibrations, and that the frequency of these vibrations can produce disturbances, not only in us, but in everything that is composed of the same materials. The connectors will encourage you to remain in vibrational harmony with Source because of their sense of responsibility to the entire planet, and they consider it a vital role to be emulated. They do not think about this or debate it from a purely intellectual perspective. It is what they feel in the depths of their being and what they live passionately every day. You will notice that the connectors do not recreate in illness or discomfort. They go through life as if their body enjoyed perfect health. They think and feel that any illness that comes their way has not existed, and that they are already cured. They are convinced that they can attract the new results, because they know that there are many possible results for any condition, even those that others may find it impossible to overcome. They will tell you that the possibilities for cure are here and now, and that the course a disease takes is a matter of their own perspective. Just as they believe that systems of external turbulence become peaceful in the presence of our peace, they also consider it a possibility of internal turbulence. About their healing capacity they will tell you the following: I am already healed, and I think and feel from that perspective. Many times you will see your illnesses and physical ailments disappear in the presence of exceptionally high energy connectors. Why? Because its high spiritual energy cancels and eradicates the low energies of disease. Just as the presence of connectors makes you feel better because they radiate and ooze joyous, appreciative energy, your body will also heal by being in that kind of energy field. The connectors are aware that they have to avoid low energy. They quietly walk away from noisy, bellicose, and dogmatic people, send them a silent blessing, and continue on their way discreetly. They don't waste time watching violent TV shows or reading atrocity stories or war statistics. They may appear submissive or uninterested to those who revel in the horrors that appear in the media. Since connectors don't need to win, be right, or dominate others, their power lies in the fact that they empower others with their presence. They communicate their views while staying in harmony with the creative energy of Source. They are never offended, because their ego does not intervene in their opinions. Connectors live their life in vibrational harmony with the field of intention. For them, everything is energy. They know that showing hostility, hatred, or even anger towards people who believe in low-energy activities, which involve all forms of violence, will only contribute to increasing such debilitating activity in the world. The connectors live by a higher and faster energy that allows them to have immediate access to their intuitive powers. They have an inner knowledge of what is going to happen. If you ask them, they will tell you, "I can't explain it, but I know it because I feel it inside of me." Therefore, they are seldom confused when the events they have foreseen and arranged unfold. Instead of being surprised, they hope things turn out well. By staying so connected to source energy, you are able to activate your intention to know what is possible and how to achieve it. Their inner knowing allows them to be infinitely patient, and they are never unhappy with the speed or the way their intentions play out. Connectors often reflect the 7 faces of intention discussed in this book. They are extraordinarily creative people, who do not feel the need to fit in or do things like others expect them to. They apply their unique individuality to tasks, and they tell you that they can create anything they fix their attention and imagination on. The connectors are exceptionally kind and loving. They know that harmonizing with Source means reproducing the goodness from which they emerged. But it is no effort for them to be kind. They are always grateful for whatever is presented to them, and they know that kindness to all of life and our planet is the way to show gratitude. By being kind, others want to return the favor and become your allies to help them achieve their intentions. They relate to an unlimited number of people, all of whom are full of love, kindness, and generosity and help each other to fulfill their wishes. You will also notice how connectors see the beauty of our world. They always find something valuable. They can lose themselves in the beauty of a starry night or of a frog among the lilies. They see beauty in children, and find a natural glow in the elderly. They have no desire to judge anyone in negative low-energy terms, and they know that the all-creating Source only shapes beauty materially and is always accessible. Connectors never tire of learning. They inquire into life, and are drawn to all kinds of activities. They find something to enjoy in all human and creative fields, and they continually expand their horizons. Being open to everything and all possibilities and your desires for expansion characterize your ability to manifest your desires. They never say no to the universe. Before anything that life sends them, they say, "Thanks. What can I learn and how can I develop from what I am receiving?" They refuse to judge anyone or anything that the Source offers them, and this attitude of continuous expansion is what ultimately leads them to be in correspondence with the energy of the Source, which opens them to receive in their life everything the Source is willing to supply. They are an open door that never closes to possibilities, which makes them totally receptive to the abundance that does not stop flowing. That attitude seen in connectors is precisely why they seem so lucky in life. When you are with them, you feel energized, purposeful, inspired, and united. You see yourself in front of people you like to be with because they give you energy and strength. When you feel energetic and strong, you step into the flow of Source's abundant energy and inadvertently invite others to do the same. The connection is not established only with the energy of the Source, but with everyone and everything that exists in the universe. The connectors are aligned with the cosmos and with each of the particles that are part of that cosmos. That connection makes the infinite force of intention possible and accessible. Such highly accomplished people think from the end, and experience what they want to have before it materializes. Your feelings serve as an indicator to know if they are in sync with the force of intention. If you feel good, you know that you vibrate in harmony with Source. If they feel bad, they use that indicator to adjust to higher energy levels. And finally, they put those thoughts of intention and well-being into practice as if what they wanted had already come true. Ask them what you can do to make your wishes come true and they will tell you without hesitation, change the way you see things and the things you see will change. My advice is that we try to reproduce that inner world and enjoy the infinite magnificence of the source of intention. It works, I assure. End. The power of intention. Wayne Dyer.